came up with the sine theta angle from the moon to the sun to the Earth?
How? Watch the video.
Yeah, I know. They just pushed the sun out until it gave them what the answer that they wanted. Right?
No, just watch the video, please.
I did. They have the moon with a presumed distance from the Earth, and then they push the sun out to a further distance away, so that way they could get the angle that they wanted.
Okay, you literally
so they could make their calculations.
You fucking listen to it. Watch and listen to the video. Take a minute.
How did they get the distance to the moon for that sine angle equation?
Well, they know the distance to the sun.
Gotcha. Okay.
How do we know the distance to the sun? Well, they know the distance to the moon.
Well, they know the distance to the moon.
This is almost as funny as the guy that I talked to once. So how do you know the distance to the sun? Because it takes 8 minutes for the light to get here.
Abbott and Costello.
Okay.
Abbott and Costello. No, who's on first? Who's on first? I don't know who's on first. No, I don't know who's on second. Who's on first?
Venus is on first.
How does sine theta determine the size of the moon?
So far it doesn't. We're not talking about the size of the moon. We're talking about the relative distance from the sun to the moon.
Okay. In order to get the distance from the sun to the moon, you have to get the size of the sun, right? And the size of the moon.
Sorry, we're not talking about the distance from the sun or from the sun to the moon yet. We need to take this step by step. So we're talking about the ratio of the distance from the sun to the Earth to the Earth to the sun. Sorry, from the Earth to the moon to the Earth to the sun. That ratio.
Okay.
So
what's the angle that we get during a half moon phase?
What do you call it? It's about 6 degrees from the Earth, Sun, Moon angle. That's 6 degrees at a half moon.
Okay, so it's 90 degrees from the sun to the moon.
I'm done. Let me rephrase. It takes like 28 days for the moon to orbit the Earth, and instead of it being perfect 90 degrees, it's at whatever angle is like 6 hours off. So what's like 28 days over 6 hours?
6 hours would be a quarter.
Times 24 divided by 6.
6 hours off would be a quarter. 25%.
No, like it's 28 days. Each day is 24 hours long, and you're dividing 6 hours divided by that multiple, right? So
right.
that's like,
24 divided by 6 is 4.
We're not taking 24 divided by 6. So you have 6 hours. There's 24 hours in a day. You have 28 days. There's 24 hours in a day. So you have 672 hours for the moon to completely orbit the Earth. So what's like the ratio of how far along that 360 degree circle in that 6 hour time?
In 28 days, there's 672 hours. If you divide that by 6, it's 112.
Take the reciprocal of that, because we're looking at 6 over 24 times 28. So 6 over 672 is equal to 360 over theta.
28 times 24 equals 6 divided by 672.
1 second, I don't want to get this wrong.
Okay, so So 6 divided by 672 is equal to what?
6 divided by 672 is 0.00892.
Yeah.
892 roughly.
What is that supposed to be?
That's the ratio of 360 divided by theta.
That's the ratio
Of 360 divided by theta. So that means theta is 3.2 degrees.
what's theta? So it's the ratio. It's a ratio of 360 divided by theta.
What do you call it? 6 hours over 24 days.
If I divide this by 360, it'll give me theta.
So 6 hours over 28 days is equal to 360 over theta.
6 hours and 28 days is equal to 360 over.
No, sorry, I know it's really hard to understand math spoken, but once again, it's 6 hours over 24 days is equal to 300.
So if I divide 360 by 0.0089, that'll give me theta.
No, you'd multiply it. It's easier if you do this on a piece of paper. So 6 hours divided by 24 days. So rewrite days to hours. That's 670 something. So 6 divided by 670 something is equal to 360 over theta. So you multiply theta on both sides. Now theta is on the left side. And then that's 6 over 6.7 something. You're gonna divide by that. Multiply by that. So you're going to get.
No, I have to divide.
Theta angle of 3.2 degrees.
I have to divide because I multiplied it by theta on the other side.
I can't find a piece of paper right now. But this is like an algebra problem. It's really fucking simple if you have a piece of paper. If not, it's just hard to talk about.
So when I divide that by, it becomes 40,320. So theta is 40,320.
Like, what do you call it? You have to know that theta has to be really small. I don't have a piece of paper. What do you call it? 6 over 6, 7. Is it 672? 28. X 24 is 672. Is equal to 360 over, I'm going to say t instead of theta. So that means that t is equal to 360 times 6 divided by 672. Yeah. So that's your value of theta. 360 times 6 divided by 672.
Okay. So how do we confirm that theta is correct?
So you'd have to look at, like, what do you call it? When you see the moon phases. So this is going to take a month long for you to experiment. And you're going to try and time precisely when do you get a half moon. So, like, if the sun is, like, infinitely far away, you're going to get a half moon precisely halfway through your orbit.
If the sun is infinitely far away?
Yes, if the sun is infinitely far away and it's still radiating the same amount of light.
How big is the sun if it's infinitely far away?
That's a non sequitur. It would be however big it has to be in order for it to emit the same amount of light it is. It's like, if the sun was infinitely far away, you'd see a half moon precisely halfway through the moon's orbit, right?
I know exactly how big the sun would be if it was infinitely far away.
Yes, it would be infinitely big. Okay, look, it's hard to describe this.
Or it would just be invisible. Okay,
look, can you look at the 1451 segment of the video? So like this is a sun that's, I don't know, probably like 10 times further than the moon. And this theta angle.
He asked a good question. I'd like an answer to Sheepdogs. How he asked, how big would the sun be if it's an infinite distance away? Can you see something that's an infinite distance away?
No, he literally just asked something that makes me like.
It makes you cringe because you know I'm right.
Your brain's working here. Like, I like what you're doing. I like how you're looking at the sky. Look, just look at the sky and, like, over the next month, tell me what it tells you about the Earth, Moon, Sun system, assuming that the moon is a sphere.
So I got to make an assumption.
Like, yes, for now, you have to make an assumption. All life starts with assumptions. You assume things in your day-to-day life, regardless of whether or not you want to believe it. You assume that you're not just a brain in a jar.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You assume that you're not a brain in a jar that's not just given electromechanical signals, electromagnetic signals.
Is that what you think you might be?
Pardon?
Is that something you think you might be?
No. What I'm saying is this is something I think I'm not, because
if you were a brain in a jar, how would you know?
It's not like applying Occam's razor just shows us that's not the case. But look,
I go with the way reality presents itself.
Even if it's just an assumption, can't you just do it? Can't you just why? So you can know what the Earth would be modeled like if the moon was a sphere.
But that means I have to make an assumption first. So I can just get the first measurement, and then I can make an assumption after I get the first measurement. But I want the first order measurement first.
The first order. Okay, this is your first order measurement. This is the ratio of the distance from the Earth to the moon to the Earth to the sun. And like I'm telling you, everything. If you do this, it falls into place.
If I go out,
then you can know that light rays are coming at Earth parallel, and from there on, you could
take the angle from the sun and the angle from the moon. Okay.
Okay. So if you do that, you multiply, or rather, you just take the sine of that angle, and that tells you your ratio. All right. From there on, you can start plugging in any values for dm and see how far ds would be. And you would have to reason that the sun would have to be far enough away for light rays to come mostly parallel down to Earth.
Who says they're parallel?
Pardon?
Who says they're parallel?
You would say they're parallel, actually, if you do this. Because if they're not mostly
parallel... Is that
parallel,
another assumption?
No, this isn't another assumption. Like this is like if
are we assuming the sun is really big and giving parallel rays?
We're assuming it's 400 times further than the moon. If you want to assume that the moon is like a kilometer across, which would be, I think we can both agree that'd be pretty ridiculous.
Is the sun a sphere?
Yes, the sun is either a sphere or a circle pointed directly out.
The sun rays in the image I just posted, we don't have to count those.
If the sun is a sphere, does a sphere emit parallel rays?
I mean, if you're an observer really far away, then yes, the sphere is going to emit like perceivably parallel rays.
Or does a sphere radiate light in all directions?
It radiates light in all directions, but if you're an observer really far away, those light rays are going to appear to come parallel.
Would you have to assume that it's really far away in order to do that?
In your case, you don't have to assume. You look at the phases of the moon, and the only thing you have to assume is that the moon is a sphere, which it pretty much has to be, or you have to assume that is there an or? No, you have to assume that the moon is a sphere, and you have to assume that the light is the only, like the light from the sun is the only thing that's illuminating it. Those are the two assumptions you have to make in order for you to understand that the sun is quite far from the moon. Like
that's one too many.
Like 200 times further.
That's one too many assumptions.
Are we assuming the Earth is a sphere too?
No, not at this stage.
Okay. Are we assuming Mars is a sphere?
Mars didn't come up in the discussion at all. You can worry about Mars later.
Do spheres emit parallel rays?
Do spheres emit
This is my
parallel?
group here, dude.
So the sun, as we've already said, doesn't emit parallel rays. It emits light in all directions. But if you're far from the sun, the rays are going to appear to come parallel.
It's so
So we have to assume the sun's really big, huh?
No. The sun could just as easily be a single point, and it would still emit parallel rays. In fact, it would do that even better.
This is just getting more and more confusing.
It's really not getting.
So if the sun was the size of my eraser on my pencil, it would emit parallel rays.
I mean, yeah, if you were sufficiently far away from it, why not?
What's the definition of a parallel lines?
Lines that never intersect. In this case, in this case, they would diverge. They would intersect at the sun, and they would diverge. It's just they would diverge very, very slowly because they're going to appear to be coming at I don't know what you fucking call 90 degrees. I think you already know what I'm talking about. If you were really far from a light source, would that light source not emit more or less parallel rays? Can we agree with that?
What do you think about what Kiwi Buzz posted in the chat?
Specular rays?
Specular?
Rays, yeah. So if you want to conclude...
Crepuscular rays?
Thank you. But if you want to assume that that isn't some kind of optical effect, then you could do the work to figure out how far the sun would be from the ground in that image, and you'd have to conclude that the sun is closer than the moon, which can't be correct. Therefore, you'd have to agree that it's just an optical effect.
Why would you have to conclude that the sun was closer than the moon?
Or we could
How
just...
far away is the moon?
A Glober did that math already.
How far away is the moon?
Well, how far away is the moon? I mean, I could tell you it's, I don't know, about 1 light second. That doesn't necessarily mean anything to you right now. Okay, fine. Well, we want to break things down, right? How small could the moon be is the counter question I'd like to ask, because if you're going to come up with an upper bound of, I'd say the moon is 100 kilometers across, then I could show it to you that the sun can't possibly be as close as those triangular ray angles are implying in that picture. Because if the sun is further from the moon, then...
You can get the same angles with moon crepuscular rays at night.
Yeah, I was going to tell him that.
It doesn't matter.
I say the sun and the moon are the exact same size and distance. What do you say?
The whole point of those rays is that the distance from the light source doesn't matter.
Can you tell the difference?
I don't fucking know what you said because I have you turned down nice and quiet.
Well, turn me back up.
Crank it up, fucker.
Yeah, turn it back up. So here you go. Here's a picture of them both being the same size. And then we added Stephen Hawking so he could smile down on you. But I took that picture from my driveway.
All right, troll question, whatever.
So they're the same size, right? Hello?
Hello? It was a fucking troll question. I don't know what you want me to fucking do, man.
Are they the same size?
I don't fucking know what you want. Look, I'm lying. I didn't turn you back up. I'm sorry. I heard you say something about Stephen Hawking. It sounded like a troll question. I don't fucking care, man.
He heard you quoting Stephen Hawking, dude.
He must not like Stephen Hawking.
I definitely didn't quote Stephen Hawking. If I did, it was by coincidence. Anyway, fucking figure out that theta value, man. Just figure out how far the sun would be relative to the moon. Like, you can do this 100% on your own, as long as you just assume the moon is either a sphere, or if it's not a sphere, then think very carefully about what it could be, as long as the sunlight is the only thing lighting it up.
So in order to get to theta, right, you had to get 6 hours off of 28 days, right?
Yeah.
Why did they come up with that number?
Why? Well, they were looking at the moon and they were trying to find, okay, when can I tell when it's a half moon? And
right.
to the best of their abilities, they were able to tell that that's like 6 hours off of like the halfway point.
Why?
Why?
What gave them that idea?
They were able to divide days into like quarters, right?
Okay. But how does that make it a half moon?
How does it make it a half moon? You look and you see like half the moon is visible. That's why it's called a half moon.
Right. I mean, what did they do to determine it, though? Like, how'd they determine it a perfectly 50% moon?
Well, they can't determine perfectly, but so you then account for some margin of error. Okay. So then you say maybe this theta value is off by a factor of like 2. Would you agree that maybe 2 is a good upper bound for how wrong it could be?
No, because if you have a 0.5 angular size, 0.5 degree angular size, how would you measure 50%?
Degrees.
Huh?
You don't. You have 3.6 degrees, and if you want, you could.
No. The 0.5 degrees is the angular size of the moon in the sky from the observer.
They might have had optics back then. Fuck. Even then, like 0.5, it sounds small, but you could still look and see when a half moon is occurring, right?
I mean, I look up in the sky. They'll tell me on time and date that it's 51% illuminated or 54% illuminated. I can't tell the difference.
Oh, okay. So you assume that like 54% and 50% are like, if those are completely like something that you can't tell apart, then you take that as your worst case estimate for the theta value. Okay, do that. Take your worst case estimate for how far away the sun must be.
It's not a measurement.
You'll find it's far away.
I'm trying to figure out how far away the moon is, though, so that way I can figure out the sine theta.
You can worry about that later. You can worry about how far away the moon is after you figure out this ratio. Because if this ratio tells you that the sun is 20 times further than the moon, which, I mean, if the accepted value is 400 times, then surely you could calculate 20 times.
Yeah, I know the moon. You'll be fine.
I know you don't like Professor Triangle's voice, but it is late and he's not talking as loud. You're going to have to turn him up. It's part of the rules of the room. You can't mute people in the room.
I didn't mute anyone. I turned them reasonably quiet. If they were, I know they were just talking again. Okay, they can speak. I'll listen.
How can you establish the distance to something in the sky if you can't get to it?
You're not establishing the distance to anything in the sky in this conversation.
I agree. You can establish the distance to something in the sky. You're just
that literally wasn't the topic of the conversation. We weren't talking about determining any absolute distance values. We were talking about the ratio of the distance from the Earth to the moon to the Earth to the sun.
That's called distance to something. I don't know what you
know. No, it's not. That's called a scalar multiple.
Okay. And here's the problem with it. You're assuming the 6 hours out of the 28 days that creates the 50% moon. Okay, great. How do we get the distance to the moon?
Like I said, you can worry about that later. Please first come up with your worst case amount.
It's just an assumed calculation, man.
Again, I'll say it again. How do you get? I'll say it again. How do you get a distance?
Assumptions.
Again, I'll say it again. How do you get a distance to something that you cannot measure?
Well, you'll be able to measure it after you do this first step. So first, do the work to figure out the distance from the ratio we talked about.
I calculated the distance based off of sine theta. I calculate the distance to the moon, and I calculate the distance to the sun. Now, how do I confirm those measurements?
I mean, your calculation is a confirmation.
What happens? What happens? What happens when the calculations are the same because they are the same positions from your position? What happens when you look up at something in the sky and they have the same angle as one another? Then how do you calculate the distance from one to the other? Like, wake up, bro.
I have you turned all the way up, and I don't understand what you're on about. How do you determine?
He's just specifically talking about the half moon. That's the whole point of his. That's the crux of his argument.
When you look at the half moon, the full moon, the fucking quarter moon, whatever you want to talk about.
Hold on, OG. I went down this rabbit hole with him. I gave him the moon being a sphere. I gave him the sun being a sphere. I gave him the sun causing the light on the moon. And then now we're trying to determine how the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away.
Exactly.
And he comes up with this equation that you multiply 28 times 24 times, and then divide that by 6.
Shit. Yeah, he's full of shit. Yeah.
I'm not full of
shit. I got that.
If you look at something, pay attention. If you look at something in the sky, and they are technically the same size, then how do you derive the distance to it other than the disposition of the size and distance by the story, the narrative that you've been given? You have a bias, and you are then therefore negated from the conversation because that's not what we're not trying to talk about your bias. We're trying to explain to you that you do not know the distance of either of them because nobody's been to them to give you that distance. Like, wake up.
Look at all the things we had to assume, right? We had to assume the moon was a sphere. We had to assume the sun was a sphere. We had to assume that the sun was casting the light on the moon.
That's your second assumption. You made 2 assumptions. That's all. 2.
I can go more. And then you have to assume that the sun is casting parallel rays on the moon.
No, you're not.
Okay, so what are we assuming again?
So can you concede to the fact that just because we see something in the sky, that doesn't mean we know the distance to them? That we've been told what is the distance? Can you at least concede to the fact that that is not something that we can actually do other than believing what they've told us? Can you at least concede to that, bro? I will agree with you.
No. And the reason why you'd have to go actually follow through with the conversation for how you could calculate this yourself. But
okay.
You're gonna start as a
So pay attention. You have an object in the sky, and they're the same size, right? How do you determine a distance of both of them if you cannot physically actually equate the actual distance to one or the other? Like,
that's exactly what the conversation was about.
You either
that's exactly
stand.
What the conversation was about. Okay.
You either stand on a position that because you've been told.
Okay, you're grandstanding now. I get it. I know nothing. I'm being brainwashed. Okay, let me try and answer your question now.
Go ahead.
So you have 2 objects, right? How can you know that one is actually further than the other, or
you can't.
Oh, okay. Hold up. I'm trying to get to that. So first of all, would you agree that the sun goes behind the moon in a solar eclipse?
Is that what's happening? Because I have a photo that shows the moon eclipsing the sun, and you do not see the moon blocking the sun's radius of a circle. And if you want me to provide that picture, I can. That photo, I can. It was taken from my camera, from my P950. I took a photo, and you can look at the photo and see that this is not what you think maybe it is. So I'll tell you what. Let me just post it, and then we'll go from there. Hold on. Give me a second.
OG, I just posted a video for you. 37 minutes past the hour. This is the crux of his argument.
Hold up. First, Sheepdog, you know, like this guy he's rejecting the idea of solar eclipses, right?
No. I'm saying that.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem with the solar eclipse issue. At no point do you ever see the moon approaching the sun. You just all of a sudden see something over the moon. You just see something over the sun on the sun.
You do see the moon approaching the sun.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Yes, you
That's
do.
a lie.
I took a picture of a solar, like a partial solar.
Show me.
Okay, explain this. I'm going to post it right now. Explain it. I want you to explain it. I'm going to post a photo right now. I'm looking for it through my photos that I took myself. And then I want you to explain how is this possible? Because if you can see the full circle of the sun, yet there's something like this black object in front of it.
That's the moon, dumb fuck. That means the moon is closer than the sun.
What's with the name calling? Chill out, man.
This guy, he literally doesn't know what.
Just chill out. There's no reason for that. You're losing control, my friend. Calm down.
So again, if it's the moon going in front of the sun, you don't see the moon until it's over the sun.
So, like, once again, it's really hard to with the naked eye, but if you're determined
even with assistance,
like a camera, like
even with a filter.
If you said you had pictures of this, Woot, can you link them, please?
Maybe eventually. Like, I can't remember if I even took them with this phone because it's been a long ass time. But I'll try and look through my gallery. Why not? Photos.
But that's another problem that we run into. We don't know what's blocking the sun. We just it's during the new moon phase, but the moon is never seen in the sky during a new moon, so we can't confirm it.
There you go. I got it right now. There you go. I posted my photo, bro. I took that with my own camera. How do you explain that? How do you have the sun recognizing a full circle and the moon? How is the moon not blocking that position? I want you to.
So you posted a picture of a partial solar eclipse here. So the moon is moving into position.
No. You're not getting it.
No, you're missing the point. The sun outline is fully there with the moon over it.
Exactly.
The sun outline is fully there.
Yeah, the full circle is there.
Probably some fucking optical effect. I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah, you're lost, bro. The point being is that I captured this way back in April of last year when the total eclipse happened. No, maybe 2 years ago now. The total eclipse happened
last year,
and I was in Arkansas, and we had the full. Matter of fact, let me post an awesome image of the full eclipse. When I was looking at it, but the moon transversing the sun, okay, it didn't block this position that you think is happening. Hold on.
I mean, this in a way it's kind of what you expect because it's really bright outside. You're not going to see the surface of the moon that's not blocking the sun, would you?
You're just being stupid right now, bro. Like,
no,
just
I'm not being stupid. You're the one who's assuming that some giant football is blocking the fucking sun.
Do you understand how the sun's outline is fucking present and the moon that's supposed to be like transversing it is no longer fucking like
is no longer fucking what?
You might have gotten a phone call.
Thank fucking God. Man, this is really desperate. Like, you're looking at a
it's
picture.
Not desperate. You're just making a lot of assumptions.
I'm not making a lot of assumptions, man. Like, there's only.
What do you see going on in this picture?
In the sky, as seen from Earth. I'm assuming the one blocking the other one is the moon.
Why don't I see the full circle of the moon blocking the sun?
Why? For the same reason you don't see the full circle of the moon at daylight. It's too bright. During a full, a partial solar eclipse.
But the moon is in front of the sun. Shouldn't I see the moonshine around the sun?
It's partially in front of the sun, right? So, what do you call it?
How come I can see the outline of the sun?
Look, that's my photo that I took when it was completely eclipsed from Arkansas.
No, you didn't take this when it was completely eclipsed. You could.
Yes, it was,
see...
bro.
Sorry, the one below that. Yeah, that is completely eclipsed.
That's fully
you see the corona around the sun. So that means the sun is just about as big as the moon.
Exactly. They're the same size, bro. They're the same size. And they're the same distance.
They're seen to be the same size. Bro, that's not the same as them being the same size. Once again, these objects are bigger. These objects are further away. I know you've heard that meme before.
Okay. Now look at the photo I posted before that. Look at that. How are you able to see the sun circle with a black shadowing? And how is that black moon, right, not blocking out the perfect circle? Fucking, come on, bro. Like, this is MasterCard right here, bro. You have a credit card called MasterCard? They show you two circles, bro. And that circle should not be resonating behind it. The way we saw it, the way me and my girl saw it, even my girl was like, whoa, that's crazy. How's that even possible? So check it out, bro. You're either just stuck in your bias, and that's fine, bro. That's fair. But it is what it is. Like, just recognize that you don't understand the heavens above us. And guess what? I don't either,
I
bro.
do understand them well enough. So, once again, directly responding to your question, the reason you see the fucking outline, quote unquote, around the moon is for the same reason that you don't see the moon normally during the day.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my. Are you kidding me, bro? Did you just say that? You're saying that you can see through the moon. All of a sudden, the moon is transparent, and you can see the outline of the sun.
Can see through the moon.
Look at the photo, bro. How are you seeing through the moon to see the outline of the sun? What are you getting, bro? This is why I fucking laugh at Glovers.
Like, I'm zooming in on the image. Like, it looks like the moon is being abruptly cut off with the shape of the sun. And like, what do you call it?
How do you see this? How do you see the moon to see the shape of the sun? You riddle me this, Riddler.
So why is that you don't see a full circle for the moon? It's because the sun is really fucking bright, man.
Oh my God, bro. Are you one of those guys that just try to claim falsehoods and think they're going to stick at the argument because you just want to stick to your bias and you think the dumb fucks are going to believe you? Are you one of those guys?
Are you one of those guys who doesn't think the sun is bright?
Do you think that you can see the outline of the sun when it's blocked by an object that you think is happening? What I'm explaining to you is that
you're not really seeing the outline of the sun.
Let me share a story. Let me share a story with you real quick. I was in Arkansas back when this full eclipse happened, okay? 3 days before the moon was supposed to eclipse the sun, all of a sudden, we could not see the moon anymore. It disappeared in the sky. And I remember driving to Starbucks to get me and my woman a fucking a latte, right? And we're like, whoa, what happened to the moon? It disappeared. You can no longer see it. Why? Because it's called a new moon. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. And then when this total eclipse happened, it's supposed to be that the moon is transversing the sun. But I took a photo that showed where the sun is still visible on the outline, on the circle of itself. We can see through the moon. And I told her, bro, what's happening here? Because that's not possible. Go ahead.
No, check the chat. I went ahead and modified, gave you a side-by-side so you could
compare. I see it. Oh my god, that's fucking perfect.
The image on the left isn't what you'd expect to see, though. Not if the sun is sufficiently
bright. That's exactly what we would expect to see.
Except it isn't.
That's right, because the mainstream eclipse model is nonsense.
No, because you're blocking off like what is that as a percentage of the light? Say 20%. Okay, so you make the day 20% darker.
Yeah, but the sun, the outline of the sun is still there, and it's going through the moon.
Exactly, it's literally going through the moon, bro. Do you understand?
Really fucking not,
bro.
I mean, to tell you, like that's. Like you see that for the same reason that like the sun's glare appears larger than the sun itself.
No, you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't be able to see.
Normally, when you look at the sun, you don't assume that.
Why do you see the sun? Why do you see the sun behind the moon on the part where the moon's covering it?
I'm trying to explain this to you right now. Like I literally just tried to answer. So normally, when you see the sun in the daytime, you don't assume that the sun is as big as the moon.
Oh my god!
You assume
it's not even about that.
The sun, the same size.
Does the sun look like a sphere in the sky?
Yeah. Or
does the sun also kind of look like a circle in the sky?
Yeah.
All right. So you see how the sun has 360 degree circumference all the way around the outer edge,
exactly.
Right?
I mean, yeah, but you could
so and the moon goes in front of the sun, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're gonna see the image on the left,
bro.
No. So here's the thing: why can I see
the sun through the moon?
How can I see all 360 degrees of the sun in only part of the moon?
You're really not seeing 360 degrees of the sun. You're seeing like glare around the edge.
Oh my god, there's so much
bias. What are you talking about?
There's so much
going through the moon.
What do you mean? Fucking, am I using the word glare?
Oh my god! You know what? Here, I'll put an arrow pointing to it, dude. I don't know how else to do this.
I don't know how much cognition it takes for you to negate this photo that you're seeing, bro. Like there's so much indoctrination and brainwashing going on, bro, for you to not understand this photo.
Hold up. Look at this other image of the sun.
No. Don't go to another image. Look at the image I actually presented because I did,
and I tried to respond to it. And in order to respond to that, I now need you to look at an image of my own so you can understand the concept of an optical effect. Look at the image above the one Sheepdog just posted. Would you agree that even though it looks like a bunch of rings are coming out
glare.
Okay.
It's glare. Got it.
Okay,
so
good.
Now can you look at my image and you can look at the arrow where I'm pointing at the side of the sun?
Yeah.
Well, how come you can see that the hard edge of the sun through the moon?
I said, you can see.
Who took that picture?
I did.
Who?
OG Apocrypha.
Yeah, I did. When I was in Arkansas, back when the total eclipse was, and I even showed a photo of the total eclipse after when when it transversed all the way.
I mean, this isn't the first time I've seen nothing like that. I could probably do a Google search of a partial eclipse and get hundreds of images like this.
Let me say this, bro. When I saw this, even my girl was like, "How is that possible?" Like she was like, "Wait, what is that? How?" She was perplexed, bro, and so was I. I was like, isn't the moon supposed to be in front of the sun right now? And she was like, yeah. I was like, then how the fuck are we seeing the sun's like 360-degree outline, bro? And she was like, whoa. And she was like, she even said, I quote her, she was like, is the sun a tennis ball? Like, she literally said that. She's like,
okay, so you and your girlfriend are both morons. What else?
whoa, bro. Do you not grasp how you cannot see through the moon?
Yeah, he understands. He's just pretending to be stupid. That's all.
Bro, this is an actual photo I took, bro, back 2 years ago. Was it April 18th or April 8th or something like that?
All right, that's all well and good.
All I'm saying is that I feel like the total eclipse, we don't fully understand what's happening. I'm just saying this, bro. Like, whatever's
So what
happening on that
else
point,
blocks the sun if not the moon?
what?
What blocks the sun? It's not the moon? Okay, then what is it?
No,
I don't
bro.
know.
We don't know.
Exactly, you don't fucking know anything.
Exactly. Exactly.
Gas.
With this
I made
photo,
up a story for you. Bald black gas. So now what?
Oh,
bro, all I'm saying is this, bro. Whatever's happening when these eclipses happen, I feel like man doesn't truly. No. Let me take that back. Those that maybe know what's happening, they might know, but the majority of people, like 99% of the people, don't truly know the actual fucking phenomenon that's happening. Because what I captured on fucking photo doesn't fucking equate that the moon is transversing the sun, because technically, if the moon was in front of the sun, we would not see the ring of the sun through the moon.
Except you would. Okay, let me ask you this. Fucking, are we able to determine the time of solar eclipses within second precision anywhere they happened on Earth?
yeah, but you don't need a globe to do that.
Yeah, it's a
You
cycle.
don't need a globe. Fine. Okay,
Yeah,
whatever.
Use a stereocycle.
We'll ignore that for now because we're not talking about the globe. We're talking about whether or not the moon blocks the sun during an eclipse. It's an entirely different question.
Yes, we agree to that. We agree to that.
Can we also tell where the moon is around the Earth relative to, like?
Yes. That's true. I agree with you.
We use the position of the moon around the Earth to determine the time of the solar eclipses.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah. Okay, so anytime there's a solar eclipse, we expect the moon to be between the Earth and the sun.
I agree, but I captured a photo that you are seeing the sun through the moon. Do you understand
there's an optical effect you don't understand. Maybe you don't understand what it means for it to be really fucking bright outside. Maybe you don't understand.
Let me share something with you, okay? 3 days before, okay, just listen. 3 days before the moon was visible in the sky, it disappeared completely. And then when the total eclipse happened, all of a sudden we are expected to believe that the moon is now transversing in front of the sun. But I took a photo with my P950 that shows you this shadow in the sun, and you can still see the 360 round glare of the sun. Now, technically, it would be through the moon. So what I'm telling you is that we don't understand the heavens above us, bro.
Okay, because you don't understand the heavens above you. So a solar eclipse can really only happen during a new moon, because like in order for it to be aligned such that the Earth or the moon is between the Earth and the sun.
Okay. So how do you explain that we can see the sun's 360 through the moon? How do you explain that?
Like I said, optical effect / glare.
Holy fuck! You're just another brainwashed, indoctrinated, biased.
Yeah, I'm just another brainwashed, whatever.
Yes,
and you're
yes,
somebody
you
who thinks
are.
that you're the
Clearly
only
you are.
person who realized that the moon disappeared.
You have to believe only that photograph. Only that. That's the only evidence you have to believe.
Yes.
No, bro, you're a
are not
moron.
using logic. You are not using logic.
You're a moron. You want to just use your picture as the evidence for the whole thing. Just your picture. Just that single picture. And you ignore the rest.
Yes. When I
Yes, you're a moron. You're a moron.
Pay
You're an
attention.
imbecile.
Pay attention. When I take a photo of a bear climbing a tree, I will take that photo to be reality. I admit that the photo represents reality.
Why do you scream, bro?
No, okay, you're right. Let me tone
I got a question I'd like to know, Woot, I tagged you in some pictures during an eclipse and at no other time of year. Leaves leave crescent moon shadows. What's your explanation for that? This doesn't happen at any other time except eclipses.
Any other time except, these are crescent moon shadows that can be seen during eclipses, you're saying?
Correct. They only happen during eclipses. Do leaves from trees cast crescent moon shadows? Why is that?
Oh, that's interesting. I've actually never heard of that phenomenon.
Look, just Google it. Eclipse leaf shadows or something. You'll see hundreds of these pictures.
Okay, that's your point.
From eclipses.
Wow, bro. I love the way these guys are going to hand wave the actual photo. You're going to hand wave the evidence visually, optically. This was what happened. And you guys are so stuck in your paradigm, bro.
I'm just still waiting for the distance, for a measured distance to the moon, or measured distance to the sun.
Bro.
Maybe Hobby does.
What?
Or maybe measured curvature. Like in order to have, to assume the second cosmic rung and the third cosmic rung, we have to assume the first cosmic rungs.
Yeah, so if you care about the actual distance value themselves, if you care about the ratio, you don't. And that's the first thing you should figure out. It's good to do it. If you figure that out yourself, it's proof that you're actually.
If there's no measurable curvature, would you agree that all of the other stuff is wrong?
No. So the ratio of the Earth, Moon, Sun, three body system, that is something that can exist on a flat Earth.
No, bro. You do understand that. Listen. You do understand that in your paradigm, that the three body system is like what do you call it?
Problem.
Yeah, it's a three body problem. But there's another word for it. Fuck. What's the word, bro? Paradigm? No. Equinox? No. Fuck. What's the word? They call it the
impractical, impossible.
No. It's
Yeah, we can't have a sun, moon, and Earth. That would be impossible.
No, the orbit. It's impossible for the. You can have the sun or you can have the moon and the Earth, with the moon orbiting the Earth. You can have the Earth orbiting the sun.
Geocentrism.
But if you get the Earth orbiting the sun and the moon orbiting the Earth, the orbits pull everything out of whack.
Paradox.
Okay,
paradox.
Whatever.
That's
you can assume geocentrism if you want.
The word I was looking for is paradox. So you have a three body system, but there's a paradox in it, bro. And they can't explain it. It literally falls apart at the seams of their theory of it. This paradox that happens is that they can't explain it. It falls apart. Even mathematically, it falls apart. It's a paradox, bro.
What's a paradox?
The three body system, where you have the Earth, Moon, and Sun. Yes, when you have the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun, it creates. You have three bodies, and there's a paradox in it because it doesn't make sense mathematically, even. Even in you have to understand, bro, your globe claim, your globe belief is nothing but a mathematical construct. And there's paradoxes within that mathematical construct. This is why scientists, you might not have got the memo, bro.
Okay, where is the paradox? You've made a bunch of claims. Back them up. What's the paradox?
The paradox is the fact that they can't understand how, according to what you call gravity, it would not be able to even fucking survive in its own orbit or elliptic fucking travel around one another. It's debunked.
No, according to Newton's laws of gravitation, which we can use to model the times that fucking eclipses would happen, then
yes, exactly. Using that paradigm, it collapses in on itself. What don't you get? This is why
it predicts reality correctly. How is that collapsing in on itself?
No, it doesn't. No, that's where you're wrong. It doesn't.
Except we're able to measure when eclipses happen to the minute. Actually, really to the second.
Using the Saros cycles. But when you try to include gravity to the formula, it literally collapses in on itself. That's why it's called a paradox.
No.
Go ahead.
You're making this shit up. Where did you hear this nonsense?
How do we predict eclipses then?
Saros cycle.
I know that, but he doesn't know that. How do we predict eclipses?
Like you measure when the fucking moon would go between the. Like you already know the fucking answer. The moon goes between the sun. That's an eclipse. And if you're able to do that,
they've known about eclipses for thousands of years.
Except they weren't able to measure the minutes.
Yeah, they were.
No, they weren't.
They figured out the sun to be on a cycle of 18 years in 1 month and 18 days.
Okay, so your end unit there is days. So that's not to the minute.
To the minute. Bro, they can't even do it to the minute in reality.
Yes,
exactly.
When I was watching when I was watching the eclipse, they were like, "Oh, the eclipse is about to happen," and it was like 20 minutes away.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, then. That's not what I experienced. I don't fucking tell you. You used a really bad fucking.
Let me share facts with you. Okay, way back. Okay, 2 years ago, they literally changed the timing of the full eclipse from Arkansas. They changed it like 4 or 5 times, bro. They changed it because they kept updating it. I don't know if you know that or not, but that is facts. They literally kept updating what the time would be, even down to like the minute. They kept changing it. When we would see,
probably because you were looking at time for different regions. Eclipses happen at different times for different places. Yes, you're a fucking idiot.
This is a mainstream news story. They were wrong about the time. It was a mainstream news story. They had the eclipse time wrong.
Yeah, they did.
The eclipse went north and south. It didn't go east and west.
Okay, yeah, this is wrong.
No,
it's true.
On the news,
it went through
bro,
Mexico, all the way through Houston, all the way through Dallas, all the way up through Arkansas, and then up through Memphis, and all the way up over through New York.
Story. That doesn't mean the people producing the data were wrong about it. Because man, I fucking
God, bro, you're biased, bro. You're
not when I went and fucking saw my eclipse. And fucking if like this would have been a bigger news story if everyone was actually wrong about this.
They were wrong about it. They kept changing the fucking time, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro, but this is facts, bro. Like you can negate the facts, that's fine, but you're just stuck in the corner by yourself with a dunce hat. Because you are literally hand waving the facts. They literally kept updating to the minute where it's going to be a totality. In Arkansas, we have I posted the photo for you. I literally took it. We had a totality eclipse. But even in that sense, they updated it like 4 to 5 times when we will see the totality. You cannot negate that, bro.
The globe has a 3
He's already said He's already said, this works fine with the flat Earth. I heard him say it about 10 minutes ago. And you still went on. It's like, you should have grabbed him right there and then. Oh, okay, then why are we talking about this then?
What?
The globe has a 3-body problem.
Beyond that.
You can't predict anything if you have a 3-body problem.
Exactly. They literally made a movie about it, bro. They literally made a movie called The 3-Body Problem. Like, you are now just disagreeing with science on the highest level.
No, you don't know. Like, I never talked about the 3-body problem. I said you have 3 bodies. You have an Earth, a sun, and a
Do you know what the 3-body problem is?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can't solve that 3-body problem, then you're not ever going to predict eclipses with a globe.
Exactly.
That's retarded. Yes, you are.
No.
The 3-body problem is
the Earth, Sun, and Moon
Doesn't an eclipse require 3 bodies? An eclipse requires 3 bodies, right?
Not 3 bodies that are all like of
Sun, Moon, Earth. That's 3. 1, 2, 3. Sun, Moon, Earth. 3-body problem. Therefore, you're not predicting eclipses.
The gravity emitted from the Earth to the Sun and the Moon to the Sun is negligible. So it's not the same 3-body system that people would be talking about when they talk about.
So that you don't have a 3-body problem? Is that you've solved it?
Wow, you solved it, bro.
You don't have the 3-body problem. You have 3 bodies.
The greatest minds of our existence have said that there is a 3-body problem because when you invoke gravity, it doesn't make sense.
No, you don't know what you don't know what the 3-body problem is. It's not a paradox.
What is it? Go ahead. What is it? What is it?
3 suns orbiting each other.
Yeah, it's like what are the stable orbits for a system of 3 bodies all emitting like approximately equal gravity on each other?
Bro, stop waffling. What is the 3-body problem?
I said, like, what are the stable orbits, as in orbits that won't chaotically devolve over time?
Unpredictable orbits.
What are the stable, as in not going to chaotically devolve over time?
Not over time. They go chaotic after a few seconds. It's not like over years or something. It happens very quickly.
Okay, you're fucking stupid. You don't know what you're talking about.
Stable orbits are predictable orbits.
Like, when it says stable, it means like this orbit.
They're not predicted, they're post-dicted. People watch them do the same patterns over time for thousands of years. There's no prediction involved. They're just repeating habits that happen, cycles that happen over and over.
I just posted in the side chat.
This is a math problem.
In the side chat. This is what they say is really going on with the 3-body problem.
Like, yeah, that could be one solution for a 3-body problem.
That's the only solution.
No, I don't think so.
Do you understand? Do you understand how Do you understand how the 3-body problem is based upon this gravity that you think exists? Yet when they have an orbit to their in your paradigm, that they will not, and I repeat, they will not account according to how the modern day science predicts them to act. This is why it's called a paradox.
Systems do you know that don't act the way that we expect them to?
Science. Doesn't matter how we predict it. Or
please tell me the 3-body systems that aren't acting the way you expect.
Can somebody please tell me why we are discussing this? Where's it going? Is this to do with eclipses? Is it to do with...
We're trying to figure out the distance to the moon and the distance to the sun.
Flat Earth, so...
Oh, can we get back to that? Hurry up. This is so long and drawn out, bro. Like, come on. Get back to the Earth. Wait.
He doesn't want to talk
measurements
about the
of curvature. Measurements of curvature, anyone?
He thinks that we can skip the first rung and we can just take the angled measurement from the sun and the moon during a half moon phase, and that gives us the cosmic ladder.
I never said it gives you the cosmic ladder. I said it gives you the ratio of the distance from the Earth to the Moon to the Earth to the Sun. And you agreed
What's the
with
ratio?
me.
What's the ratio?
No, I didn't.
400.
What is it?
400.
So whatever distance the sun and the moon are, and what sizes they are, right? So whatever distances they are, that's the ratio. So, like it doesn't matter how far the sun is away, the moon will be 400 times smaller and 400 times closer.
Yep.
Same ratio.
Okay. And you said that this is not conflicting with the Earth being flat.
This doesn't directly immediately conflict with the Earth being flat, but
okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so all right, so yeah, well, let's move on to whether the Earth's a ball or flat. Do you know if it's a ball?
Moving on. If you
why are you guys? What is the fucking psyop, bro?
So it's round, right?
Yes. So why are we fucking? What is psyop? Earth is flat.
Yeah,
we just want measurements of curvature, bro. That's all we want.
How big is the Earth, Mello?
Like 400,000 kilometers wide. I don't know.
Pretty fucking big.
How big? How big?
400,000 kilometers.
You're an ant in the scale of this. You're an ant.
Okay. All right. How far away is the horizon?
What?
How far away is the horizon? Yeah.
I don't know.
And how do you know it's round?
Yeah.
How?
We can visually see it from space. We have pictures of it.
Hold on, I want to ask, Mello. Hey, Mello, Mello. Question for you. You and your friend are at the beach, right? Will you answer a question if I ask you?
Sure.
Okay. The lake is 6 miles. You and your friend are at the beach. The lake is 6 miles across. You're looking across that lake. How much curving drop over that 6 miles do you think that lake requires? A few inches, a few feet, a few hundred feet?
Too small to notice.
Well, give me a number. Is it too small? What does that mean? 2 millimeters? 2,000 millimeters?
I can't even measure.
So what you're saying is the Earth looks flat.
That's how big the Earth is. That's how big.
Okay, so hold on. So you said it's too small to measure. Is that what you said?
I mean, for me at least.
So if I told you that the globe required 24 feet to drop 6 miles, would that surprise you?
You cut out. I got to repeat that.
It depends on the height. I mean, horizon on the ground. I mean,
that's from ground level. 6 mile wide lakes require 24 feet of curving drop across
them. Way to notice the difference. That's how big Earth is. We are ants on this Earth, by the way.
Okay, so
speak for yourself. I'm not an ant.
Okay.
We are ants. We're ants on the Earth. If we are the ants, we're not the ants.
Yes.
So 24 feet is not too small to measure. If there's 24 feet of curve across a 6 mile wide lake, there should be thousands of examples of that being measured. We just want to see one of them.
Relative to you.
Do you have any measurements of curvature? That's all we're asking.
We can measure, sure, but how much do you notice?
Well, we should notice 24 feet of curving drop across a 6 mile wide lake. That's almost the height of a 3-story building. Dude, shut up while I'm talking, bro. Do you have any measurements of 24 feet of curving drop across a 6 mile wide lake? That's all we want.
I don't know. I've never thought about it. So, I don't know.
Look for some real quick. Show us.
That's how it starts.
I'm just listening, bro.
Let me ask you this. If you're looking across a 6 mile lake and you are...
It's too small. Too small. You need 1,000 mile lake.
1,000 mile lake?
Yeah.
What kind of curvature should you see at 1,000 miles?
I mean, it's gonna get kind of blurry on distance in the horizon, but you're gonna be.
If something's 1,000 miles away, how far below the curve should it be?
I mean, that's the closer to the horizon, maybe. Sure, yeah. You're gonna see some mirroring under the horizon, sure. Some kind of illusion, you know.
Yeah, how far below the curve should it be?
I mean, I don't have the exact measurement, but.
So then, how do you know it's a sphere?
How do I know?
Yeah,
because he's an ant.
There's visual pictures of the curvature of the horizon.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what's the
evidence of that?
Earth? It doesn't make sense.
Why not? You say it's too big to see the curve, so it looks flat, right?
Sure. Let's say meteoroid, asteroid. What is the logical structure of the meteor or asteroid? For example,
meteors.
We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, it's the same thing. What's the logical? What? I mean, it's the same structure. Is it flat?
Meteors are not flat, so we're not flat. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're not spheres either.
What's the end game of a structure going through the universe?
Nobody cares about the what. We care about measurements of curvature. What do you got for us?
Okay, well, that doesn't make sense, but okay. Whatever.
This whole debate is whether or not the Earth is curving or flat, and then so when we ask for measurements of this curvature, you're like, that doesn't make sense. That's what this entire debate is about.
Then there's no point to discuss anymore.
You don't know. You don't know what you to say. That's why.
If you don't know how things are made up in the universe, then there's no point to discuss anything.
Well, I don't know. The rings of Saturn are flat, so I guess Earth is flat.
Depends how you look at it.
But what's up with Nan, bro? You said you got measurements of curvature.
I didn't say that. I said I had a picture of curvature.
Well, so you're just like, it looks curved, it must be curved. It's kind of like, it looks flat, must be flat. What we need is measurements, not your opinion of something.
It's not an opinion, it's a fact.
Well, then show us the measurements.
It's not. It's a picture.
Yeah. How high up was the image taken?
Measurements have been shown for the past 10 years, but it's been all coping for the past 10 years, so it doesn't matter.
What?
Okay, then why are you here?
Can I ask a question? Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Has been shown for the
because
past
of measurements, because the Earth literally measures flat. That's why.
What measurement is that?
I'm going to share a quick 4-minute video with you.
If we show you measurements...
Hold on, Mello. Yeah, I want measurements. I don't want you to say if we show you measurements. I want measurements.
Bro, we were doing this fucking dance for 10 years.
Do you have a degree?
Give me a measurement.
Doing this dance for 10 years.
Give me a measurement.
Shut the fuck up. No, it doesn't matter. Because you're
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up.
The fuck are you saying?
It doesn't matter,
you want
man.
Measurements here. I'm gonna give you.
It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna give you hundreds of measurements.
No, it doesn't matter. Still.
So you've been arguing flat Earth for 10 years?
Yeah, we're going.
What? If you've been arguing flat Earth for 10 years, you should know why we say the Earth is flat. Why do we say the Earth is flat?
Makes no fucking sense.
Most of the time,
10 years, you can't fucking steal man our side.
You say it's a religious thing.
No.
That's it. It is that. You say it.
After 10 years, you can't steal man the flat Earth.
It doesn't matter what the fuck I say. You have still your beliefs.
I can steal man the globe. I know your entire story.
It doesn't fucking matter. I can say whatever, and you still have your own worldview.
I'm just asking you to Ken. I'm just asking you to tell me my point of view.
No, it doesn't fucking matter. I can say fuck all.
You've said it doesn't matter like 4 times now.
I'm done. I'm done with you, dude. You're just repeating yourself. We can talk to Nan. Nan, what measurements of curvature do you have again?
I'm switching to PC. Give me 1 minute, please.
Sure. Mello, you can go kick rocks. I don't give a fuck.
Go play with ants or something.
I mean, to be fair, even if he does come up with anything, you're just going to say that, oh, it's not like literally me seeing a curve from the ground.
Bro, you don't know what we are or aren't going to say.
Yeah, I do, because I've been talking to you.
You have no idea. That's called poisoning the well.
99 times out of 100, it's going to be the same shit that we've already seen. But once in a while, we do get to see things we've never seen before. We're like, oh, I've never seen that before. And then so we want to go over the entire story of what we're looking at.
You gotta understand, we all tried to debunk flat Earth before we got to this point. Okay, so we're not like just believing this. We measured this, and this is what we see. We're not trying to just say "nuh-uh" every time you guys say something. We just want to see the evidence.
Right, it's a little more complex than that. You're not just saying "nuh-uh." But
have you seen the website that I posted in the side chat? Have you seen that before?
No. The issue is like if somebody tries to tell you a proof that is based off anything other than like the ground as seen from an observer's perspective, you're going to say this is the sky, or this is not something I can physically do myself, or this is this, or this is that. Like you don't understand.
Why are you running away from measurements of the ground and going to the sky?
It's not about running away.
You're totally trying to get away from it.
No,
and you're trying to poison the well for us for wanting measurements. You're trying to mock us for asking for measurements of the ground. The whole debate is about whether or not the ground curves, and you're like, no, don't look at the ground, look up. Why?
Why? Because if the Earth was just a really big sphere, the ground would look the same way. You need to be more creative to figure this out.
I tagged you in a 4-minute video. Would you please watch it and give us your thoughts?
If in the meantime you look at the fucking Terrence Tao video, then sure.
Absolutely. I actually spent about 5 minutes watching it, and I'll go watch another 5 minutes.
Go watch at the 13-minute mark. Go watch the video on fucking rung 3, because that's the part you should be focusing on if you want to deny that the ratio of the Earth, Moon, Sun system can't be individually determined. You can still assume the Earth is flat if you want. You can. That's why I started with that.
Fair enough. I'll go watch it. We have a deal. You watch my short 4-minute video, and I'll watch 10 more minutes of yours.
Wasn't like this. Is this just another fucking laser test? Like I can watch it, but I'm going to say refraction.
It's not. No laser involved.
It's one of my favorite observations.
I'm going to say refraction. Wow.
Well, it's tough to say refraction with this one because the light is at 1.9 feet below the curve, and then 14, then 22, and 30 feet. So, if it was refraction, it would raise the light all the same height. It would raise them all 5 feet or all 6 feet. It wouldn't pick and choose a different height for each light.
And they're all different colors on the spectrum also.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
It's one of my favorite videos. I love it. Not lasers, it's just lights, colored lights. Clip cord. Now, did you have measurements? Oh, by the way, for those of y'all that are wondering, please do save the link that I dropped at 21 minutes past the hour of the flat Earth observation. Several observations recorded. We used to have a web page, but it got expensive maintaining it, so we just saved it on the Wayback Machine. A lot cheaper that way.
Holy shit, that link is all full of all kinds of good stuff. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they do visual observations with known distances. They do laser tests. And they do radio waves. Shout out to Indio, and then 20 Cups. He's working on like doing a redo because he's got like his own little personal project going. Can't wait to see the end result, man. And once it's done, we need to save it on the Wayback Machine so that it's imprinted in history.
But there's no column for all the refraction for all those observations.
The refraction would essentially have to make the Earth look flat from all observation.
You're saying refraction doesn't distort images?
Oh, it absolutely does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not to the extent that you guys claim, that's for sure.
It even magnifies them. What you think about that?
Actual refraction is pretty minimal.
Do you think magnification is a product of refraction?
That's minimal. That's minimal. If you look at it's nothing embeds on this fucking server, bro.
Do you think that magnification is a result of refraction?
No, do you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what lenses do, right? They magnify things. So, like when you look at a telescope.
Yep.
Right? Yep. It's refracting the light coming through it, right?
So it's minimum. Like it's not like as massive as what you're saying that we are saying that it is, right?
What do you mean it's minimal?
You said that it's not as large as we claim it is. Like nothing that would distort it so badly that we would mistake it as being a sphere.
Well, I mean, here, tell me what you think about this. Posted at 29 after.
You think those cars are over a curve, Woot, and they're being refracted up into the air? Is that what you're saying with that image?
No, I'm saying there is significant refraction at a close range. So over a further range, you could reason there could be even more refraction.
So did you watch that ice flake video? And what's your thoughts?
Yes. I think I pretty much just summarized them. Like, it's not really conclusive if you were trying to prove that the Earth is flat.
So how does refraction raise one light 9 feet, the next light 20 feet, and the next light 30 feet? It would raise them all the same amount, and they'd still be below the curve of the Earth.
It would have to raise them enough for them to be visible.
So let's hold on. So it raises the first light. It raises the first light 9 feet. Then it would also raise the second, third, fourth light behind it the same 9 feet, and they'd still be below the horizon.
It could raise the first light more than 9 feet, and every other light more than 9 feet, and it would still be visible.
What do you think of that image of the sun I sent earlier? Is that minimum to you?
The image of the sun?
Yeah,
that's not refraction. You're just trolling and changing the subject at this point.
That's not refraction.
That's a link.
Is the sun being cut off by the eclipse?
So it's not refraction, is what you're saying?
Link it again. We can't find it.
It looks like refraction to me.
Some role in that visible phenomenon, but whatever, irrelevant.
It's refraction. How's that relevant?
Distortion.
How's that irrelevant if it's refraction? You're saying what refraction can and cannot do, and now you're saying that's irrelevant to what you're referring to.
It is.
Right.
Also, like even if you assume that even if you assume that it has to be the case that it's raising, what do you call it? Like it's raising the first thing by just 9 feet, then that could also just mean that it's refracting light such that things are going to appear like, what do you call it? Like the further it is, it'll refract it at the same proportion as it does that 9-foot object to be like somewhat kind of even with the curvature of the Earth.
And I need a citation for that. That sounds absolutely retarded. You're just making that shit up.
Hey, Roots, are you arguing that the Earth is round, correct? It's a curve?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have any evidence for it. He's arguing for that.
When I said earlier about the image of the sun, it shows refraction at different. It's not the same as what he's claiming is it has to be the same every time. I was backing up your point that refraction does not mean equal distortion.
Refraction is not the same as distortion? Is that what I heard?
I mean, both are phenomenon that are caused by light moving through pressure gradients in the air. So the only thing that I feel like is necessary to prove that these sort of laser tests are, I'm not going to say complete non sequiturs, but not completely conclusive.
Well, it's not a laser test, so try and stay on topic.
Whatever, these sorts of tests. The only thing that you need to prove that is the fact that you can see significant refraction over short ranges. Like as long as you have that information, or as long as you have even like significant distortion over short ranges, as long as you prove that light moving through pressure gradients in the air over short ranges can cause significant distortion in the image, then you've proven that these sorts of tests, laser, light, whatever, are not entirely conclusive.
Yeah, I got one. I'm going to show you a video on a flat surface where what they do is they open the door from the outside. It's cold outside. It's warm inside. When the cold air and the warm air mix, it creates refraction, and it hides objects behind the point of refraction.
That's a really short range. That's interesting.
Yeah, give me a minute. Hold it up. Here's one. And if you go to their webpage, they have over 100 videos.
This distance is...
Huh?
That's a very short distance right there.
Yeah, it's like 15 feet maybe. I mean, they do this with a boat, right? And what they're doing.
The boat disappears. The boat disappears before the geometric horizon.
Yeah, they what they do, they did like 300 feet away or something like that, 300 yards away, and the horizon's supposed to be 2,000 feet away, but the boat's only 900 feet away.
Dude, one of these Globers has got to have some curvature evidence for us to look at. What are they waiting for? Why are you guys keeping it a secret?
You can check out this right here. It has some pretty nice information.
Here's another video of objects being obstructed by nothing but refraction.
So taking a quick glance at that, Nan, I see a whole bunch of R's. Well, how did they come up with that radius value?
What do you mean?
What part of that did you not understand?
How they come up with the radius values? I'm pretty sure there's a distance formula for the horizon.
So how did they come up with the radius of the Earth?
Let me check that for you real quick.
Don't let it be Eratosthenes either. You got to have something better than this, some 2,000-year-old stick and shadow nonsense. You got to have something up to date.
That's archaic.
We did not invent it. I did drugs.
Anyway, I'm still trying to get somebody to explain this video to me. About to post it again. I really like it. If anybody can tell me what's going on in this video with the windmills, I would appreciate it a lot. Hey Travis, that's what I want to do. I want to go back to Key West and do the lookout point from 93 miles away. And if I'm praying when I go down there one day that it's clear as fuck. That'd be so cool to take my Nikon P1000 down there and take pictures of Havana, Florida.
That would be awesome.
Pretty much just showing conclusively that the Earth is round, because you can see that the further windmills are clearly cut off.
Yeah, but they're also like magnified like a motherfucker.
Looking pretty refracted, but I guess it doesn't. If it's a globe observation they like, then refraction doesn't matter. It only applies to flat Earth observations.
I mean, were you questioning still between a big effect here? But like, if it was like flat, then how is it that the light off of the bottom of the windmill only is going to be invisible? That
because
just doesn't make sense.
It deflects upward. I don't know how many times I have to fucking say it. It's not deflecting downward like you think. It's deflecting upward in the opposite fucking direction.
It's deflecting upward.
Yeah, light bends to the more dense medium, right?
I mean, yeah.
Right. Light bends to the more dense medium. So when you have a pocket of cold air trapped underneath warm air, as we would expect to see all over Earth because it's dynamic, at some point there's going to be a pocket of cold air trapped in there. And what's going to happen is when the light pathway passes through the back end of that dense medium to a less dense medium, it's going to deflect upward because hot air is less dense than cold air. So the air above it is going to be slightly more dense. Matter of fact, I'll give you a laser observation that demonstrates this as well. Give me just a second.
Except if the Earth is flat,
then the Earth is flat.
Pardon?
If the Earth is flat, then the Earth is flat.
So, you gotta let me talk.
Can you explain to me what's happening in this video or in this image?
One video at a time. So with
this image.
So you're saying that the reason that you can't see these the windmills further away, you're saying the reason you can't see the bottom of them is because of refraction, because the light is going through a pressure gradient, and so
sometimes you can see the bottoms. There's plenty of videos of them when you can't see it.
Yeah, okay, so I can only respond for this case right now because I can't respond 10 things at once. Like this case, you can't see the bottoms. So your given explanation is refraction. Okay, so let me answer to that. So if the Earth is flat and light is coming from the bottom of the windmills and going towards you, right? Then wouldn't it be the case that the light is going at 90 degrees, to the tangent line of the Earth's ground. So like
why?
It's going parallel to the
Where's
ground.
the light coming from?
It would be coming parallel.
Where's it coming from?
It's coming from the sun, but light that's
so
going.
when the sun moves really, really far away,
it's going parallel to you.
When the sun moves really, really far away, it's no longer 90 degrees, right?
Yes, except we're talking about the light coming off of the windmills. So, okay,
right.
The light can come from anywhere.
So you know what the albedo effect is, right?
When it hits the windmills. It can come from any angle when it hits the windmills.
You know what the albedo effect is, right?
Albedo effect?
Yeah.
And by surface compared to how much light is observed. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay,
right. So if the Earth is a ball and it's spinning, it's not going to be coming at 90 degrees all the time, every single time, right? Like as the sun
I'm not talking about the light coming from the sun to the Earth. I'm not talking about that light. I'm talking about the light going from the windmill to the observer.
To the observer.
That light has to be going parallel across the apparently flat surface of the Earth in your model.
Until it reaches angle of incidence where there's like a change in medium off in the distance somewhere, and then it deflects upwards.
What do you call it? So if
can you go up to 40 minutes past the hour and look at this laser and tell me what it's doing?
Hold up, one video at a time, man. So, like, if it's
this is going to explain. This is going to explain what's happening in the windmill video.
Okay, I'm trying to one windmill video at a time. So,
not a windmill.
So if light is going into a different medium, but there is no angle at which it's going through that medium, it's actually not going to refract.
So you're just going to throw the whole thing out because you don't understand what I'm showing you in this GIF. It takes you 5 seconds to fucking take a look at it. Can you please tell me what's happening in this GIF?
I'm still looking through the 20-second GIF right now. I can't see the bottom of the windmills, and
there's no windmill in the GIF. This is just a laser light showing you upward refraction.
Right now, I'm looking at the GIF before that. So the one you posted at 2:37 a.m. In my time zone.
Go down.
Dude, we have to approach one at a time. I think this is a great example.
I know, and I'm telling you that light is refracting upward, causing the windmills to appear to be sinking.
It can't be refracting upward because if the Earth was flat, then you'd have light going parallel to the observer.
Didn't you just show a laser refracting up?
Yeah, so can you take a look at the laser?
It doesn't matter if it goes through a different medium.
Dude, that laser light is refracting up.
Why is the laser light refracting upward? Just go down 3 minutes, dude.
I'm trying to go one at a time, man. It seems like you're
If you're going to ignore the evidence that I'm presenting to you, then I don't know what else to say to you.
I'm literally responding to the last piece of evidence you gave
I know. You're saying it can only happen this way because any other way would be absurd and stupid, and now I'm giving you an absurd and stupid observation that confirms what I'm saying.
I have no idea what you're talking about, man. I am responding to one piece of evidence at a time. I should not have to respond to a different video to talk about that one piece of evidence.
Dude, you're running from the evidence, dude. He's showing up. You're saying that light can't refract up. He's showing you a laser refracting up, and now you're like, no,
I'm not saying that light can't refract up. I'm saying that if light is going parallel to the medium that
I know. This laser is shooting a parallel line across the flat Earth.
That's a different video.
It's the same concept, bro. I'm just showing you how it looks because a laser shoots straight lines, except when there's refraction and then shit gets bent. I don't know why that's so hard.
Just one at a time, sheepdog. One at a time.
Oh my
can't handle it.
Okay, so in the second GIF you showed me with the laser pointing up, this laser is clearly like tilted up in the first place. So it's not actually going parallel to the ground.
How do you make that claim? How do you know that? You can't even see the source of the laser. How are you going to say it's clearly tilting up?
If you watch it, it's literally pointing straight and bending upward. Even when it's pointing off to the side and they move it laterally across the flat surface, you can see it bending upward.
Moving it across like a bat signal. Like slightly tilted, admittedly, but still like a bat signal.
Do you need a picture of a level sitting on top of the laser on the other side of the lake to prove that it's not pointing up?
Fucking.
I mean, if we produce that, what would you say next?
I don't know. I'd be interested to see it first.
There you go. All right, guys, got to get better at your evidence.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm going to go find the video right now. All right, I just posted the video. Little 10-minute documentary on what was happening that day.
This is somebody like shooting a laser straight across like what they think is a flat plane. The problem is if the Earth is round, then the laser is going to go up at some point. So it then it will.
Yeah, now you're getting it.
Yeah, there you go.
No, you don't understand. When I say it's going to go up, I don't mean it's going to bend up. I mean, if it goes on a straight trajectory, it's
definitely not going to bend down.
You're right. You're right, Woot. It should go up if it's a ball.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I don't mean it's bending up. I mean, like, the laser.
I never said bend. I never said bend.
I said the angle that the laser light forms to the ground will, like, start increasing. Therefore, it will be going, like, up through a pressure gradient. This can cause refraction. However, if, as with the first windmill video you showed me, you have light coming off the bottom of a windmill on a flat Earth, then that light will be going straight to the observer. But since it's going straight there, and at no point does it increase in altitude, it shouldn't go through a pressure gradient. So if the Earth was flat, like, refraction would not be causing the bottom of the windmill to be out of view in that video. Unless, I don't even think you could say unless, like...
Is magnification a product of refraction?
Magnification...
Yes.
I mean, maybe there's a certain... like, I guess if you look
Can you have magnification without refraction?
Pardon?
Can you have magnification without refraction?
I mean, no, you can't have magnification without refraction, but you'd also have a lens, right?
Right. What do you think the air is doing? It's creating a lens.
Yeah, but if you have light going straight through a lens and it doesn't hit the curved part of the lens, then it's just going to go straight.
Right. And so when it goes straight through the lens part of the air, the part that's more dense than all the air around it, when it goes out through the other side, it's then going to bend to the more dense medium. And if there's warm air on the ground and cold air directly above it, it's going to lift upward because cold air is more dense than warm air.
Except the light needs to have some angle to the ground in order for this phenomenon to work. Otherwise, it's like you're shining light through a lens, and you're only looking at the part of the light that's hitting, like, the center of the lens. Obviously, that light isn't going to get refracted because it's hitting the center of the lens. And that's the case with the light coming off the bottom of the windmill.
Did you watch the Sky Free videos that I sent you?
Yeah, I've seen some of them.
Yeah, like they're using natural conditions to demonstrate refraction on a flat surface.
So?
Yeah, so like this is how refraction works on a flat surface.
Hold up. Like this first one, light refraction across a 4-foot table is what I'm looking at now. This just looks like a hazy image.
Can you see the object?
Can I see I could see the 2 coins.
Okay, and then what happens as it continues to move forward?
So far, it just seems to be waving.
Which one are you watching, the second one or the first one?
Light refraction across a 4-foot table. I'm looking at a random video. It's not even one you linked.
Oh, I didn't post that one.
Oh, okay, whatever. At home refraction test.
Refraction. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, fuck up the mobby.
You don't have to watch it all. You can grab the scroll bar and scroll through it and look at it for points of reference. But if you want the information, they take measurements of temperature and they give you distances and all of these other things. They give you detailed information.
At home refraction test, 3.0 January. Okay. I want to say I don't really know what I'm looking at in the background right there, to be perfectly honest. Like it's presumed it's something in the distance, but
I mean,
170 is that inches?
Talking about the Arctic blasts at home. They're little toy objects to simulate a city.
Interesting.
Like a city skyline. Like maybe the Chicago skyline or the Toronto skyline.
Mm-hmm.
And it's over a flat surface, reminds you, right? Because we're looking through a straight line, like you were complaining about, saying, oh, if we look through a straight line, it can't deflect upwards. And here's a demonstration of it deflecting upward. Matter of fact, I'll even post Skunk Bay for you, because Skunk Bay is a time-lapse video of this bay, and you see the horizon go up and down throughout the entire day. The background doesn't change, but the horizon goes up and down.
So, Nan, when I put that link into Grok and I asked, does this go in with a presupposed model? And then in the corrections being made, are they assuming an Earth radius?
What link?
The one you shared. The one you shared. They only shared. So hold on, dude. Stop, I'm fucking talking, bro. Chill.
Say the link.
So it's making corrections and then using a globe radius in the map. Matching already. Dude, fuck off, dude. Chill. What's your problem?
Just tell me the domain name. You're saying the link.
The link you shared. You only shared one link, bro.
No, I did not. I've shared 2 since. Just say the domain name, bro. How hard is it? Read it. Use your eyes. Domain name. What's the first domain name?
Dude, you linked it.
Dude, are you really?
You should know what you linked, unless you're a total retard.
Is it the SDSU, Travis?
I've linked 2 links. I've linked the SDSU. I also have linked the recent one. So what link is it?
It's a recent one.
There you go. Jesus Christ. All right,
Dude,
so
what's
continue.
your problem, bro? You just linked it like 2 minutes ago. But anyway, so you put it. Oh my God, you're just gonna talk every time I talk, aren't you?
Keep going.
So all the corrections, they're making corrections in that so that they can match an already presupposed spheroid model. They're not measuring a sphere.
I never said they were measuring a sphere. If you go
So
up,
why did you share it? I asked for evidence and measurements of the globe's radius, and that's what you shared with me.
It's an educational guess.
I don't want guesses. I want actual measurements.
It's an educational guess.
Okay, well, I'm disregarding your educational guesses. I want measurements.
Okay. Well, then you're kind of beat.
So show us radius of the globe measurements and how it was done.
I already did. I already stated in chat. It's based on satellites. It's based on internal orbit. There's data that was used to get a total measurement of both A and B.
No,
and I don't have all the data. Because it's a decently complex formula that was used to get it. So I can't just snap my fingers and have every bit of data ready for you to hand to you. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well, then don't make claims if you don't have the evidence to back them up.
It's an educated guess. What do you mean? You need to run every single formula to get the number that you want just to confirm it?
Dude, you're just throwing shit at a wall and hoping something sticks. You're like, satellites,
I'm not.
this, that. Just show us one thing.
I've linked multiple things. I was trying to link another thing. He just comes back and you point out another thing.
The WGS, they are already going in with a presupposed spheroid model and then making corrections. As they make measurements, they make corrections to match the spheroid. They're not actually measuring anything.
Hold on. You're saying that they didn't measure the data? Who said
they made measurements and then they made corrections to match a presupposed model that they already had.
They fucking didn't. Who said that?
I just took a screenshot from AI showing that all the math they used to make the corrections assume a globe radius already.
You want to know why Grok said that? Because when you hand Grok a PDF file of fucking numbers are already in there that don't have the locations of the numbers, it's just assuming that the numbers were pre-compiled in the PDF file, and it's making that correction based on those already set numbers. It doesn't take into account.
It's already all the corrections already assume a globe, dude.
It doesn't take into account that the data that's in those PDF files weren't already calculated and then put in those PDF files. It's not assuming that.
Did you not read what I shared? Did you not read what I shared?
I did.
Okay.
So
can you steel man back to me what that means?
The screenshot you sent me, Travis, that one? Are the corrections made in low? Okay, what about it?
All corrections made are already assuming a sphere, and they already have a presupposed globe radius.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not an actual measurement of the globe. They already have a model that they're making corrections to match up to.
It's a measurement of the globe based on data they have.
And then when they make a measurement, they're making corrections to that measurement so that it will match up with the model that they're already presupposing.
What model they're already
That's exactly what it says.
Who said that? Did you read it, or are you just listening to what Grok told you? Because when did it say that? What corrections are being made to match up to the model? If they have a model,
I'll get you a list, a shitload. There's up like 5 to 12 corrections that typically use, and they all have a presupposed globe radius in the math.
Yes, because the data they're using isn't exact T number 1, so they need corrections to get a mathematical.
So it's not an actual measurement of the globe. They're just they're trying to match up to a presupposed model.
You don't even have an actual measurement of the globe.
That's right. I don't.
You don't even have one of flat Earth, so you can't.
Nobody actually has one. I would say nobody has a truly accurate measurement of what we live on.
It's nearly impossible to get a to the T measurement of what we live on.
Yeah, sure. I agree.
That's correct.
It's nearly impossible. It doesn't mean you can't get an educated guess.
Absolutely, bro.
So, what does that tell you?
It tells me nothing. It tells me that they use an educated guess to get the idea. Have you never? Actually, that's not a good example. I was going to say. So you don't believe in
Can you tell us what you mean when you say to the T, right? What error rate is acceptable for you?
If I wanted a to the T, it would need to be down to everything. no mistakes, nothing. That's not possible to do right now.
Yeah, okay, so you said that that's not possible in reality. So what is possible? Who cares what's not possible? What is possible? Tell us.
What is possible is what they use. Stuff like satellites, geo measurements, all these things that we can do from a on-purpose scale, not down to the T. You can't measure every single,
I thought you would be actually referring to measurements of the ground.
I'm sorry, what?
I thought you were actually talking about measuring the ground here.
I mean, the data they used did take in measurements from, I believe, surveys. It was ground surveys. Yeah. Gravimetric surveys, yes. They use surveys of land and all that shit. Which isn't to the T.
It's been explained to you. They measure it flat, then correct it to a spherical model.
They don't correct it to a spherical model. That's not what they're correcting.
But why would they need to correct anything then? Why don't they just take the measurement as it is?
They're correcting based on what they already know, though. They know that the Earth
That's right. They're correcting to match a presupposed model. Thank you.
There's other methods that showcase the Earth is not flat, and they're using those informations to get an idea.
Yeah, but the method you just described showcases the Earth is flat. So it's game over. Sorry. Like to play again?
Don't like to play again. What about my original method?
Is that your start? Like when you say, "Oh, we can't get
I want from the horizon
to the T." We can't get to the T measurements, right? But I'm willing to accept measurements with pretty much 100% error rate. Earth measures flat, and then they correct it to 100% error of putting curve in there.
The Earth isn't a uniform mass. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's an irrelevant. It's a red herring.
No, it's not. So corrections must account for that. You know that, right?
It doesn't matter. You would account for whatever variance there may be.
Gravity. You have to account for the gravity
or
gravity
an
being stronger over
spheroid, right? By just making more measurements.
Gravity is stronger over rock, compared to like oceans. So you need corrections because everything.
What's your evidence for that? That's a bold claim.
Gravity is stronger over dense rock. Is that really a claim? You really don't believe that?
Yeah, no, I don't. Not without evidence.
So you're saying that like all the oceans are flat because water is level, but like over the land mass it's curved? Is that what you're trying to say?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that corrections are made because of different gravity densities depending on certain locations of the Earth. Like I said, gravity is more denser over rock than it is over water.
It sounds like you're reaching.
Is that a reach? You sure about that?
Yeah.
So you don't believe that?
I'm not sure what you think this.
That gravity is greater over an area of very dense rock.
I'm not sure what you think this changes.
It changes not. No, it just makes me.
Even if we were to grant you it.
Okay, that corrections need to be made because you can't take a single number and compare it for the entire Earth. You need corrections.
A single number of what? Seems like you're talking about like the massive Earth in this regards. When we're just trying to measure if you're going
to make an educated guess, you need to take into account the circumstances that you have.
No, we're not attempting to make educated guesses. You're leaning on this idea of educated guesses because you refuse to accept how the Earth measures when you directly measure it.
Well, we can't directly measure it to get an exact number. Like you said, there's no exact number.
You can't directly measure it.
You cannot. You can, but there's no data of it right now. So
why not right now?
Are you conceding your entire position then?
I'm not, because there's educated guesses and data that we have which can be used to make corrections to get an educated guess.
Travis, you want to go back to this guy?
There hasn't been much of a global study to go into a full exact measurement because it's idiotic.
Okay.
Why is that though?
Because they already know that the Earth is a globe. It's not fully, it's not a full sphere, of course, but it's not flat.
Yeah, but if you know it already, you verify. That's what science is based on.
Yeah, that's the verified claim. They used
so you repeat it. You repeat it over and over and over again.
They have. This method,
it's stupid to repeat something.
This method, no, I didn't say that. I said it was stupid to go get an exact number of something to that scale for something I already know and they have repeated and confirmed multiple times. This method I'm referring to is another method they use to confirm that the Earth is indeed round. There's other methods that they have used, which is why they, like you said, they took a pre-understanding idea that in this math that the Earth was round. That's why, because it was a confirming of other whoever that the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. It's just a confirm.
So what they're doing is they're getting measurements of basically flatness, and then they go in with the model and they're making corrections to that measure of flatness so that it becomes spherical. That's exactly what's going on.
Okay, can you prove that? Because you just said the article.
I just did when I linked you that screenshot that said all the math. I already said this like 3 times.
Dude, are we really using ChatGPT as the fucking our source when we say, "Oh, where's your source?" Oh, ChatGPT said so. I didn't want to read it myself.
Show us. ChatGPT is not the source.
It is, because he shoved the PDF file into ChatGPT and said, "Read this," and then now he's taken the idea that ChatGPT actually correctly read it or read.
Yeah, and if you want, you can actually go and read what they do.
I was just doing a quest.
We can't trust AI now, guys.
I'm not saying you can't trust AI, but AI is not perfect.
You really can't trust it.
You really shouldn't have AI reading your text for you to make your responses. That's
all I asked was, I asked AI, are there corrections being made in this PDF that already assume a globe? That's all I asked. And then it's a quick way of looking through that, yes, there is corrections being made to match a presupposed model.
Okay. Hold on.
No, you got to read it, Travis.
I know.
You got a defib, bro?
Actually, it's pretty short, and I did glance through it, but you know.
I would have done the same thing.
The main reason to use AI is not because AI is worthless or useless or the main reason is a lot of these globalists value technology above their own intelligence. Artificial intelligence.
I can't send a screenshot.
So do they have to say,
"Hey, broski, you got a defib?"
AI is in.
Yeah, I'm right behind you, bro.
Excuse me.
You got a defib?
Mod, can I get a permission to send screenshots, please? Because I really can't.
Yeah, that's server side. That's nothing to do with us.
Bro, not me. Please.
That's the mod.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'll give you rusted gears.
Okay. Is there like a certain level permission that's needed?
Yeah, that happens automatically as you participate with the server.
Well, the main reason I wanted to send a screenshot was I repeated the exact same question that he asked ChatGPT with the exact same link, and I got a completely different answer. I would like to share that screenshot, but sadly I can't. You mind if I send it to you and you post it in chat? Is that right?
No, it doesn't matter, dude.
Okay.
The AI portion is like worthless.
All right, so his portions is not correct, right? It's worthless.
No, yours is.
Oh, why is mine, but his is not?
By your own epistemology, your own worldview. You said it wasn't any good, and then you repeated it.
No, I'm repeatedly showcasing that it isn't any good because the AI gave 2 different answers to the same question. That's
for proving
my point.
No, your point is you thought AI wasn't any good, and then you appealed to your own AI.
No, I'm not. I'm not agreeing with my own AI. I think my own AI is stupid because it gave 2 different answers.
It doesn't matter question. Then.
So what do you want to see?
Hypocrisy there?
Is he not hearing? No, or do you not see the hypocrisy here? I'm not stating that my AI is correct and yours is wrong. I'm stating is AI is not reliable to read sources.
Dude, it doesn't matter. You already agreed that corrections were being made because the globe is already proven. You already said that. So you already agree with AI.
It's okay, man. We're not holding a gun to your head or anything, dude. It's not a big deal.
Based on actual data, though. They're not like just random corrections. It's not me saying, "Oh, the globe is."
Which is what your AI said.
It did not say that.
Ironically enough,
his AI did not say that. What are you talking about?
No, yours did. Ironically,
you haven't read mine. You haven't read mine. So how the fuck you know that? I didn't even say nothing about what my AI said.
Ironically enough.
No, where did that? No, you just said some bullshit. Where did that come from? Your AI said that when I simply said my AI said something else than what his said. So you're assuming. You're assuming.
Ironically.
Okay.
Unironically.
I don't think you're even using that correctly.
You don't think? Agreed.
Okay. Nice mod. You got a nice. You're very, very mature of you.
You've been taking too many L's, and you just desperately want to get a win.
I haven't taken a single L. Okay. I don't think of a win. What are you talking about? A win? I'm arguing with people that don't agree with a basics that's well known. What win am I trying to win here?
We don't do appeals to consensus here either. We just want measurements of curvature, man. That's all. We try and keep it simple. That's all we want.
Man,
we just want evidence.
I had a conversation, and someone replied to my conversation for AI post, and then everyone agreed with that. And then when I simply said
you agreed with it too. You agreed with it too. You said that yes, the globe. It's already they're using globe-based math corrections to get to match the presupposed model. So you agree with it also. What's the problem?
But those corrections are based on actual data.
Well, show us.
I can't. I don't have images.
Well, then shush. If you can't, you're gonna make claims. Don't get all crazy when we ask you to back up your claim, man.
Bro, your claim was you asking ChatGPT to read something. That's your claim. That's your whole basis right now.
That wasn't my claim. That wasn't my claim at all.
No, you're claiming that they're not measuring anything, and you asked Chat to confirm this, which it said yes to you, even though it's not true.
I didn't say they didn't measure anything. I said they're making measurements, and then they're making corrections to match up a presupposed model. That's what I said. That's what AI confirmed, and that's what you agreed with.
You said, are the corrections made in this model use a globe radius in the math? That's what you said.
Yes, and it said yes. And then you agreed yes.
Yes, but the globe radius is based on actual data. It's not just a made-up
show us that data.
I did.
Where?
It was in the screen. It was in the link above. If you actually read it.
No, it didn't have any actual measurements. It just had a presupposed model.
It didn't have any actual measurements?
No, it just had a presupposed model that they're making corrections to get that radius.
And you read that?
Yeah, do you got any measurements of the globe curvature or not?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you have any measurements of curvature or not? All we want is evidence that there is 66 feet of curving drop over a 10-mile wide distance. That's all we want. Super simple. Can you find us something like that?
I would have to go look, man. Like I said, I can't just snap my fingers and have the data for you.
Well, get on. It should be a simple Google search. Look for some curvature evidence.
I'm assuming you did this research, right? That's why you don't believe in it, because you couldn't find anything?
Well, I haven't found any, and I've looked hard. And so, a big brain like you, maybe you can show us.
So what am I looking for exactly again? The measurement of something over what?
So measurements of curving drop over distance. Does that make sense? Do you understand what that means?
The measurement of curving drop over distance.
Yeah, so if you're on a 10-mile wide lake, if you're out looking across that 10 miles, there's going to be a curving drop over that 10-mile wide distance. That drop amounts to 66.67 feet. All we want is evidence for that. You can pick 15, 20, 5 miles, whatever. The math is easy to figure out. There's a shitload of Earth curvature calculators. Or you can just put it into AI and ask how much curving drop is there supposed to be over this much distance. But all we want, not calculations, not equations, we want to see actual measurements of that drop over distance. That's all.
Do you want the measurements that are used in the calculations that everyone uses, right? That's basically what you're asking for?
Sure.
Where'd you get that number from, of the feet drop, may I ask?
A couple calculators. You can look up earthcurvature.com. You can look up any of the university physics calculators, or you can just put it into ChatGPT and ask. They all give the same answer. They'll use different equations, but they'll all come to basically within like 1% of each other out to hundreds of miles.
So like I think you said 67 or you said 63?
About 66.67 feet across 10 miles.
Okay.
And that's a lot of curve. That's almost the height of a 7-story building. You figure you should be able to easily find that across a 10-mile wide lake. Evidence for that much drop. Or if you think my math is wrong, show me your math.
Yeah, nah, not to put you down or anything, but you really should be clued up on this basic stuff before you come in here trying to defend the globe.
I really didn't think I would have to do that for the simple bias of the Earth being round. I really don't.
Bias.
I can't believe like these people graduate like high school and college and they get degrees. I can't believe it.
Ad hominems aren't going to cut it here, bro. Just show us the measurements. Just show us the measurements. Shut us down.
I need a minute, bro. Goddamn.
Dude, it's been like you've been in here for a couple hours.
Here's a minute to find
hours?
something.
What the fuck you talking about?
We all haven't managed to
40
find
minutes.
in 10 years.
40 minutes. How do you round 40 minutes to a couple of hours? Like, actually, physically tell me that. I'm curious. That's insane, bro.
Dude, just find us the curvature measurements, all right? Jesus.
Calm down. I know I'm nice and all, but ooh, calm down. You're
not going to find anything.
Yeah, but really, like you not knowing the basic like expectations, geometric expectations of the globe.
Expectations of the globe.
What does that even mean? How would you even begin to attempt to falsify it if you had any genuine scrutiny about your mind? Which you don't, obviously.
What are you talking about? I did put a bias down. This is what they're arguing about me. They're claiming that my information I gave them was based on a globe radius of the math, which it was based on corrections. So how are you saying I have no bias? You're acting like You're acting like no. I told them when the math came from. You're acting like I came in here and said no.
Don't get defensive, man. Don't get.
I'm not getting offensive. I'm not getting offensive. You're making an obviously wrong statement. You're claiming
certain things that you should know, right? If you're gonna come in here gung ho that the globe exists in reality.
I didn't come in here and say the globe is round.
Typical of globers. You don't actually know shit all about your fucking model. You just regurgitate talking points that you don't understand.
Did someone make a conversation about what I claimed today? Am I regurgitating that?
Well, I haven't caught your entire conversation with Travis, but so far.
Okay, so why are you making a biased claim when you haven't even told the conversation? That's. But
really I made a separate statement. I just told you, and I asked you, don't take offense by it. But you really should be clued up on these basic things before you come in.
We're claiming that I'm not clued up. Why you just claim that you didn't read the conversation? So
I just admitted to you I wasn't here for your entire conversation.
Okay, so why make such a claim that I'm not glued up when you weren't here for the entire
because
season?
I've been here for the last 30 minutes. I've listened to what you've said, seen your general pattern of, ignoring what you don't like to hear and just keep blindly asserting what you think confirms your position.
Travis, 40 minutes, my distance between 40 and 20 minutes is way closer than your three. I'm not talking 40 minutes. I'm talking about Travis. I said Travis.
Measurements of curvature, bro. You're getting so far off topic. Measurements of curvature. Bring it.
You guys are talking to me.
Curvature. Measurements of curvature, Non.
Man, you're the one that's adding me in chat talking about a whole other thing, and then you're going to hop on voice and it'd be like, measurements of curvature.
Show us.
All right. We can all chill. You go off, get them measurements, bring them back. Sorry, Travis, I didn't mean to distract him.
No, man, I'm glad you're piping in.
What the fuck? Where's the flat Earth? It's supposed to be 24/7.
Dude, you're on it right now. You're on the flat Earth right now.
Yeah, I don't fucking hear anything.
That's where it's at. It's right below your feet.
No, that's hollow Earth.
You think so? How hollow? Like, what do you mean when you say hollow?
I'm just fucking with you. It's a spherical, solid Earth.
Spherical? That's a bold claim. What makes you think that?
I rode an airplane once. Could see the curvature of the Earth.
They're gonna want measurements for that one. Don't make that claim, buddy.
You don't need measurements.
Look,
it literally goes.
Drucifer.
Do you think that's your vision that goes down?
So I'm about to put a video in the chat from Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that at the Blue Origin, hold on, bro. I'm talking, man. Chill. At the 60-mile Blue Origin flight, 60 miles high, he said you couldn't see curvature. So I know you didn't see it at 5 miles high.
I don't accept him as an authority.
Dude, he's one of your top rabbis, man. You gotta. He's your space daddy.
I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson at all. He's super annoying.
That's a hard counter to your idea that you have to listen to the experts. If you don't listen to the experts,
well, it's who do you recognize as an expert?
Yeah, he's world renowned.
I don't recognize him as an expert.
Yeah, so you think he's in on it then? He's some sort of conspiracy theorist.
He's not world renowned. You know what he is? He teaches kids about astronomy.
And you're a kid who needs to learn about astronomy.
Okay. But this idea that he's some world renowned scientist, what the fuck has he ever discovered?
I would argue he's probably the world's most famous living astrophysicist.
Dude, he doesn't even do astrophysicist. He
runs like one of the largest observatories in America.
He takes around tour groups of children and shows them around. It's other scientists that actually run it, that actually look at the telescopes.
Well, he's the top guy there, though. He's the one in charge. He runs the places. But so you don't trust your top space daddy, though? Is that what you're saying?
He's not a scientist.
Okay, he's not a scientist. Yeah, I agree, but he plays the role of one. That's for sure.
Yeah, what has he ever? Yeah, just like Bill Nye. What has he ever discovered?
This guy is a flyer. They're just LARPing.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Okay, I'll look it up. I honestly don't know a single thing he's discovered. What has?
But Drew, to respond to your original claim, I've been on many plane flights in my life. I never saw curvature. What now?
What's that?
Yeah. Besides, airplanes have curved windows to match the contour of the plane, so you're looking through curved glass. I'll share a quick picture of the curved glass. Hold on, Drucifer.
Oh my god. Okay, but if it all curves at the same rate, then it's gonna look. That's not gonna make the Earth look curved.
So the Earth looks flat?
Because isn't it funny how when you're on the ground and you're going up, it doesn't look curved, even though the window's still curved. It doesn't, according to you.
Yeah,
it doesn't look curved. You don't see the curve when you get up in the air.
I've never seen curvature from a plane.
Because you haven't looked outside the window in an airplane.
Yeah, I only ever get a window seat.
Pretty sure everybody's been on a plane in here, okay, buddy?
Well, then you have seen it. Yeah, look, you're on the fucking ground.
And I'm probably more obsessive than the average person with staring out the window most of the flight. I love that shit.
So you've seen it then?
No. Seen a flat horizon.
Then you're not that observant.
Maybe you should go look again. But, there you go. Just goes to show. Your subjective interpretation of what you're viewing is correct, but my subjective interpretation of what I'm seeing is incorrect.
Right.
Maybe we should move to forms of evidence that are not dependent on subjective interpretation, possibly.
Hey, Travis, I don't have any measurement numbers
in this investigation.
Nah, I'm good.
What'd you say, Non?
I got no measurement numbers, man.
Nice. Okay. Well, keep looking. Maybe you'll find something.
It's good. Do you have any measurement numbers that I can use?
I'll share a quick 4-minute video with you. Oh, you already saw it, didn't you?
I did. I watched it.
And so when you go to measure for curvature and you don't find any, that would be a measure of flat.
Okay, so are you taking into account refraction or no?
So I already addressed this. So one of the lights was 9 feet, the other 15, 22, and 30. Refraction would raise all those lights the same amount. It would, if let's just be super generous and saying that it's raising the light 9 feet, like the first measurement. That would mean the 32-foot measurement in the back would now be 23 feet below the horizon. So what you guys are doing with these is you're looking out. What they typically do is they'll look out on a hot day when there's heat above a lake and the water's being evaporated up and everything's distorted. They say, "Oh, look, Earth curve." But when it's super cold and crispy and your eyesight is everything's sharp and everything, that's when it's just perfectly flat. You get no distortion, no curvature. It's just flat.
You know about the Bedford experiment?
So you're going to go to something from the 1860s and what?
No, it's data recorded in the 1800s that proved that the Earth was flat, and then using.
So what were the measurements?
Let me confirm that if you. I want to.
I mean, I'd like to see pictures though. Oh wait, and are you accounting for refraction in the Bedford one, like you asked me?
I haven't accounted for refraction yet, and without refraction, it's flat.
Okay, well, cool. I agree.
Yeah. And then once you account for refraction, I want to see if it's still flat.
So is this our Earth inside chat? Is that our Earth?
That's a pretty wild. What are you asking about that, Drucifer?
Is this our Earth, or what's your model for the Earth then?
I am globe gnostic. I don't have a model. I know all I can really claim is that the globe radius, diameter, circumference, they've all been falsified hundreds of times over. I'm not required to have a model. Like, you're not required to be. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You're not required to be a Democrat or a Republican. I'm not required to be a glober or a flat earther. I just don't know what we live on.
You already said that. So
No, I didn't already say that. I didn't.
Yeah,
I never mentioned the words Democrat or Republican in the last 6 hours.
Excuse me, Travis.
So all the pilots that have gone around the Earth that were claimed to have, they actually didn't, right?
So, I mean, I could share a video of 27 pilots saying it's flat if you would like.
Well, but if one travels one way and then they come to the same city from the other direction.
Circumnavigation, sure.
Then that would be an idea that they went around the globe. So it's not just...
Who did that?
There are some pilots that did that.
So circumnavigation on a flat surface using a compass is 100% possible. It doesn't prove or disprove either model. But what are you saying, Nan? You got something?
Wiley Post did it. Jerry Mock did it. Steve Fawcett did it. Richard Rutan did it. Gianna Yeager did it.
The refraction model that I was going to use to calculate it takes in the Earth's radius, which you don't believe in, so I can't correctly calculate this data without it meeting your expectations.
Fair enough. So we're back to you got nothing, basically. Is that right?
Wait, what was that?
Basically, yeah.
Why do the artillery need to make corrections?
So that's a lie. My next door neighbor is an 85-year-old Vietnam vet who was an artilleryman in Vietnam, and I asked him if they accounted for Coriolis. And he was like, "What the fuck's Coriolis?" He's like this grumpy old vet. He's like, "What the fuck is that?" We count for wind, weather, and that type of thing. That's a total urban myth. Nobody accounts for spinning Earth. No snipers or artillerymen don't account for that.
What was his job?
He was an artilleryman.
But an artillery has like a team. So what?
Right. So if you actually look into the Coriolis equations, that's some high level physics shit. There's grunts out in the fucking field aren't accounting for Coriolis doing physics equations. Okay.
You're not answering my question.
They'd never get anything done, man.
What was his job in the team?
I don't know.
Like 4 or 5 guys.
I don't know, but those guys would need to know each other's job in case one of them was killed. That's how that works.
Not necessarily.
100%. That's exactly how it works. If the fucking targeting guy gets killed, then somebody needs to step in to do his job. They're all trained to be able to do the same job, and they do not account for a spinning fucking earth under their feet. That's ridiculous.
I know, because like the loader and the scout are like the loader and the spotter.
Are you going to pretend that's like super complicated or something, and like you couldn't do all those jobs?
They're in totally different locations.
Bad argument after bad argument, man.
Yeah, he's going over schematics. Come on. It's
schematics.
There's no Coriolis effect, dude. It's fucking bullshit.
Actually look up a Coriolis equation, and then let's stop pretending that people are doing that under fucking military fire.
It's just based on the premise the Earth is rotating anyway, which you're going to have to prove, which you're not going to be able to.
What they're actually accounting for is spin drift, which is they'll have curving kind of grooves in the barrel so that when the shot comes out, it spins and it doesn't twist and do flips in the air. It'll stay pointed forward. That's what they do have to account for. It's called spin drift. Like how a baseball pitcher can throw a curveball, they put a little twist on it.
Yeah, the Magnus effect.
When we were talking about Earth curvature amounts, Drucifer, were you here for any of that conversation? How much it's supposed to curve over distance?
No, I just got here.
Do you mind if I ask you that question?
What question?
You're at a 6 mile wide lake looking across. You go to the beach. Your friend is on the other side of that lake. How much curve do you think there's supposed to be across that lake?
I don't know how much. I just know there is.
How much do you think? Take a guess. Couple inches, couple feet, couple 100 feet.
It's irrelevant. We're just because we're not.
Hold on. Why is it irrelevant? That's the whole point of the conversation.
We're not talking about the amount of the curve. We're talking about if there is a curve or not.
No, we're talking about an amount. There's a very specific amount, and if that amount's wrong, then all of.
Because you're trying to make the standard of evidence higher, but whether
no. Me asking, hold on.
But whether there's 1 degree or 10 degrees, both of them show a globe.
So, a 6 mile wide lake requires 24 feet of curving drop across that distance. Okay, I'm not asking for something crazy. So all we want is measurements that this 24 feet of curving drop is there. That's all.
I don't care about that. I just want to know if there's any curve at all or no curve. Because if it's flat...
Well, that is how you would find out. That's how you would find out. You'd go and measure for that.
I don't need that. I don't need to know the amount to know if there's curve.
Yes, you fucking do. Stop being a moron.
No, you don't.
Of course you need to know what you should expect. so you can
you don't need to
check
know
the
the
results
exact
you get
amount.
against what's expected. This is just moronic.
Do you think that sailors know the knew
We're not talking about sailors.
over
We're not
100
talking
years
about
ago,
sailors.
like 200-300 years
We're
ago,
talking about geometry.
400 or 500 years ago?
We're talking about basic geometry.
The exact you're being annoying. You're just talking, mumbling in the background. The exact distance the Atlantic Ocean was when they crossed it. No, they didn't. But guess what? They were.
No, I would say they did for sure. I would argue they did know.
They were still able to get across, not knowing the exact.
They were able to get across because they were using the stars as a map. It was very well mapped out, and to do that's a whole nother topic. But to do any of that math, you require a flat baseline. So you have to assume a flat Earth to navigate.
Measurements. That's just something you say when you want to raise the
So,
standard.
Christopher, here's a question for you. For your
raising the standard of the artillery guy. Talking about
Christopher, so I'm giving you the task to go out and attempt to falsify the globe. How are you going to go about that?
I don't care what task you give me. I don't need to abide by how you what you require.
Right, so you're a waste of time. Should we put you on mute and move to someone that's smarter?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just admitted to it. You admitted to just
I'm not gonna be ordered by you guys. I'm not arguing the way I want to argue.
You're supposed to be engaging in an investigative discussion regarding this topic.
I make the arguments I want to make. I don't make the arguments because you demand.
Yeah, all your arguments are shit. You started with fucking airplane windows, looking at airplanes, seeing curvature. Trash argument.
Whoever posted the airplane windows actually proved me right.
Up your game, man.
Basically proved me right.
Okay, you're just clearly too fucking stupid to engage with.
Hey man, that's not nice.
Someone else wants to speak to that guy. Take it off mute. What was that, Nan?
Yeah, that juice ain't worth the squeeze. You can't get anything from him.
It's just like a word argument at that point.
Yeah, it's like, hey, dude, you want to challenge the globe? No. No, I don't want to challenge anything. I'm only here to make bad arguments and tell other people they proved it.
Yeah. You're not going to tell me what to do. Okay.
Dude, do you want to try some science? Nah.
Hey, that line, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. That was one from one of my favorite movies until he became like a raging libtard. I first heard that in Heat from Robert De Niro. He said, "Was the juice worth the squeeze?"
Yeah, like you can't get anything from this guy. Like he freaked out over someone saying you've been here for hours. Like he went on like a 10-15 minute rant about 40 minutes versus an hour.
What are you talking about? That was not me. Guy. That was not me, buddy. And that was 5 minutes of ranting. You good there? That's kind of mean. Really? You're just going to go quiet after making such a bad statement?
There it is again. Freaking out all over again.
Okay. Let's own up to it, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I own to my mistakes.
Did you?
Yeah. I've came to the conclusion that I'm unable to prove it.
Oh, okay. Good for you, man.
We simply disagree with the math that we both provide, and there's no reasonable way I can prove to him my math if he doesn't agree with it. So it's just pointless.
Oh.
I respect it. He believes what he sees, and I can't tell another man what he sees. We would need to go in a fucking spaceship together to probably have an agreement.
No, you wouldn't. You could just go to like a 5 mile wide lake, really, and look for like the 16 feet of curve across a 5 mile wide lake. That's all you really need to do. No spaceship necessary.
No, wait, can I say something?
Yeah.
If you're trying to measure the curvature of the Earth, measuring 5 miles.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Can I speak? or are you going to interrupt?
Probably interrupt.
So, okay. 5 miles is going to give you the curvature of the entire Earth. That's
how much curve is there supposed to be in 5 miles?
Can I finish my sentence?
No. How much curve is there supposed to be across 5?
Listen. You got a problem with speaking. I'll come back and maybe your manners will be better. Good luck.
Travis, that was rude.
What a little girl.
You were getting mad people and talking over you, but you talking with someone else. That's rude, man. You can't do that. That's not fair.
I know. I'm bad. I'm going to go spank myself.
Oh, you guys have such bias for each other.
We've been in here for a while. See the people that come in here and the same people that come back in here. So it's.
I get it, but like, you know, even if you believe what they're saying is wrong, right? You should at least let them speak, whether it's right or not.
You don't want to. You got nothing to say. You confessed that you had nothing.
I wasn't saying me. I was, bro. Do you not have critical thinking skills, man? I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the previous lad.
We have known trolls.
Been here since day one. Now the hell you're talking about?
Is he not understanding what I'm talking about, Travis?
Yeah, you're useless, dude. Just put yourself on mute.
What are you talking about?
You got nothing to add to the conversation.
I simply made the statement: you shouldn't tell someone, you shouldn't talk over someone that's talking. And
then do it. Then follow your own logic. If you think that's true, follow your own logic. Maintain at least try to maintain some kind of logical, consistent worldview. You'll sit here and bark at the mouth that somehow you think other people shouldn't do something, and then you do the thing you think other people shouldn't do. You're a hot mess, dude. You're like, your worldview is hot garbage.
Bro, what are you talking about? I'm simply saying you shouldn't talk over someone that's talking.
Then don't do it. Then
you did it to me.
Then maintain that. And don't do it.
I'm not doing it right now. You see how I'm not talking over you?
Dumbass?
You see how I stop talking when you talk? You see that? That's, you know, because it's me letting you talk. He was just directly talking over him.
Nan, did you have any measurements of Earth curve for us or not?
Like I said, I'm unable to prove that to you because you don't accept any of my measurements, and I can't do anything about it.
You haven't actually given any measurements.
I don't. Huh? I have. I talked about the data that is used to combine to get an exact measurement of the Earth. Not an exact measurement, I'm sorry, God forbid. An educated guess.
Show me your single best favorite measurement.
Satellites.
Show me one. What satellite? What's its name and what does it do?
I'm
not going to Google anything. I'm not going to Google your
Google Earth. There's Google Earth.
Google Earth is based on a sphere, a Mercator map, a cylindrical Mercator map is what Google Earth is. It's not based on a sphere, so that's not going to count.
No. But technically speaking, if you look at Google Earth and you account for all the distances of what it has on the website, you can get an idea of how big the Earth is from that, a radius per se, and it wouldn't be accurate, right?
Then if it's not accurate, why use it?
It's an educated guess based on the information we have.
I don't like educated guesses. I want to know. I want measurements, exact measurements.
We have to disagree. We have to disagree, man. I'm sorry. I can't. Like I said.
So that's your best. That's your best you've got is look on Google Earth. Is that really your best?
No, my best I got is using photos of the Earth that we have to calculate a radius that we could guess based on what we have of photos of the Earth, because we have a pretty decently, nicely, contracted aspect of it. And if you don't agree with that educated guess, I can't do anything about it, man. I'm sorry.
What's your best photo of the Earth?
Huh?
What's your best photo of the Earth?
I don't have an exact photo of the Earth. I was referring to the photos we have to conjugate range. So going from one spot to the Earth to the other side of it based on what we have. And then you can take that range and try to use it. But if you disagree with that range based on how it's calculated, then I can't do a thing about it. And it's pointless to even use that as it's not fair to use a number that I believe in, but one doesn't believe in. It's just I can't directly prove that number based on down to the T data. It's infeasible to use.
Nan, I tagged you in one of the most famous pictures of the Earth it's one of the most downloaded and viewed images on the internet to this day. It's called the Blue Marble. Can you take a look at that real quick, and you'll see that there's copy and paste clone clouds on it. Take a look. So there's a reason why we don't trust those images, because we find that over and over and over. Do you see what I'm talking about, how I tagged you in that? You see those clone clouds?
Okay, I see it. I mean, I wouldn't say they're clone, because if you look at the red,
those are identical, bro. Those are identical.
If you look at the red right there, that's not identical.
Well, because it's partially overlaid on another cloud underneath.
Okay, so there you go.
So that's why we don't trust the images from space, because we find shit like that over and over.
You don't trust images from space. You don't trust. You look at that and you see reasonably, all right, that looks suspicious, right? Those clouds look really, really similar.
Oh,
that's just your opinion.
Reasonably, that looks suspicious.
We're making it educated. Those clouds are cloned. Okay.
You are. There you go. See, you made an educated guess, and that's your opinion on it. Whether it's true or not, you can't prove.
Oh, now it's an opinion. So it's not an objective fact. There's copy-pasted clouds right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, he said he did it. He said he did it.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, he said he did it. Wait,
can you prove it?
I really need to fucking go into Photoshop, cut them out individually, silhouette them over each other for you to get it, or what?
Yeah, for me to go find. If you want me to go get the exact measurements to believe the radius of the Earth,
did you struggle with playing fucking dominoes and matching up the same patterns or something?
He's having a bigger issue though, because even the image itself, when you look at the Earth doesn't look anything like the image that you're protecting.
What are you talking about? What comparison are you making it from?
The Earth looks nothing like that image is a misrepresentation of reality.
To what extent? I'm sorry, I need the comparison you're making the comparison to. When you say it doesn't look like Earth.
Yeah, because the Earth is not curving. It's not in motion. Water doesn't stick on the outside of spinning balls in a vacuum. So that image of the Earth as a ball in a vacuum. Well, there you go. Now you're gonna.
I don't want to jump into. I don't want to jump into that. You're going really, really deep into how gravity works, how all that stuff works, and
No, that's you. You're saying gravity. I never said gravity.
You just said, how does water sit in the open on a sphere in
I didn't say how. I said it doesn't do that.
It doesn't do that? That's okay.
Can you show
Sir,
me?
I'm not going to engage in that. No, thank you. I'm sorry.
There you go. So it's a misrepresentation of reality.
If that's what you believe, man, that's all you. I'm just not going to jump into that worm of fucking that's multiple things there that would need to be explained, and I really I can't.
All right, run away. Yeah, run off.
I'm not running away. I'm just letting you know it's pointless for me to go on and yap about that because it's going to lead to just a disagreement that doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, run off.
I would rather prefer to stick to the original opinion of
and follow. Remember the maintain. Maintain.
This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing.
Logical, consistent worldview.
This is what I'm doing.
You can't do anything with this conversation and put yourself on mute and follow your own idea.
Hey, Chris, listen to me.
You understand that speaking slowly is a very high predictor of Alzheimer's?
Chris,
it's very trying to get this guy to follow his own worldview.
I think you're having a hard time talking.
You're still talking. You said you wouldn't. You're still talking. Try to maintain that last thought you just had. Is that you have nothing to add to the conversation.
Let me explain it.
And you can also follow the one where you don't interrupt people who you disagree with.
I'm constantly
this guy ever shut the fuck
in
up?
your
God
head.
Damn.
Try to maintain that thought in your head.
If you're talking about maintaining thoughts, you just compared me to Ice. You just compared me to Ice J less than 15 minutes ago. Your comparison.
Maintain that thought in your head as long as you possibly can.
Wow.
At least try.
Travis brought to me an image of the NASA blue marble,
and you said you had nothing to add to that conversation.
God damn,
you're tapped out, dude. You got nothing to add.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I was going on about
out.
I was talking.
I'm not understanding what this.
Has been speaking for 15 minutes straight.
For, man.
Crit, you've been talking for 10 minutes straight.
Dude, you just got here 30 seconds ago. You don't know what was going on 10 minutes
ago. It feels like half an hour.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up and let the other guy speak. God damn.
No, he can't speak. He just said he had nothing to add to the conversation.
Say that. I had nothing to add to the conversation.
So go away, put yourself on mute, try to maintain
Dude, are you really being serious right now?
Consistent worldview.
Travis, come on. Even you realize that he's being insane right now. I was talking about the NASA blue marble, and he was pointing out
you've got nothing.
He's putting you over his knee, and he's spanking you.
No, he's not. He's just talking over me.
You confessed. You said you had nothing to add to that because of somebody else.
The guy on Xbox.
It's somebody else's fault.
Clouds, and the guy on Xbox is talking about the water not sticking.
Anything to a conversation.
Dude, I didn't want to go off topic. I didn't want to go off topic from the conversation.
Okay, then run away.
Was about the clone clouds, and he's claiming that they look the same. And if you look at the image on the red, they aren't the same. And then he claimed that they're overlapping each other.
Yes, you got nothing to add to that.
I was waiting for his response.
By you.
I was waiting for his response. I was waiting for his response.
So try to maintain that logically consistent worldview that there's nothing you have to add here. That
what are you talking about?
Worth the squeeze.
You're speaking out a rate of speech that is associated with Alzheimer's and dementia.
Shut up, Iceberg.
You need to get checked.
Crit, I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. You're so off topic.
Try to maintain. This is what I'm telling you. Try to maintain your worldview.
What worldview are you even fucking talking about? What are you talking about?
Got nothing to add to this conversation.
I do. How are these clone clouds? They don't look the same.
That.
Travis, tell me.
Try to maintain that idea as long as you possibly can. The longer, the better.
Travis, come on. Answer. You brought up this conversation. Answer the questions for it. You brought this up. You brought up this picture of the Earth and the clone clouds, and you said that
he already told you the answer. And
he did not. He did not. He told me his personal opinion. His personal opinion was they look cloned.
So you honestly take a look at those yellow clouds again, outlined in yellow. You don't think those are identical?
No.
He said no.
You said the Hawaiian Islands was a
ice turd. Shut up. No one's talking to you, turd fish.
And you weren't talking to me.
Hey, I'm talking to Nan, turd fish.
Why should I give a shit?
Ice turd. Shh. So, Nan.
You don't give a shit. You get muted. Pretty simple.
What's up?
I feel like you're just not being... It's okay to be like, yeah, I guess those are clone clouds. They are exact. It doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. It's just a level of honesty. Like, you can look at that and be like, yeah, those are identical.
They're not identical. I can see multiple different similarities to each comparison. They do not look.
Let's jump over 2 clouds to the right. The ones outlined in green. You don't think those are identical?
They have similar shapes, but they're not identical now. I mean,
this is where, man, you let me down, bro. It's like I just wanted some honesty, man. And
I'm being honest, man.
You're not being honest, dude. And an honest person would look at that and be like, "Yeah, fuck, they photoshopped it." Okay, well, that sucks.
If you look at the right of the image, the cloud to the right, the green one. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see how there's more white. If you look at the one to the left, there's more blue. They're not exact clones of each other. They're similar, but they're not exact.
Hey, spoiler alert! The photo is actually photoshopped by NASA. Okay.
Okay.
So waste your time trying to argue your way through this. It's fake, dude. It's a photoshopped photo.
Can you prove it, bro?
Yeah, let me go find it. I'm sure someone else probably has it.
Yeah,
you don't need to. Don't worry about it.
Image
got nothing to add to it anyway. One way or the other. You could bring him a direct quote from Robert Simmons. He wouldn't understand it, and he wouldn't be able to add anything to it.
So when that image was released, it was on the internet for 6 years. And then so many people started calling it out that 6 years later, they released the Robert Simmons, where he said, yeah, I created that in Photoshop.
Can I have proof,
this game's standard screen on the original iPhone.
Yep.
Okay. I'm
really not like really. You're gonna die on
you guys
that
are just
hill.
saying opinions, but you guys haven't dropped any information. These are not identical. You're telling me. Let's be honest here. Look at.
So now you're just being dishonest, man.
Are you fucking having a proper psychotic meltdown? Like
no, bro, because I haven't.
This is like a litmus test.
I think you are. I could literally grab a toddler off the fucking street, ask them, and they would say, yeah, they're identical. So what's the deficiency
I could grab a
between you
toddler
and that
and ask them what blue and red is, and they might fucking mistake them. What type of comparison is that? It's like fucking
just because a toddler can make a mistake on some other fucking topic doesn't mean he's going to necessarily get this wrong. This is basic, man.
It doesn't mean he's necessarily going to get it right either.
Hard level fucking cope. This is some hard level cope. It's so sad because Travis put it to you that you can concede that these are indeed identical as anybody with functioning eyes can conclude. It doesn't automatically mean the Earth is flat. You can still keep your globe after making that honest concession.
I'm not even talking about the globe or the Earth. I don't give a fuck. I'm talking about how you guys are claiming that these images are cloned.
It's like,
clouds are cloned.
If you can't see you're a deluded religious zealot from your response to this, then I don't know what will ever show you.
I don't believe in religion, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm telling you that those images are not
irony. You're the most religious person on this fucking earth.
What are you talking about,
and you can't see a single shred of it in yourself. Like you're so religious, you're going to deny your direct senses in the most obvious conclusion that, you know.
I'm using my eyeballs.
I could take these clouds out of context. I could pull them off that image, and just put them side by side as themselves, I could take them to any person on the street and ask them, "Are these identical images?" And they would say, "Yes."
So those differences in each highlighted photo that they don't.
I can go on Google Images right now. I can find two identical images, or I can just find the one image and post it to you twice.
If we
and
look
you'll
at,
say yes. You'll say these are identical. This is identical. That's identical. That's identical. But when it comes to this, oh fuck no, we gotta go deep dive, right?
If we look at the purple image to the right, the one to the bottom right. Look at the near the end of it, the circular area. You can see that it's fulfilled.
I mean, just do us a favor, man. You got
if you look at the one to the left,
you have Photoshop.
I do not.
You don't have Photoshop. Do you have any image editing software?
I do not. No.
Like, let's just objectively prove to yourself that you're a fucking religious zealot in hyper denial right now.
I think you're using the wrong.
Go get an image editing software. Take the image, overlay them. And then continue to spaz out to yourself with this denial of the most obvious.
Do they have the same? Do they have similar shapes? Yes. Are they exactly the same? No.
No, they have exactly the same shapes. You will see that if you go and overlay them. Exactly.
Are we going based off shapes or cloud?
Which is pretty much a non-occurrence in nature. That anything just has an exact same shape to something else.
Here's another one. Here's the Blue Marble 2007. Whoa. You check that one out. I just tagged.
That's what I mean. I mean, you want to sit here and deny that, and then you want us to take you serious.
It really is a litmus test. It's like, is this person honest? Can we have just a little bit of honesty in this conversation or none at all?
It's fucking pathetic, man. I'm a person of science. I'm scientifically minded, but you fail the most basic.
When did I ever say that, bro? Dude, you're the one saying that.
No, but you obviously believe it about yourself. You think you're on the side of science. You think you're on the side of scrutiny and skepticism.
I'm on the side of logic, man.
Oh yeah, logic.
Yeah,
okay.
Like, this is what critics try to get out of.
You can't even maintain a logically consistent worldview internally.
You couldn't even maintain who you were talking to, bro. You fucking confused me with the Ice J fucking like 20 minutes ago. Like,
it's kind of easy to confuse those two retards. That's for sure.
It really isn't. That's all you, bro.
So we're supposed to. So like, you fail on such a basic question, right? And we're supposed to trust that you know how to interpret data sets from GPS systems and all of that. We're supposed to trust your cognitive functions in that area when they've failed worse than like a 2-year-old.
What's the basic question? That those clouds are not are exactly.
Now, can you actually give me a response? Like we're supposed to trust your abilities to assess far more complex situations when you've basically tripped over your own Velcro straps here.
I mean, I can't even send images. This is so retarded. I've shown you in those.
The whole point of this, Dan.
Never gonna get a response. Anyway,
I'm talking to you. I'm showing you that the purple images are not exactly alike like you claim they are.
Yeah. What was that? So the whole point of this, because you said we have images of Earth from space, is that we can't trust those images. So what else do you guys have?
You can't.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
I'm saying
I'm telling you that's fine, and I'm telling you why we don't trust them. So,
I said earlier.
So what's your next best?
Like I said earlier, I fully already acknowledged I cannot prove it to you because we have disagreements on the data and images that we believe of. So it's impossible for me to give you a valid explanation that matches all.
Follow that logic. Follow that.
What the fuck are you talking about? I am maintaining that.
Dude, you're squealing, bro. Chill.
Because, bro, this is like rage bait.
Dude, you're squealing, dude. Chill. You're embarrassing yourself.
Dude, I have nothing to be embarrassed of.
Dude, you just squealed like a little pig. You're like, ah!
Because I'm hearing retardedism into my ears.
Dude, just stop squealing. Nan, do you believe irrationality exists in the world?
Rationality is opinion-based. It's personal. There's no exact definition of rationality.
You don't believe in logic, then?
Take it as personally, as what you're saying?
Do not compare rationality to logic. Two different things. Logic can be used in rationality, but it's not the same thing.
So someone says to you, 1379 is a logical sequence of numbers.
A logical sequence of numbers? It can be, yeah. If it follows a pattern going up by a certain amount of numbers, if it goes... What? If it's 137, right? So if it goes up, if it goes up
make up anything you need to weasel out of any accountability.
How about you make a better comparison, bro? That was a garbage comparison. You should have said if numbers are randomly generated, based on every 1,000, that would be more comparable than 1237. What the fuck is that? So every fucking 3 numbers, it goes up 1, and then on the third one, it goes up 4. It goes up 3, 2, 1. Like logically.
I wasn't saying there was some pattern to how they increase.
You didn't say there wasn't a pattern either. You didn't say it wasn't one either.
I was just asking you: is it a logical sequence of numbers?
It can be, yes. That was my question. It can be. You know what that means? It can possibly be. I didn't say it will be. It is be.
What would be an irrational sequence of numbers?
Numbers are randomly generated.
Can be logical.
So take a 20-digit number, right? Randomize it every 1,000th. That's unrational. There you go. Because now you're using
it's logical. By your reasoning, it's logical.
Does it follow a pattern?
No, it's logical, bro. You just haven't discovered the pattern yet.
Okay.
This is the type of shit conversations.
It's not. I'm saying you're saying there's a pattern. No, bro. You just claim there's a pattern on a random formula. You just claim there's a pattern on a random.
Yeah, I don't care, man. I'm moving on. Right?
Okay, that's all you, bro. You lost that one. That was an L. That was dumb as shit. What you just fucking said.
Dude, you just sound like a child.
Am I?
Yeah. You're just
your opinion.
Everything everybody's saying. No,
I didn't repeat a single thing he said. He made a dumbass example of pattern and how it's not logical. And then
are you friends with Ice Turn?
You can't even identify two things that look the exact same. Like
they don't look the same. They have similarities. They have similar shape,
weasel.
But they're not exactly the same.
Apparently you're a man. Apparently you're a fucking man. But you're such a pathetic weasel
So are you just
instead of just admitting that you're a weasel about it, and you don't want to admit they look exactly the same?
He's got socks.
You want to latch on to this other shit.
You're the one that's claiming. You're saying they look exactly the same, but they don't. They look similar. They look really, really similar.
They do look exactly the same. You've even refused to go and do the investigation that would demonstrate they're exactly the same.
Do you know exactly?
Go get Photoshop. Go get fucking Photoshop and just overlay them on each other. Why aren't you doing that?
I did.
Why don't you want to do the part of the investigation that's going to demonstrate you're full of bullshit?
You talking about the photo?
I did. They don't look the same. I did. They don't look the same.
Okay, post it.
I can't. I don't have images.
Send it to me.
Okay. Is this the Fantastic Earth comparison photo he's talking about?
Yeah, the Photoshop picture of the Earth.
Yeah, total Photoshop. How is it not Photoshop?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's admitting these clouds are not exactly the same.
That's fucking insanity, bro. Like, you can't. There's that's worse than a fucking military presentation from North Korea, like just photoshopping its fucking hovercraft in everywhere. That's really bad.
Yeah, the problem he thinks if he admits this, right, that's 1 point to flat Earth. So it's more likely the globe is not real, but
it has nothing to do with that. I'm just pointing out that the images are not exactly the same.
Being weird.
Yeah, Nan, you're not the first. You're not the first deluded fuck that's come through these channels, right? That we've had to deal with.
That's your opinion, man.
This pathology is not fucking new to us, right?
I already sent it to you,
you're
bro.
just hyper denialist of objective reality because it doesn't fit what you want to believe in.
I already sent it to you.
Whoa.
Okay.
Dude, stop, bro. You're glitching out. Repeating yourself like that? Chill, dude.
Yeah, dumb fuck. That's not what I asked you to fucking do. I never asked you to just fucking zoom in on them.
No, they're the same though. They're the same though. Tell me.
Software, cut each cloud out and overlay them on each other without changing their proportions or anything like that.
And if you did overlay them on each other, you would see that the one on the right would overlap.
You just zoom in on the picture.
Oh, now he's posting in chat.
Wow. It doesn't even need to be verified.
No, it's not. If you physically can't see the difference between those images, you're delusional.
Schizophrenic?
I hope not, man. I hope not.
Neither do I. I hope not either. Shit.
You see how you guys just result to these persons.
This is what he posted me.
Don't be dumb, and we don't have to do that.
If you look at the image on the left right here, you can see that the clouds are more spread apart. If you look on the right, they're more spread away.
That's because he just grabbed it, photoshopped it, and then fucking just plunked it down.
Sorry, what? He just pulled it down? I thought they were exactly the same. So how can that be?
Can go either way, man.
Okay, so they're exactly the same shapes. I'm dumb for not seeing the exactness of it, but when I point out differences, you just say that it was edited down.
It's like if a person was making this image, they would either copy paste it directly, or they could even do the rectangle thing, and it'd be the proportions might be slightly different. But I'm not down down to the micron. I don't care. It's still the same pattern.
My point. So you prove my point. I said the images are similar.
Here, sir.
I said they were similar, but they're not exactly the same.
I don't know.
And he said they are exactly the same.
Just by eye, it's all you need to just look at it once.
Yeah, by eye. If you by eye, they are not exactly.
Dude, you're freaking out right now. It's really weird.
I'm not, man.
You need to not do that. See, I had a dad at one point, and if I did stuff like this, I would just get backhanded, and I wouldn't do that shit anymore, right?
I'm sorry about that.
Maybe you just needed a father. I think.
That's some.
No, sorry for you, Nan, that you never got that experience in your life.
Yeah, it's a good learning tool. You shove enough driveways, you end up just not being an asshole.
That's how manipulation works, buddy.
It's a tablet.
How manipulation works.
Yes, if someone has an opinion on something, you beat them and you prevent them from having that thought or process anymore. That's a manipulation.
So,
come on, bro. You just brought up a point.
We know you're a soft male. We get it.
Yeah.
What about me? We want to know about me, man. Anything you want to know?
How old are you?
That you're very soft, basically.
Okay. What do you got going on? What are you doing with your life? You got a plan?
No, let's not.
I do soft.
Skip that. Personal information. Let's leave it.
No, whatever. It's fine.
I
do software engineering.
Yes. Do it. Just nothing. Don't.
Okay.
No personal information.
I'm in.
No one gives a shit what you.
No, he obviously did because he asked me. He obviously did because he asked me. He obviously did because he asked me, Craig. Come on, bro.
Dude, stop repeating yourself. You just said that 3 times.
I did because he obviously
glitching out, dude.
Yeah.
Chill.
Do you know what repetition is used for?
Dude.
Primarily when it comes to It's just meant to drill in certain facts, like, you know, so people accept
yes.
it. Like,
Correction,
no, it's not
yes.
about correction. It's about like encoding shit into people's minds, like just repetition. Like
a form of correction.
It's not correction. It's a form of repetition.
Like your father hits you when you did something wrong as a form of correction, so you would do the correct thing.
It's a form of manipulation and trying to force it onto somebody.
Sharia law.
Hey, Nan, I got a question for you. Do you think taking a child's smartphone away is emotional
hold on,
abuse?
I'm sorry, my headset just died.
Doubt it.
Do you think taking a child's smartphone away when they've misbehaved is emotional abuse?
Sorry, his dad took his cell phone away.
Yeah.
I'm on aux cable right now. I can't hear
You
you.
just saw it happen right then.
I just conveniently can't hear right now. That's fine. I'll wait until you can
Tablet
hear
kid.
again. I'll ask the same question.
Hurts. Oh.
Where did you find this guy, Travis?
Dude, I think he could be Turdfish's like boyfriend or something.
He cooked him up just for you.
Turdfish.
You and me go turd fishing in the dark.
It just goes to show, like, this level of denial.
Okay, I'm back.
NASA really doesn't need to put any effort into anything they put out.
Yeah.
You guys, you had a question for me?
No.
Okay. Defense rests, Your Honor. Objection, relevance? I'd like to treat this witness as hostile.
Do you live near any lakes? None?
No, don't worry about it where he lives. It wouldn't matter anyway.
Well, I gotcha. I understand.
Completely worthless to try to figure out where this guy, anything about him.
I was just trying to humanize the issue and make it, like, you know, connect on a level that would be like less volatile.
You can't, dude.
No,
Crit doesn't understand what that is. He doesn't work in that, right? Even though I've been humanizing it the whole time, Crit is more of a yelling type of folk.
I haven't heard him raise his voice once, to be honest. That was you squealing like a little piglet earlier. You're like,
he slowly talks like you're a child.
Well, you're kind of.
I mean, he can barely keep in track who he's talking to, and just confuses people from.
I wouldn't worry yourself with what Crit can and can't.
I don't. I really don't.
Responses you've given about this image, man.
If Crit is about 10 levels above you. If you got into a technical conversation,
worry about, you know.
Well, if Crit has the schooling, the degrees I do, then it's all him, bro.
What kind of degrees?
None. Bring up something technical about the globe and try it with Crit and bring up something high level. See what you got and see where he takes it.
It's not my level of education over there. I don't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He couldn't even try.
About what you
it's not about if I couldn't have tried. If I don't know anything about something, I'm not going to make statements about it that I don't know of.
Well, if you came into a job interview with me and I showed you that image and you responded the way you responded, you're not getting the fucking job, bro.
Well, thankfully, I don't work for you. So.
Wow.
Yeah, and thankfully, anybody you're getting employment with is giving you them tests.
Thankfully.
Because you'd be fucked.
Thankfully, you aren't. I'm not even going to say that. I actually work with data manipulation and looking at patterns.
Comprehension skills, massive failure.
I mean, you're missing your comprehension skills if you say those images are exactly alike. I never said I made the original assumption.
You know, you've devolved this entire conversation.
I don't fucking care. Like, yeah, okay. I'll even give you this point, right?
Yeah.
Which concedes my entire point of exact sameness. Because it's supposed to be depicting on a spherical surface, there might be some distortion between each of the clouds, right? To give that effect of curvature. So they may not be exactly 100% equal.
Okay, there you go. I agree.
Pretty much 99.5% exact, right? Where do you find that in nature? Show me it.
I wasn't disagreeing with that. I simply disagree that the images were exactly alike. You said the word exactly. You should have said they're really, really similar, and it looks really, really
matter. You're still at the range fault. You'll still deny that they're fucking fault.
I didn't.
You'll still deny the overall point that this is photoshopped garbage.
I can't prove that.
Not
I can't
reality.
Prove that.
Not a depiction of reality.
That's the opinion, man. That's what I've been saying.
It's a misrepresentation of reality.
Like, yeah.
Well, so it's just sad. You guys are sad as fuck, man.
I mean, that's your opinion.
How do I maintain the global belief? Oh, I'll just deny absolutely everything that contradicts it.
I did not deny it.
Can't even concede these most basic, fakeries.
I already gave up I told Travis earlier that I simply cannot describe or beat his conclusion, and I can't fight it. And then he made this conclusion of these similar images, and I just point out the fact that they aren't exactly alike, and I got disagreed to up until now. And since you just informed me,
the whole point of bringing them up is to show that fucking CGI manipulation is being used.
That's not proof,
formulating these images that are presented to you as reality.
The same way I showed.
Fucking point.
The comparison you make, going to Google,
do you understand that or not?
The radius of the Earth, taking a screenshot, sending it to you, it doesn't prove anything because you don't have the actual proof behind it. The same way Travis.
On any other day, speaking to any other person in this world, not flat earthers,
yeah,
they'd show you this image and you'd be like, "That's a beautiful image of Earth from space." A beautiful, real image of Earth from space. That would be your conclusion.
Your issue is you can't prove it's fake. Same way I can't prove the Travis that the radius of the Earth is correct. You can't prove that image is fake.
We've given you the point.
You've given me points. Same way I have given Travis points that I apply is that the range is correct, but it doesn't make it exact. And if you're going to play about the term of you need exact measurements, I need exact proof. No, I was just making a comparison. That you can't
we haven't even gotten into the conversation of what do you actually compare any of these images from. You've never actually seen the Earth as a sphere from space.
Nope.
You don't have that direct experience. What do you actually compare any image you're given in this regard to? You just compare it to other images given to you from the same sources.
Do you know innocent?
To tell you this is what it looks like from space.
You know, innocent until proven guilty, real until proven fake. Unless you can physically prove it's fake.
Have you experienced the Earth as a sphere from space? Yes or no?
No, I have not.
Right. Thank you for the honest answer. Right.
Okay.
So you don't have a first-hand experience, right? And again, this is not like some point to be ashamed of. This is what all human beings share. None of us have this.
No,
this perspective of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we have nothing to reference it against.
I can prove to my own eyes. No, I do not.
You said it's real until proven fake. I disagree. No, seeing as how many times they've lied, we've caught them in hundreds of lies. It's fake until proven real.
That's your personal opinion, man. I'm sorry to tell you that. Unless you can directly show me the proof.
We've been lied to so much by these people that we just have to err on the side of caution at this point.
I get it, man. I agree with you, but you need to prove to me the lies. I can't just take your word.
Do you find yourself getting catfished a lot in life now?
No, I do pretty good in terms of that. Why do you?
That wasn't an answer to the question.
I don't have an issue, no. I don't have any issues.
Oh, okay, because your fucking faculties work in that regard.
Such a flat planet, but it somehow has gravity. Oh, such a flat planet.
Like, your original opinion was, same way that I can't prove to you my radius numbers because you guys don't believe in the calculation I used. You can't prove to me your opinion on whether something's fake or not without proving it's directly fake. And it's just as simple as that. You can call me dumb for not believing.
The only reason you have to believe it's real is belief.
I don't believe it's real, but I also don't believe it's fake.
Well, we just gave you a point for why you should question the validity of
it. Okay, but your point was opinion based.
So
your point was opinion based. Your point was they lied to us.
There's nothing that could be presented that would get you to take a critical point to any of this.
What's the critical point? It was just opinion. They lied to us, and then that's it. You didn't tell me what they lied about.
If the clouds, right, are not enough to convince you that, maybe I should be skeptical of this stuff.
The clouds are similar, yeah. That's weird. That's weird. But I've also seen
it's weird. Yeah, that's all we're trying to point out. It's fucking weird. It's weird. That's the point. It's weird. So what other weird shit is there? And then once you've got like 100 instances of weirdness going on, maybe you should start taking a deeper dive on everything that's coming out of these institutions and organizations.
I get it, but that's
I got another one I just tagged you in. Can I get your thoughts on that one? These ones were like 5 years apart. Can you just take a glance real quick?
Are you saying
very similar formations right there? Yeah, they look very alike. They aren't exactly the same though.
Oh, wait, so yeah, his name shows up as Woot when you tag Nan, whatever it is.
That's not me. You're tagging a completely wrong person.
Okay, well, I don't know what's going on. Do you see what I'm talking about, though?
They look pretty similar, yeah, but I wouldn't say they're exactly the same. Similar cloud formations are also pretty normal.
No, they're not.
You haven't seen two clouds that look alike in your life?
Never in my life have I seen identical clouds in the sky next to each other. Never once, ever. And I don't believe you if you claim that you have. I don't believe you. Okay, of course.
That's your opinion, man. That's your opinion. Now, would I say they're exactly? Actually, let me
remember what's supposed to be the reality.
Let me retrace that. Let me retrace that.
These are supposed to be cloud formations. These are supposed to be cloud formations spanning hundreds, if not thousands, of miles, right?
Yeah.
You have certainly never seen such a thing in your real life experience.
I've seen similar clouds. Like I said before, I said the same. That was wrong.
Similar clouds. Yeah.
I've seen similar clouds that looked almost the same, but they had key differences. Same thing for his image. They look similar, but they have key differences.
Yeah, and what like, how big do you think these cloud formations are?
They're massive. Those are like thousands of miles right there.
Yeah, they're massive, right?
Yeah.
One's from 2002, one's from 2007. Come on, bro. Years apart.
I mean, the Earth itself has similar cloud formation, so it's really not that. It's not that.
Yeah, again, you have no basis for that claim.
I do actually. If I go look into it.
No,
I'm not going to though.
A basis for such a claim would be you floating about in space at a distance far enough away that you could just watch the cloud formations over time.
I guess, yeah.
It's like a childish tit for tat thing with you. Like, you can't just be honest and be like, "Oh yeah, man, that is fake. That's fucked up." It's like you just want to deny it because
I'm not denying that it's fake. I'm just denying that something as simple as that. I don't want to use that as the premise because it's really, really, really it could be explainable. I don't know. That's not.
Have you read the accompanying Rob Simmons interview with it? You read like from the horse's mouth, the man that actually created the image.
You mean it was taken? It wasn't created.
He said that was fake.
I didn't say that was fake. That was wrong.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you for your opinion on what's going on. I'm asking if you've just read it.
I have not.
Was that a no?
He said, I have not. So I would assume that means no.
Yeah, I didn't hear him. I missed it. I was just clarifying. Right, so no, you haven't. Right. Go and read it. Go and see what he says.
Go see
how he says, we, colored it and did all these other things to match the expectations of what Earth looks like.
I'll go take my time and go read that.
Yeah. This isn't a secret, bro. They don't deny it, right? They actually explain to you how they do it. That's why you're seeing copy-pasted clouds in these images. They're not claimed to be single raw photos snapshotted from space, bro. They're not.
Exactly. I don't know why that took so long to say. I think several people have missed that point. If you want to look at the one that they do claim was a film photograph, I think that is the original photo they took in the 80s or whatever when they took the original
photo missions. Yeah,
I posted that. You will not see any clone clouds. And notice, and that's important because if you're claiming clones, it does matter because if they have to create clone clouds because in order to cover up the deception, then clearly an older photograph, an actual photograph, not a composite of cloud imagery data, cloud data from satellites.
Okay. So I just found out, actually, I did not know this, that the blue marble images are actually not complete photos, they're composites.
The original one is a real photo, I think.
The original
That's what we've been trying to tell you, man.
Okay,
that's what we've been trying to tell you.
That makes a lot of sense now because when you go to compare the new images, they're composites of other photos and thousands of photos they have taken and combined together, which makes sense for the similarities you see in the cloud formations.
So they weren't. That photo was released, and then 6 years later, they released the Robert Simmons story saying it was a composite because so many people were calling it out. They're only let people know it was composites as a way of running defense when they got called out for their lies. That's what's going on with that.
Is that true?
No, they're explaining it. I think
6 years later.
That's what. When the first images were released,
I'm pretty sure you can find an explanation in between the 6 years of composite imagery. Yeah,
Blue Marble was released 6 years later. They released the Robert Simmons interview and said it was a composite because so many people were questioning it.
Hold on, you ever see a magazine? You ever see magazine covers?
No,
no, never. Stuff on the photo. So when they take these, and not just magazines, big photographers will do a bunch of different photos, and then they might create a composite, or they might do MIDI edits in order to make it.
Why does the National Geographic do that with elephants and tigers and shit?
Here's why. Because
you don't see why doesn't National Geographic do that with elephants, tigers, and zebras?
Just shut him up. He's just going to ramble. We don't need you teaching us about this. We already know. We already know, bro. Just go on mute.
That was so biased of you guys to do that.
No, we know. We can tell him. He probably learnt all this through us, bro.
Dude, that's insanely biased, man. This is
the same way you just learned about the Robert Simmons interview through us.
That's not the compare. He was making his opinion and what he believed, and you guys.
Yeah, I don't care about his opinion. Robert Simmons literally tells you how he takes thin strips of data, right? Very thin strips imagery of the Earth and other data that's not even imagery, and then purely creates a globe image out of it. It's not from there is no globe imagery involved in him creating the image of the globe.
So those photos are.
We don't need Ice JJ in here coping and going, oh yeah, but photographers in there, they actually do take photos, but then they alter them and then they fix them together bro, we don't need his cope mechanism and his rambling. Okay, we've had multiple conversations with Ice JJ. We're interested in having conversations with people that we don't usually get to talk to, like you.
All right, so. Those are composite images, right? And he, like you said, Travis agreed with me, but Travis claims that they never told anyone when they first came out that they were composites, correct?
It took 6 years before it came out. NASA released the interview with Robert Simmons because people were calling it out.
So if I directly found source that proves that it was talked about back when it first dropped, would that make you believe.
You're gonna find a source for an interview that didn't take place.
No, not interview. But normally when when photos get released, they usually come with like an explanation underneath, or especially I feel like if NASA's dropping an image of the Earth, I would hope that in the description when it's dropped, they talk about it being a composite, right?
Sure. So that image was the first image on the iPhone 1s. It was the home screen. Go ahead and find me an article from that year saying it's a composite. Go for it.
I thought it came out 2002. The iPhone came out.
Dude, whatever it came out. Just listen to what he said.
Exact, I just want to be exact.
See now, like what you're learning, you're making it out as if this is giving you more confidence in their methodology.
I didn't say that.
But it should be giving you less confidence in their methodology and the validity of anything they present.
All I have of now is what you guys told me. So if I go and find out that they didn't come out with that information, then wow, that's disappointing. That's unfortunate.
Now it's your chance to go look.
I am, and you guys so relax.
Cool. Go look. That's what we ask people to do. Actually, fucking look.
So coincidentally, Greenweaver, that sex in the clouds is also written in the exact same style as it was in the sky for the Lion King. I think it was the Lion King in the stars. I'll find it. It's written the exact same way, though.
No, and all we're attempting to point out really with all of this is there's problems here. There's issues. There's further questions that need to be asked and given answers for. I mean, that's not a surprise, Travis. I mean, all this shit's coming out of the same company, so.
Right. Yeah, I've got another one where somebody overlaid them, and it was like the same artist messing around. The Pluto dog's face on the planet Pluto is the one that still, I look at it and I'm just like, oh my God, I can't, unfucking believable that people still defend that one.
They distracted people's attention with when they downgraded Pluto from planet status. So everyone cried over that for a decade.
Yeah, what a coincidence. Pluto the dog, his face on Pluto the planet. And I believe that it was the same year, or within the same couple years that Disney came up with the Pluto character. Let me look this up before I...
Okay, I got it. Found it. If you look at this this photo here, this is the Wayback Machine going back to NASA's website in 2002. And you can see they directly call the photo composited.
Okay, cool. So you don't have an Earth.
That's not the same one.
Image of Earth from space.
Oh, you said they did. You said 5 years later they claimed
that's not the same one. That's not for the blue marble from the iPhones.
Okay, what year is that?
I don't know. You have to look it up.
What?
You totally took a picture of a different globe, and then you're like, "Oh, I got you." That's not even the same fucking picture, dude.
Okay. The original iPhone used a composite image from 2002, so this is the image right there. That's the 2002 one.
No, that's not the same one as the one I posted.
That was the 2007 one you posted. That wasn't the one that was on iPhone.
No,
You said the one that was on iPhone.
I'll post it again since you seem to have a retardation problem. Hold on.
Obama's the guy who, when the photo rolled out, he did a press conference and called it a single snapshot from low Earth orbit.
I don't give a fuck what Obama said. I care what NASA's website.
Yeah, he was a shot caller. He's the guy in charge of NASA.
Travis, that's the NASA Blue Marble from 2002. That's what the title says, right? The thing I posted is the one from 2002. So either your image,
do you not see the fucking different globe on the image that you posted?
Well, it must be wrong.
Are you? Is there shit in your eyes? Do you need to wipe something out? Are you? What's going on? It's not the same picture.
It's totally different.
Are we arguing about the Wayback Machine? This is the one that got posted in 2002. So either your image is showcasing the wrong globe, or that's the only possible explanation, man.
Or they have multiple images from the same fucking year, dipshit.
I'm sorry, what'd you
say? I think you're looking at what ICE posted. Nans is below that.
Yeah, thank you, man.
It does look different, though. It's a different image. Like there's more shadows at the top of the.
I think
globe.
the edited image the image that Travis has in the screenshot. I think that's just a little bit blurrier, but I think those are the same images.
I guess we can look for the copy-pasted clouds to see if it's the same image.
Look up the Robert Simmons Blue Marble interview release date. That's specifically what I was talking about.
I understand that, but Travis, you told me that they never said anything.
That's what I was talking about was the Robert Simmons interview specifically. And I said those words.
Travis, you told me that they didn't say anything.
I said Robert Simmons, the Robert Simmons interview from Creating the Blue Marble. That's specifically what I said was released 6 years later.
And
so look up that date.
You said NASA got called out for the image, so they released the interview 6 years later, and they told everyone it was composite.
I don't see Robert Simmons' name anywhere in that.
Sir, bro, come on.
Show me where it says Robert Simmons interview. That's specifically what I said.
You specifically said that they released the Robert Simmons interview because people questioned.
And is that the Robert Simmons interview that you shared?
What?
Did you share the Robert Simmons interview?
If I would have shared the Robert Simmons interview, I'm just proving your point. No, I don't, dude. This is bro. Please.
That's not the Robert Simmons interview that I said was released 6 years later.
Travis, you're trolling. Travis, you said to my face the reason they released the Travis interview was because people pointed out that NASA got caught lying about the image being a composite. So I went back and I visibly showed you from the first time this image touched the internet that they said it was a composite.
Where does it say Robert Simmons in that interview or in that thing you linked? Does it say the name Robert Simmons?
It doesn't say it. Does it?
Okay, thank you.
Robert. Oh, it does. It does say Robert. It says enhancements by Robert Simmons. It says it right there. It's in the credits. It's right there, buddy. There you go. Right there.
At any rate, whether they did or didn't, preface that. They don't do a lot to, to alleviate the myth, you know, the misconception that ends up coming from this sort of imagery. It's like they just, oh, it's fine. Let the public's imaginations run wild. They don't need to understand it. Like, and there's like people like Neil deGrasse Tyson who comes out and actually says, no, you should inform the public when this stuff is not actually, you know, what is not the dinky die. You should be telling them because it detracts from the actual beauty of what you could be experiencing, right? And the real photography and all that. Like, so you got Globers on your own side who will call that out and say, "Hey, that's disingenuous," right? Yeah, you put in fine print at the bottom, artist's impression, or composite image enhanced by Rob Simon, whatever, right? It's not. How about not allowing the public to run with that and make out like it's some sort of freaking, like, who pulled Obama up and said, "Mr. President, that's not actually a photograph. You've just made a fool of yourself." Nobody, right?
They should have. I'll give you that, but it doesn't mean that NASA did it on purpose. That was the whole point. The whole point you guys were trying to say is that they kept this information hidden until someone said something, and that's not true. It was right there in the first date it was published.
It doesn't matter. Maybe there's been a mistake here. Fair enough.
No, even still, like, you thought it was a full image of Earth.
I did, and then I found out because he told me to go watch the Robert.
NASA's propaganda worked on you.
No, I just wasn't born yet. He told me to go look at the Robert Simmons interview, which I did, and which is public from 2012. Yeah, I'm 19, man. And I went and looked at it, and then in that interview, he talked about it being a composite. So Travis actually led me to the information I needed to know. I wasn't taught this in school, so I wasn't aware of it. It wasn't my degree of study.
Yeah, and that is how the image was presented to the world. The average person, if the information was available on NASA's website from whenever, from its very moment of, when it was produced, the average person wasn't going to check that fine print. They took it at face value as being direct image of the Earth from space.
It's not really in the fine print, but I understand what you're saying. There is a big misconception.
The propagandic intention of NASA with it.
There is a big misconception, right? That this image is a full photo of Earth. I'll give you that. But for you to sit here and say that it was done purposeful is a baseless claim.
That's the mission goal. That's the goal, right?
Sir, it's a baseless claim, though. Now we're back to the original point. It's your opinion that you think they did this on purpose. You think they purposely did this on purpose, which I understand. That's like, Obama.
It would be so much easier to take one single picture instead of hundreds of satellite passes. Much cheaper. No, it wouldn't. There's a reason why they can't do it, because they're faking that shit.
But no, my friend, there's a reason they
it's fake and gay.
All they got to do is go to the Smithsonian, pull that piece of shit out from the Apollo missions, go send it back up there, take another picture. It would not be expensive.
But why do that when you can make composites of it based on satellite images?
All of this shit is far easier to fake than it would be to achieve in reality if it was possible.
He just said that they can go grab.
It's not even really.
Why do all that and spend all that
this
extra
shit
money when you
is
can
so
just use the
ridiculously easy to fake? Because they've got to give you some type of convincing story, Nan. Be a pretty fucking shit lie. There's got to be some theatrics involved to it. You think NASA's going to come out? Yeah, we just made the whole fucking thing up. It's completely arbitrary data. We just give you fucking images of what you think Earth will look like. You think they're going to come out and say something like that?
Obvious. I agree. I agree with you, actually.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not.
Sorry.
Like I said, I'm not trying to claim that NASA or the U.S. government or whatever didn't purposely give people the idea that it was an actual photo of the Earth. All I'm simply stating was they never directly lied to you. If someone did the research and time to go look into it, they could obviously see that it was a composite. It was officially posted as a composite.
You know the irony of most deceptions in this world, Nan? they never really directly lie to you. They lay out everything they bullshit you with. People are just too lazy, too ignorant to go and look.
You're right. I completely agree with that statement. And also, people don't understand.
They usually outline shit in the fine print somewhere, and generally all conspiracy theorists are the people that went and read the fine print and are trying to share that information.
And the question, I agree.
But there is hours of examples of very, very suspect footage and imagery that NASA has released involving people in the scenery, right? Like fading in and fading out, glitching, green screens, glitching in and out of the scenery, just like all sorts of weird stuff. Things like where you'd see their shirt sticking out, like there's a wire attached to them. Like they forgot to edit that bit out. Just like all sorts of weird stuff. One in the 80s, they tried to release this, what was claimed to be footage of an actual shuttle, right? One of the shuttles, deploying a satellite into orbit, and a guy's head pops up in the background. And they tried making out like, say, oh, it's some kind of reflection. It's it's all good. It's real. Like, yeah, bullshit, guys. Just own up. And it's just absolute crazy shit.
T-Dub, listen, I can't agree or disagree. Like I said, I don't know. Honestly, I'm not aware enough. I don't know much about that. But my main point here was when I say I believe something, I believe it because there's no way to prove that it's actually fake. And for this one instance you guys gave me this situation. Obviously,
that's a bad way to go through life, man. You shouldn't just automatically be believing.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean believe it. I said if I can't disprove it,
means to falsify it, right? I mean, the expectation here in this regard is completely unrealistic. What would we empirically need to prove to you that these images are just fake, just generated in image editing software in their entirety?
The same thing that Travis would need to
capture a NASA employee and fucking tie them up and have a gun to their head. Is that the standard like you expect?
I mean, the same standard that
there's
Travis
no possible
holds me to
way
getting that range
we could
data,
prove this.
I hold you to
without a shadow of a doubt that it's fake. You just have to figure it out for yourself.
It's incredibly foolish to believe everything you hear until it's proven fake. None.
You're right. That was a horrible statement you said. It was better me say I'm not going to assume something's fake or real unless I can prove it. So if I can't assume it, if I don't know based off facts that I can visually see or visually prove to me, then I can't say whether it's true or not.
That's a much better way of going about life in general, instead of just believing everything you hear unless you can't prove it's wrong.
That's what I meant to say. Honestly, that was really poor of me to just spit that out like that. So I apologize. But like I said, I was simply disproving the fact that you guys originally stated that, they didn't tell no one. Because that's wrong.
Fuck, dude. I said the Robert Simmons interview was released many years later after they started talking about it. Okay? That's what I said. The interview was released. And it was 10 years later.
You did. And then I asked you afterwards. Listen, I asked you afterwards. I'm like, did they not tell anyone when the image first came out that it was a composite? And
sure, there was a fine print that I was unaware of.
It wasn't fine. It was in the big text.
Okay, but still, like I said, 10 years later, the interview came out where he admitted the whole story about it.
Give me the win, bro. Come on. I have one. Let me get one.
Let him.
Thank you. Okay, that's it.
Give the baby's bottle.
Finally, thank you. I worked hard for that.
Nah, bro, look. Do you remember the astronauts that got stranded recently?
Recently?
Allegedly.
Were they Russian or Chinese?
It was Americans, I think. Or one Canadian, one American. Yeah, it was a woman and a man, right? They went up on the Boeing, and then they couldn't come back because Boeing's went south, and they got stuck there. Apparently, SpaceX couldn't come and get them. NASA couldn't come and get them, so they were stuck in space for months, right? And you remember that on their triumphant return to Earth? Remember all that hoo-ha that in the media over it and all the footage?
All that
how they were supposed to have been, the helicopters were like 30 minutes out, next minute they're there, and the dolphins came swimming up to the capsule, right? And everybody online that saw it just not everybody, but a lot of people were calling shit out that just didn't look right with that shit, right? Including a lot of Globers. They were going, come on, NASA, that is bad. You's really stuffed up here. Like, it was just it was like something out of a soap opera. You know, like, it was just crazy.
It was corny as hell. I know what you're trying to say. And listen.
Yeah, it was corny, yeah.
And then
they had, like, the people were calling out, like, the inconsistencies and the flaws in their suits, like zipper boots and stuff like that. It's like, how's that going to protect you from the vacuum of space?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said, I can't prove that it's fake. I can't prove that it's also real. So in my eyes, they got, you know, I need that. Same way you guys need that range proof. I need that. If I can't see it.
Oh. Hey, will you check out this 45-second video I linked, Nan?
Yeah, I got you.
Will you check it out real quick?
Yeah, I got you.
But that's good because you've realised it's not a good standard, right, to rely on, right?
Oh, the rat video? That's funny.
And that there probably is better standards that you could rely on, right, to put forth any sort of, you know, taste that you think there is for the globe.
Yeah, I know. I saw a SpaceX launch. It's pretty cool in person.
Hey, T-Dub, speaking of that, of those astronauts that were stuck in space and we were waiting for SpaceX to come rescue them, you remember whenever they were posting pictures? Because they were stuck in space during Christmas. And they somehow
that was last year. Wow.
They had their Christmas supplies ready to go. So they put on their Christmas hats and they had their Christmas lights and they took pictures while they were stranded in space.
They did.
I just thought that was so cringe.
Actually, no, I have one thing to say about that. They were actually stuck at the International Space Station, which probably carries all those objects.
Yeah, but they were complaining about how they were going to die if they didn't get supplies. And
they were low-key. They were low-key.
Oh, yeah.
They were low-key doing this, but they were at the International Space Station.
You know what else the International Space Station carries? A jersey of every freaking football team.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Well,
too,
how are they wearing the winning jersey?
Exactly. Come on, guys. We're smarter than this. Can't let them trick us.
Actually, I gotta look at that. That might be kind of funny to see.
Did you peep that video, Nan?
Yeah, watch the rat video. That's one big rat.
Or it's a small studio mocked up rocket.
Exactly.
But yeah, normally I think that thing is like, I don't know, 12 feet wide or 22 feet, something crazy.
SpaceX Raptor engine. Let's see.
See, Travis, one of the biggest issues I have, right, when disbelieving like space shit, is the idea that every government is like in on it.
Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow. But you know, when people make the conspiracy theory that there's a one world government coming and the new world order is coming, I would say it's already been here for like 50 years.
But why do they fight each other then? Like, why do all these issues?
I don't know, man. It's a bunch of fucking psychopaths.
That's what happens. Like, that's one of the main reasons I believe a lot of the space stuff is because I feel like I think the government, each country's government, right? They're shitballs. And also, it gives the government too much credit to think that they're so uniformed of each other with their personal values and greediness that they would all get together for just one particular lie that doesn't really make much money.
They all got together for the COVID nonsense. They all got together for the Antarctic Treaty. Man. They all got together for Santa Claus. I mean, they have no problem getting together for some things. So lying about space, it doesn't surprise me they're lying about that either.
I don't think most countries got on board with the COVID thing, especially America.
Are you kidding? Dude, that shit was worldwide, these assholes trying to mask up everybody and stick needles in their arms. That was everywhere.
America was way behind on like in terms of going for the mask stuff and blah blah blah.
Dude, no, I don't know, dude. I'm in Hawaii at the moment, and they were fucking Nazis everywhere here. Every store you went into, people were freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like you have private businesses, right? And they want to enforce these policies like masks and whatnot, and then it feels like you're basically stripping away people's freedom because of that. But at the same time, it's not really freedom because it's private places. It's a whole issue like with that one particular problem. I do think I kind of can't say like the whole masking was like doing too much, but I did disagree on back when COVID happened. I did disagree on the idea that children should be forced to take a vaccine to go back to school. That was actually something I went to that was something that I was personally experiencing and I didn't want to do. So I see what you mean. I see what you mean about that stuff.
Well, I'm glad that's something positive from this conversation. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't have to take it. Because simply, I hate fucking vaccines. I hate the flu shot. Every time I get it, I get sick.
Enough of that.
It's horrible.
Let's not talk about what happened back then because we're on YouTube.
Okay.
The powers to be will censor us.
Imagine thinking that all these governments hate each other, but somehow they can only get along in outer space, and then think they couldn't all be in on it. The one place where they can only get along is the one place that doesn't exist. That's why they can get along there. Same thing with Antarctica. They seem to get along with fine, just in Antarctica in low Earth orbit. Everywhere else on God's green Earth, they fight over the smallest, stupidest shit all day, every day.
I mean, are the politicians really fighting? Because it always just seems politicians put out their talking points, and then the commoners fight each other, or fight, the citizens of another country over them things. The Antarctic doesn't even make sense. Like, why would you need to cordon off an entire fucking continent for environmental purposes and scientific reasons, right? You could just make a section protected, and then just go and exploit the natural resources of the rest of the continent.
Now, whether or not you think that, it's the world's a stage, these are all just actors, two wings of the same bird, etc., etc. People often forget the publicized efforts of some of these leaders to actually bring about peace. Look at Carter. A lot of them were dedicated to trying to stop war, to get along. Reagan with Russia. You seen all the photos of Reagan and, is it Gorbachev, getting around together? Laughing and slapping each other on the back and having a good old joke and a yarn, they're not enemies. Just look at their characters together. They are genuinely happy around each other.
What's going on?
Iceman, these sad attempts, right, are just boring.
What's boring? What happened?
I was speaking to someone else, Bruce.
Well,
Kennedy was calling out the secret society stuff in his own country right before he got assassinated.
Yeah,
that's a strange thing.
Eisenhower's like, beware of the military-industrial complex. Beware of these systems of using science and authority to push agendas. And he's the guy who signed NASA into law, whose vice president was Nixon, who later was a shot caller for the Apollo program, who also he didn't endorse Nixon either.
And what said members of said NASA said Nazis? Am I wrong on this one? Maybe I missed a class on that one too. Just double checking because I've been.
Well, it was more than just NASA. It was the CIA. Oh. Yeah, it was a MK Ultra. It was called Operation Paper. Yeah, it was called Operation Paperclip. That they brought in all kinds of war criminals and gave them state funerals. Yeah, it's not just NASA, so that it's not just one part of the executive branch. After World War II, the executive branch was almost fully taken over by World War II war criminals under the conspiracy theory called Operation Paperclip. NASA was just one part of that, a very small part of that.
Fuck.
Yeah, well, from what I've heard, like America weren't even really that invested in fighting Germany and protecting Europe and all that. Like they're really just like they're you know, it was the whole Japan, you know, like thing, you know, Hawaii, all that. That's sort of really when, you know, they entered the show, really, isn't it? I guess they would have dedicated some troops and that to help out, but I mean they weren't really like, yes, we must. They weren't scared of Hitler. Nobody was.
I thought. I correct me if I'm wrong here. Any of you American weirdos, right? But I hear that apparently fucking Hitler never died. Like apparently there was like some search effort put on for him. I don't know how many millions were spent, but apparently there was like released documents where they spent millions trying to look for him after the fact. Is that anybody? Can anybody verify these claims, or am I just talking hot shit? Anybody know? Ah, guess not.
I don't know. It's probably a topic we don't really want to go down that road anyway. It was just I don't even. Yeah.
Wait, I got a basic question that touches on the nature of what it means to verify. What do you think? Do you believe that the Earth is millions of years old?
No. Why would it be only millions? Billions. Right?
Millions. I don't know. Could be. Who knows?
I'd say billions. Yeah. Not millions.
Right. Billions. So not like a few thousand years. You agree with carbon dating?
It could be.
I mean, it could be. We haven't gotten deep enough for carbon dating, I don't think. So you never know.
You don't have what for carbon dating?
They haven't gotten deep enough.
We haven't gotten enough data.
But yeah, like essentially, in order to actually tell how old the Earth is, right? You'd have to go to the lowest source or whatever of carbon dating, try to look at it there, would you not? So I assume we haven't gotten that deep yet to actually tell whether it's only 1,000 or a billion. So it's anybody's guess, really.
How do we arrive at billions?
What the fuck are you talking about, Bruce?
But we arrived at billions because of... What am I talking about? Just keep up with the conversation, man. I'm talking about trying to figure out how old fucking Earth is, or at least this guy is. And the reason we went with billions is because we're using, like, other things around us, like known asteroid fragments or pieces that have been collected, carbon dating on that, carbon dating on just general shit like that. And I know I can't say anything about the moon, but yes, they carbon dated the rocks there too.
And I believe, and I'm with you, but you see how getting something like a measurement of a curvature or something like, radius numbers, all these are similar to getting something like how old. It involves a bunch of different types of analysis.
No, they're not even remotely similar.
Like, this is why you have the same radius, around the same radius numbers roughly, from people doing different types of different approaches. going out to sea, looking at the sky. Eratosthenes
similar in the sense that there's no evidence for either of those two things.
Had a different approach than the satellites, and then a different approach from surveyors, and a different approach from geographic modeling. All these
you're spurging out, Turdfish. Calm down, bro. Calm down, bro.
The same thing, similar to carbon dating.
It's true.
No, they don't.
What I'm about to say does not go against you, but goes against. She just fucking. Hello? I was about to say, what did I deserve a mute for? The fuck was that? Anyways, whoever just said carbon dating wasn't real, I don't know about that one. Have you got proof for why that wouldn't be real? The British folk, the British guy that was talking just a few minutes ago. Nothing?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about carbon dating. You were speaking of ice.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's you're who I'm talking about. If it was a joke, my bad. I was just double checking. I was going to say I was a little bit taken aback. In a server like this one, I can't tell if people are joking or not on what they say. So I had to double check.
What leads you to the conclusion that you're on this space rock blasting through the cosmos?
What else is there to believe in?
I don't know. When I go outside, I don't feel myself going 1,000,000 miles an hour through a vacuum. I mean, if that was true, I would be able to breathe.
If you put an ant on a tennis ball or a bee on a tennis ball and fire it relatively to the same speed, it'd cling on.
No, it would not. Dude, if I put an ant on a tennis ball and threw that tennis ball, that ant's falling right off.
Prove me wrong then.
Unless it's caught up in the hairs and the fibers on the tennis ball. Let's do like a pool ball. Let's put a bee on a pool ball.
I feel like throw it.
They're not going to stick to it.
You're right. My bad. Let me use a correct example. The microscopic organisms located on a pool ball would not fall off. That's the exact same size as we are to the Earth. That's all.
I don't know that they would or wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. That just doesn't. I'm not convinced by that. They might fall off. I don't know.
You're not kidding. I'm not saying that it would or wouldn't, but that's what I'm basing this off of. Us flying through a rock in the middle of space and fucking whatever it might be. I'm just going to point at other things I see IRL, like germs not falling off a cue ball. I'm going to say, hey, if I can throw the cue ball really hard and they don't fall off, I don't see why that's not possible for even bigger cue ball. Hey?
Wouldn't that also work for the example of like a plane moving through the air at like 300 miles per hour?
What, you mean like standing out on the wing? Is that what you mean? Or no, you don't mean inside the enclosed sealed system, do you?
Yeah,
you
but
think
gravity,
the Earth has a roof like... Come on, bro.
Yeah,
you think the Earth has a sealed roof like inside of an airplane?
We have an atmosphere, we have gravity. That's basically...
Atmosphere is not a sealed roof like an airplane.
You're right, but gravity doesn't adhere to atmosphere, and it still applied the exact same way that we're saying this. Even if there is an atmosphere inside or outside, cabin pressure, who gives a fuck about that? What's still being applied here is the gravity and us not falling off.
It's not equivalent. That's the point.
It's not equivalent, no.
Take the plane, sit in your passenger seat, strip the roof off, now you got something more similar.
And even if you didn't want to worry about like fucking... No, you do actually. Yeah, I'll just re-listen to what you said. Yeah, that is pretty similar if you strip the roof off.
You need more distance from your seat to the roof, though. You need at least.
Well, no shit. You're not going to find some cunt that's like 12 kilometers tall.
Just take the passenger seat, strap some engines on it, and fucking fly. Like, forget the fuselage entirely. Now let's see what you feel or not.
This is my most favorite convo out of this entire hour or 2 hours I've been in here. This was a good one.
Yeah, I hope it is. I'm the one talking. Silly's better than us calling each other fucking spastics or something, alright? So fuck it, I'll take it.
So the mainstream claim is that the Earth is blasting around the sun at like 66,617 miles per hour, something like that, like 1,000 times faster than a car on the freeway. Do you guys have, what makes you believe that's true?
Well, if I look at a plane moving around, if you look at the plane flying above you, that's going hundreds of miles per hour, it doesn't really look like it's going that fast, no?
I would disagree. They look going pretty damn fast. They cross the sky from one end to the other in a couple of minutes. That's a long ways.
But it doesn't look fast. Like, relatively to where you are, yeah. Like, if I had a car next to me speeding, that looks fast. But from so far away, the thing looks slower. Yeah, generally how it goes.
So what if that plane was going 66,000 miles an hour?
Well, generally, how this goes is, first off, you wouldn't see it. So, now, I'm trolling. If the plane was going 66, I don't fucking know, at the same speed of the Earth, then chances are it'd tear apart before anything of relative worth would happen.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just to think we're on a rock going 66,000 miles through a vacuum. It's like, how come the space void hasn't equalized with the pressurized Earth system? That's one I can't get my head around.
Because we got this funny little thing called the atmosphere. It's like a barrier between us and that.
It's not a barrier. It gets thinner as you go higher.
True. But then
So
what
how's
happens
that
if
a
you just
barrier?
outright remove it?
It's not a barrier at all.
No, but
It's
answer the question,
medium.
mate. What would happen if we removed the atmosphere? Go ahead and give me the rundown.
The space vacuum void would equalize with the air in your lungs and you would die.
So, what you're telling me is that thanks to that atmosphere, said void isn't reaching us, i.e. my lungs, which is what a barrier does.
But the globe has no barrier.
A barrier doesn't have to be physical, mate.
So what's the barrier? I mean, so when NASA shoots rockets up in the sky, is there a little door they're going through or something?
You can see
Is there a barrier stopping
during
them?
some rocket launches, you can see it break through the atmosphere.
Yeah, I hate to tell you this, mate, but like if you flew up there, we don't live in a snow globe, right? You can't tap the fucking glass dome. At least I don't see them doing that whenever there's shit going through the sky. So
You ever see like a jet break the sound barrier? It's not a physical barrier, but you can see it break.
I don't see anything. That's not a barrier.
Yes, it is. That's literally a barrier. And he broke through the barrier.
Look at this jet. This jet is traveling over at 900 miles per hour, which is almost 200 miles higher than the sound barrier, and it doesn't even look like it's
I was going to say, definitionally, he is right. It's literally called a sound barrier. It is a barrier by definition.
It doesn't even look that fast either in that video.
Hell, and that's not even one barrier. The Earth has like 8. Don't forget about the ozone, cunt. That one also protects us from radiation.
Yeah, the ozone's measurable. In fact, we just got it to the lowest gap in history, or modern.
But the atmosphere is also measurable. We've literally done it.
Yeah.
What's it called? A barometer. That's the one. Like, no, that's pressure, right? That is atmospheric, isn't it? A barometer? Or am I thinking?
Yes, the barometer, it measures atmospheric pressure, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, thought so. For a second, I was like, "Fuck, it's not an altimeter," but no, that's just altitude.
Shit, I need me a jet. I'm gonna go that fast.
Oh, it'd be fun. It'd be really.
I mean, the existence of the ozone layer is enough of a proof that there is an atmosphere. I mean, if even the ozone layer exists,
I feel like
where's the ozone layer start?
Well,
where does it start?
Where does the sphere start?
Let me ask you, Bruce.
What?
Yeah.
So, how much are you aware of the globe's measurements, diameter, radius, etc.?
Nope.
The diameter is 14,792 square miles.
I want to hear.
Okay, Captain. The next question I'm going to ask Bruce. I want Bruce to answer. I'm not talking to you, all right?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to help Bruce out, man.
No, you said, "Oh, my Captain." I did answer.
Bruce, do you need Captain to help you, or can I ask you a question?
I don't mind him. We're in a public VC. There's no reason to be rude about.
Yeah, I'm not going to limit myself if I'm in a public VC, so I am going to answer when I want to answer.
Captain, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Bruce.
Yeah, I really don't care who the fuck you're talking to. I'm going to answer when I want to answer. I didn't ask you. This isn't a discussion or a debate. I'm telling you what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I don't know why you're trying.
Well, then, okay, maybe another time, Bruce. I don't really. I'm not feeling this.
Well, if he can't control himself, we'll control him. We'll control his mic.
Yeah, this isn't a public room; it's a private room.
Literally, Bruce said I can answer the question, so I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
If you can't
but it's
control your
whatever
mic,
they want to do. It's their room. It's a private room.
Yeah. If you can't control your mic, and I will control it for you.
Oh shit, my bad. I did not realize I was in 24/7 flat Earth. I thought I was above this. My bad.
We should leave. Let's go back up.
Bruce?
Yeah, what's up, Matt?
All right. So you are at a 10-mile wide beach with your friends. All right?
Yeah.
Nice beach.
You're looking across the water. How much curving drop do you think the globe requires across that 10-mile wide distance?
If I put an ant on a glass, how much curve do you... Sorry, not an ant. My bad. A germ on a glass. How much curve do you think a germ can see? Because I'm willing to bet.
Flat.
Yeah, it would be about the same. I agree then, yeah. Same perspective.
Fair enough. So what do you think? It would be some...
If I can walk in a straight line the whole time from continent to continent and meet up where I started, then I believe that... yeah, it's pretty round.
Okay, well, hold on.
That's not to say I believe that it is flat yet.
So this 10-mile wide distance, right? So you think it's kind of like a germ on a bowling ball. So you think it's a couple micrometers of curve across 10 miles, a couple 100 feet? What do you think?
I wouldn't have a point of reference for that. I can't say I've looked at it enough to know the curvature shit, mate. I'm going to be real.
I got a coworker who probably asked that question.
You're asking.
So how big is the Earth that we've measured, Travis?
So, Bruce, would it surprise you that across 10 miles of water, there should be almost a 7-story building's worth of curving drop across it? 66 feet?
Yeah, that's if you don't understand how light...
Ice Turd, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, okay, you're right. But then I will now reiterate what he just said. What about the light stuff and all that?
Light reflection.
I don't know. I'm just talking specifically about a measurement. Like the Earth, we're told there's a very specific radius, so that means there needs to be a very specific curvature amount. For 10 miles, it's 66 feet of curving drop.
This is untrue.
What we want...
It's not a perfect sphere.
Hey, Ice Turd, please stop interrupting me, bro. I'm not talking to you.
Okay, whatever.
I just let him do it.
So all we want is just measurements or any kind of evidence that shows that there's 66.67 feet of curving drop across a 10-mile wide lake. That's all we want.
I just want to say one thing here, Bruce. When you answer this question, you cannot go look up the radius of the Earth because he doesn't believe that the data used to get that number is accurate.
I'm not going to, but I was going to answer it with, why do you need me to tell you these numbers? I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is flat or round. I'm just trying to be smarter.
I'm just curious if you knew. That's why I politely asked you if I could ask you a question, and you said yes.
Yeah, I sadly, like I've tried saying, I'm really, really bad with measurements and stuff. So I've said it like thrice before. I really don't know what to tell you, mate.
Okay, fair enough.
I only call it as I see it. Nothing more, nothing less.
So how high up are satellites?
I'd imagine past the point at which gravity starts pulling them down.
I agree with you, but...
As for, once again, the number, I don't know, probably more than 8 kilometers, surely.
No, I wasn't even talking to you. Travis guy. I mean, basically...
Well, you didn't really say who you were talking to, but my bad.
Yeah, fair enough. I wasn't clear. The speed at which we see satellites going through... Fuck satellites. The speed at which we see planets or stars going through the sky would suggest, if they're not that far away, because we live in a snow globe or there is a container ceiling.
What snow globe? Hold on. What's snow globe?
Hold on.
What snow globe? Dude, you just made a claim of a snow globe. What are you talking about?
The snow globe represents the idea that we live in a contained sort of, vague. You haven't given a shape, so it's the kind of It's to represent
closed system.
It's kind of a straw man claim, I guess. When you say snow globe, that's called a straw man fallacy, right?
And then I said, and when you say there should be a perfect 8 centimeter, 8-inch drop over, that's called a straw man too.
When did I say that? Hold on. When did I mention 8 inches?
You were saying there should be measurements that you should expect this.
So you said you made a claim of a snow globe, and you made a claim. Dude, shut the fuck up, dude.
Okay.
You made a claim of a snow globe and 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, Travis, hang on, Travis. First off, that wasn't a claim. He was helping me, somebody, or any of us, try to get the general gist of what he's trying to point out. He was using the terms.
You know what a straw man fallacy is? When he starts talking about snow globes,
I don't give a shit. Please don't come.
No, we do here. We care about it here in this room.
That's cool.
We care about
how you can go about doing that is instead of cutting the person trying to be I've been polite. I've been nothing but polite. Instead of cutting me off, let me finish and then continue. Then I'll give more of a shit. But if you're just going to cut and interrupt, come on, mate. Be for real. Be fair. I've been nothing but polite here.
Mr. Bruce, go right ahead, my friend.
Thank you very much. That's all I ask. All right. In the regard, I think Old Mate was just using it as an example to help us get the point across and to get the actual the imagination of what's being said in terms of it being a snow globe. Now, what were you saying about said snow globe? Even if that is not what we're directly saying?
No, we don't claim to know what those things are.
That's exactly why the next words that came out of my mouth was, or any type of sealed container.
Yep.
So if you just listened, you would have maybe heard that part. The snow globe was a kind of representation, abstract, of the idea that it is a sealed container. You are so slow. Okay, just listen. So
get to the point.
If you believe in that, the idea that
No, I don't. I don't believe there's a snow globe overhead.
Travis.
So, okay, but you also,
shut up,
you
Bruce.
also, and you
if
also
this
don't
clown
believe that
keeps talking about snow globes, I'm going to call him out on it every single time.
I didn't say it's a physical snow globe. I said any sort of sealed container. So you don't believe in that. Good.
We're not making
you don't
claim
believe we live in any sort of sealed physical container. That's what I heard you say. You said I don't believe in that after I said those words exactly. Did I mishear that?
No. I mean, technically, we are in a sealed container, technically, but it's just there is no physical containment.
Yeah. Right, yeah. So my point, though, is when
that's
it comes
a contradiction. That's a contradiction.
Okay.
No, it isn't. The fucking atmosphere, for the love of God, the atmosphere.
No, that's a contradiction. You said we're in a sealed container, but then there's actually no container. What'd you say? That's ridiculous.
When it comes
if I fill a room with air, what do you think? Do you think it's sealed or unsealed? If I fill a room that can't have air escape or get in, if I filled it with air, is it sealed or unsealed?
Well, why don't I ask you? What do you think Earth is? Is Earth a closed system or an open system?
It's a bit half and half with the ozone layer, mate.
Bro, it's not half and half, right?
Okay, that was obviously a piss take. Come on.
What is it? Is it closed? Do you know in physics, what is?
I'd say closed in the matter of thanks to the atmosphere and said ozone barrier.
So that means if it's a closed system, that means that matter can't enter or leave.
Okay.
It's an open system with regards to energy.
But that's why I specifically said...
No, it's either one or the other. It can't be both. But no, you're not going to make exceptions to the rules for certain states of matter and energy. Okay?
Whoever was speaking before, go ahead.
Energy can pass and come and go through a closed system. It doesn't need to be open for energy to pass through into a different system.
Well, by definition, if energy is passing through, it is open towards energy.
It's a closed system. Closed system in physics is defined as a system where which matter cannot traverse freely from that system to another system, but energy can.
Yeah, I was pointing out that energy can clearly go back and forth.
Right. An open system would be one where matter and energy is free to come and go. Both matter and energy is free to come and go. So what is Earth?
What?
What is Earth? Is it an open or a closed system?
Well, it's semi. Its climate is a closed system.
It's
I guess.
semi.
I mean,
like what? Like this guy doesn't understand.
Yeah, this is because you have a narrative you want to stick to, which has to contradict one or the other at some point.
You're right, but you're not really giving both sides here. Can I hear why it wouldn't be for you?
Like clearly we're sending things upwards like satellites, and they're moving across the sky at speeds that would entail if they were at low altitude.
Cool story, bro.
Speeds that are unimaginable. But we see,
cool story, bro.
Even that we can see them at far. Cool story. You can look up and literally see them. So the fact that you can't even
see lights.
you can't acknowledge what you can see with your own eyes, like our actual experience. You have to pretend like it doesn't exist.
I've seen lights in the sky. Yeah, I've seen lights in the sky.
Yeah, just don't look closely.
Yeah, I've seen lights in the sky,
don't look
bro.
closely at what those lights are. What do you think? What do you think creates lights?
Oh my god!
So if you zoom in on it and you see an object.
Yeah. What about it? Have you ever done that?
It disproves.
Have you ever done that?
It shows
have you ever done that?
Away than
have you ever done that?
Container would allow.
Have you ever done
also,
that? Ice JJ. Have you ever done that? Ice JJ?
I've looked at. Yeah.
You've zoomed in on them. You've zoomed in on the lights.
Yeah, I've looked at cameras that zoom in on the light.
Yeah, the liar.
I've seen satellites in the sky. Yes, you can look up. Look it up. You can tell
still just look like a light.
There's about like a million live streams right now from anywhere in the world. You can look up at the sky, and there's satellites that orbit us.
You can't tell what those lights are.
Yes, you can.
No.
And they orbit us.
Can I use my
you
own?
can literally live stream the takeoff from the ground. Tesla did this like 2 weeks. SpaceX did this like 2 weeks ago. They put a camera on it and it took off from ground into orbit.
Yeah, like cool video game graphics. The graphics are great.
Astronomers take see these things. They see
excellent video game graphics
crossing every day, and at the speed that you're saying, or the speed that we see them. The altitude that you're saying they cannot go ostensibly higher than. I don't know what that is.
You can't prove how fast they're going or how high they are. You're simply believing video games graphics and you think it's reality.
The fact that they appear to be going slowly when we look at them, but they transverse our entire sky, and then they see them in the next country in a matter of that would entail. They are traveling.
You can't prove that light isn't 10 miles high and only going 200 miles an hour. Dude, you can't prove that.
How do you think we know?
Dude, you're just monologuing. You're totally monologuing.
Satellites disprove your worldview. And you can't deal with observations that happen above us.
You can't prove their speed. You can't prove their height.
Handle the truth. And I think that's sad.
You can't prove their speed or height. All you see is a light crossing the sky.
I mean, you can. You just can't get close.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
No, you can't. So if the ISS was 20 feet long and 7 miles high, it would look like it was 300 feet long and going 17,000 miles an hour. You would not be able to visually tell the difference.
All right, but if I pointed one of those funny little cop, speed cam things, I reckon if I got clever enough, I'd be able to get it.
Keep going. I'm listening. You're pointing what? You're pointing something at a satellite and getting a speed? Is that what you're saying?
I reckon I could give it a shot, yeah. I don't see anybody else done it.
I would love to see it.
Good luck.
That would be cool. I would too. That actually would be. I don't know what the name of those fucking. You know what I'm talking about, boys? Can somebody interject here? Those fucking the fucking cops use them. You know what I mean? Fuck, they're like speed traps.
Yeah, your radar guns. Yeah, your speed guns. Yeah, speed cameras, speed guns, whatever.
I reckon if we get close enough for it to, surely, right? Could we get something out of that one?
Yeah, I doubt it, mate. I doubt it.
I mean, obviously not the handheld ones you're going to get from old mate fucking Greg the police officer, but if we made like a proper strong one, we'd give it a shot.
Look, the point is, like, the Globers bring up this stuff because they think it somehow supports this narrative that they're on a spinning ball in outer space, right? We're not making a particular claim about lights in the sky, satellites, all that sort of thing. Like, it is no secret, right, that there is methods of deploying technology at very, very high altitudes, right? Even higher than conventional aircraft, and get them to stay aloft for extensive periods of time, serving as a substitute for what they claim they can do with orbital satellites, right? This is no secret. You've got balloons and you've got drones and you've got unmanned aircraft, gliders. There's huge blimps. There's a whole bunch of different high altitude platforms, or pseudo satellites they call them, right? Or stratospheric satellites. There's all different types of terms for these things and these methods by which they can deploy technology into the sky alternatively to orbital satellites, right? We know this, right? So why should I think that there's anything orbiting a sphere when we go out into reality and we don't observe and don't measure and don't use the surface of the Earth as anything close to it being a spinning ball in outer space? I'm not making any particular claims about the lights in the sky that proves this or that about the ground I'm standing on. These Globers are the ones that do that, right?
Yeah.
So IceJJ likes to think that, you can't explain satellites. He doesn't know what those things are. He doesn't know how they're being deployed. He doesn't know how they're staying aloft. He doesn't know how far they are. He doesn't know how big they are. He doesn't know how fast they're going. And he doesn't know within what sort of medium they exist. And he couldn't prove one single thing, apart from saying, but somebody told me on the computer that I'd see a light at 9:15 and 30 seconds on this date, and I went out and I saw it. Like, that's all he's got.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. That is thus far as it's been said. Well, essentially. Well. Anyways, what's you boys? How was your Thanksgiving? Oh yeah, that's a big thing over there. Hey, how was that? Fuck yeah! Good to hear it, boys.
Mine was great, Bruce. How was yours?
Nah, we sadly don't celebrate that over here.
Where's over here?
Australia.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that. You guys don't have a Thanksgiving?
Nah, that's full on American. Same with fucking Halloween. Well, Halloween's more global, but it's super.
It's not just American. They celebrated it in Canada also. I just didn't know that it wasn't like
Sorry. Actually, can somebody quit? Is there a name for the landmass that is both South, Central, and Northern America, like including Canada? Is there like a name for that whole landmass, or is it just America? Like, anybody know?
Yes, North America, Central America, and South America.
That's right. the whole
otherwise.
Fuck, they can't shorten it down to like Australia or something. Oh, the Americas.
The Americas.
Central America isn't considered a continent, so but you've got the two continents of North and South America.
Yeah. But no. I had a feeling that it'd be around that general area. I assume over in South America they celebrate it? Question mark. If not, somebody prove me. Somebody give me a heads up on that one. If it's yeah or no, but no. Sadly, that's America. We celebrate shit like maybe fucking Halloween, but not that crazy. We're not into it as crazy as you guys. Christmas we celebrate, and fucking Australia Day. You guys celebrate that one? You should. Good.
Good old Australia Day, eh? Bit of controversy involved with that, isn't there?
I do have, no offense, I have a myriad of questions. So, like, do you guys have Christmas or New Year's, or like, what holidays do we have in similar?
What's that? What's New
Year's? That's why I'm like, now I'm curious. Like, do you guys have Easter? Like, what holidays do we celebrate in common?
Easter?
Like Easter Bunny? No, we don't know him. We don't know that cunt.
Tell me you at least have Valentine's Day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've got all those. Yeah.
Like, jokes aside, yeah, the only ones we don't have are more American stuff, like Independence Day and then all that mainly generally American stuff. Although
you guys have Independence Day.
True. Fuck.
You're not fucking with me, right? Like, you guys really don't have New Year's?
No, we do. That was, like I said, most of that was just a fucking piss take. We were just shooting the shit, mate. It was a joke, but the only ones we don't have are like Independence Day, 4th of July. We don't really celebrate that. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I think those are the only ones we don't celebrate. I mean, we obviously have our own holidays that you guys don't celebrate, but that goes without saying.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I know. America doesn't revolve, or everybody doesn't revolve around America. I know.
It's not necessarily that. It's that we don't always educate ourselves on other countries besides our own. That's why I like to ask questions.
Well, it's good that you're asking questions. Fuck yeah. And in a Discord like this, you fucking should. And really? They don't educate you guys on like other countries and broaden your worldview type shit?
That's fine.
I don't want to be negative, but normally they call Americans ignorant on purpose. We don't really know a whole lot outside of our country, man. A greater majority of us, anyway. I'm not going to say everybody.
But is that a result of your education system or the lack thereof of care of anything outside of America?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's both.
Yeah, I was just about to say, as I'm saying that out loud, I'm thinking, nah, the answer's both, surely. Fuck, yeah.
What you all yapping about?
We were just talking about the difference between American holidays and like other holidays around the world, and who doesn't celebrate what. Like,
yeah, it's pretty.
Not know. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's celebrating Flat Earth Day today? Anyone?
Is it really?
Yeah, it's Flat Earth.
Was it today?
It's
oh.
Damn it! Fuck it! I put it in my calendar and everything. What?
It's Flat Earth Day today. It's also Flat Earth Day tomorrow, the next day, and every day after that, and every day before it, since the Earth is flat. And we're celebrating the fact it's the 2025th anniversary of Flat Earth.
Well, hang on now.
According to the modern calendar,
there you go. I was just about to say, come on, mate. Finish that one.
Okay. Now, if you want to be real, we'll say it's the 10,600th.
Some shit like that. Whenever we came up with the concept of a flat Earth, yeah. That.
We'll even say the 4 billionth anniversary if you're of the globe mind.
So okay, I'm a bit of the globe, and obviously, but I am open. But I am an open man. I'm open to talking. I am very open to talking. I'm a reasonable man.
That's brave of you. I appreciate that.
So what I wanted to know is that how flat earthers see it? How do they see the Earth as 10,000 years old in that regard?
I'm just joking about that.
Okay, I was going to say.
How would you take part in the age-old tradition of trying to define a date or an age of the Earth? How would you do that?
How would I do that? I'd go to the certain date and the exact day, time, etc., that the word date, time, age, etc., was made, and I'd say that's when it started, because that is when it came.
When was that?
I mean, if you wanted me to ask. If you want me to answer honestly, probably carbon dating, but I'm not sure because that's not exactly accurate.
Yeah, it's not exactly accurate. So that would be a problem.
You can't really use.
Yeah, there is no machine that we can just stick a rock into and say, oh, look, the machine says this rock is 4 billion years old or whatever. That doesn't work. That's fantasy, cartoon, sci-fi stuff. So the reality is no one knows how old the Earth is. We certainly don't.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, who fucking cares how old the Earth is?
Well, you asked.
Well, no, not obviously, but not in the terms of it being like a topic of conversation crazily, right? At least between
that's the question that you care about then.
I'm here to learn about flat Earth. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to get conversation. Okay. Yeah, that's. So I told you I'm a reasonable man. I'm happy to learn. Yeah.
All right. Well, we think the Earth is flat because it measures flat, the surface physically, not curved. Whereas a ball, you would think, would measure curved, right?
So
depending on perspective, yeah.
I have a question.
A sphere, by geometric necessity, has a curved surface. Not depends. It is a requirement physically of a ball, a sphere, like they're telling us we live on.
My question is, how do you know if something's curved?
Well, does it display or measure to have any curve? Is it level,
right?
Or is it curved?
And then that's where size comes into matter. If you're too small, you can't tell. That's why I use
I know. Can I put my hand up?
Sorry.
Got my hand up. Can I answer this?
Or it's at least harder to tell. It's harder to tell.
You know something's curving because it will deviate from horizontal.
Correct. There you go. We're into geometry today. Who's into geometry today on Flat Earth Day?
I feel like the term flat Earth already comes with that. with the geometry stuff. I feel like that's already going to be talked about.
Yeah, so it's a deviation from horizontal, a rate of change of slope. Right? That's what curvature would be if you were on a ball. A 360-degree curvilinear surface in every direction. The surface of Earth should be curving down and away from you, as if you're on the top of some giant circus ball. Right? That's what they're telling us. And since they tell us the size of the Earth, do you know what they tell us the size of the Earth is?
So I don't know the fucking numbers.
Yeah, you don't know the fucking numbers. How can you be expected to know? You live on a ball if you don't know the numbers. That's step one.
Because I told you I don't know. I'm coming to you. Oh, great, wise, masterful.
Yeah, but Bruce, that's fine. You're coming to us. That was a good move coming to us. But what I'm pointing out is, surely if they were interested in you being knowledgeable and informed about where you live, they would have made sure that you know these numbers. You understand these numbers. You understand where they came from, how they were measured, how they were verified. Seems to me like they've just given us this wild story, and they're not really that interested in us understanding the details of it or how it was actually proven. Right? So, first things first, you're gonna want to look up what size of ball do they say I live on. Then I will know what rate of curvature they're claiming across the surface. Then I'll be able to figure out if that's ever been measured or if it can be measured. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Okay, so they say it's 3,959 mile radius, 24,901 mile circumference, necessitating about 8 inches per mile squared curvature drop over the surface. Okay, so we've got the numbers, so we can go out into reality and just apply those numbers and say, right, do these numbers show themselves? Do we see a geometric horizon? Do we see a bottom-up obstruction of things according to this rate of curvature? And the answer is, what do you think, Bruce? What do you think the answer is? When we go outside into reality and do observations and measurements, what do you think? Does the globe curvature, is it measured? Is it observed? What do you think? Have a guess.
So it depends on where you are, because I mean, if I went outside and did it,
where you are, so you think somewhere there's globe curvature.
Keep in mind, time out. Before you start going crazy on it, you hear what I mean by that, right? Because I'm generally straightforward with what I mean. I mean exactly where you are, because you asked me to do it, I can't do it. I'm in a fucking city area, so I myself cannot.
I get you, Bruce. Okay, so let's say we're at a lake. Let's say we're at like a 20-mile lake.
You're right. All right.
So we're going to go out and we're going to see, hey, the globe model says there should be X amount of curvature over 20 miles. Let's see if this can be detected by observation, laser, whatever. What do you think? Are we detecting it or not?
I'd imagine if there was no curve, yeah.
Well, the answer is, Bruce, no. We are not detecting it. No one in all human history has ever detected any of it. That's why we're here. That's why flat earthers exist. Okay?
All right.
Tell them how much curve there should be.
Yeah, tell me how much.
That's a good exercise. Bruce, I feel like that's something you should try and figure out. Are you on Google right now, Bruce?
Oh, fucking, it's just numbers, mate. I'm fucking terrible numbers. Yeah, let me, I'm on Google right now. What's up, mate?
Just type curve calculator into Google. Then you'll get a bunch of calculators, and then you can just bang in the distance and your observer height and all that, and it'll tell you how much curvature there should be on this spinning space pair that we're told we live on.
You can even ask AI if you can't find a calculator.
Yeah, you could even just bang it into ChatGPT.
I
give up your brain entirely.
Can I ask on the same matter of for flat earthers, right? Obviously, you want to obviously measure it yourself so you can prove it yourself instead of being told by some cunt, the education matter, right? Of course, I know this. But how do you then go about using ChatGPT? Is that not just the same manner?
No, ChatGPT will give you just mainstream garbage when it comes to the globe.
So then, but
it will give you the mainstream. It'll give you the mainstream claim, at least for the most part. That's what he's saying. He's saying you could go and ask ChatGPT how much curvature there should be over X amount of distance, and it'll tell you according to the globe. That's not saying we think that's true. That's just what the number would tell you.
Okay.
So Travis, about the astronaut video you sent, do you have like a certain agreement on? Okay, never mind. You answered my own question for me.
That's right. Shut up.
What?
So what do you think, Bruce? Has it told you how much curvature there should be over 20 miles?
Fuck. Sorry, I get distracted very easily. Over 20 miles. Let's have a look at it.
How much do you think? Have a guess first.
Bandwidth numbers. I'm going to say a few inches of general notice. I don't know.
A few inches. Okay.
I love it.
Listen, mate, I'm going blind. Okay, if I kind of looked at it and closed one eye and kind of
you might be surprised. You might be surprised to hear what they actually claim then, Bruce.
Is it 3,200?
3,200 what?
That's inches.
What's that in feet?
Which is 266.7 feet. That's apparently at least what fucking ChatGPT gave me.
Hold on, say that again. I didn't hear you.
266.7 feet.
There you go. So not a couple of inches, over 260 feet. That's like a 20-odd story building, Bruce, that they're telling us should be dropping over that lake. Yeah?
But, okay, yeah, no, that's fair. That's
okay, so, so you're standing on one side of the lake, So if you're standing on one side of the lake and your friend is standing on the other side of the lake, would you ever be able to, like, say, see him through a telescope or shoot a laser at him and he sees the laser if he's 260 feet below a curve?
I mean, as said before, you'd expect yes, but in regards to a laser, I don't really know with all that light refraction.
Well, no, you'd
shit.
expect no, right? Because you're supposed to be over 200 feet. You're supposed to be over 200 feet below a hill of water, essentially. You're on the other side of the curve of this ball by over 200 feet.
And
So what would it mean if you went to the lake and you stood at one side and your friend stood at the other side and you took your telescope out and you saw your friend at the other side and you shot a laser and you managed to hit him with a laser at the other side? What would that mean?
And this is a 20-mile lake, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we already know about the curvature, it's just going to strike the fucking Earth, ain't it?
Yeah, so I'm saying, what would it mean if it hits your friend and if you can see your friend?
Oh, well, then that means that there's not enough curvature. But
not enough curvature, Bruce?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if we're talking completely absolute zero flat, like at least on where I'm standing in terms of the environment, not like a hilly area, anything like that, then I'd say...
So you're looking over the water. You're looking over the water.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, never mind.
Off the lake. And you can see your friend, so that would mean that there's no 260-odd feet of curvature.
Yeah.
Obstructing your friend, wouldn't it?
I'd have to try it myself to confirm that, but
yes, Bruce, you would. Good point. This is what we would recommend, because we can show you videos and demonstrations all day of people performing tests like this and showing that there is no curvature, there's no obstruction. But we would still say, go and do it yourself. Right? You don't just listen to us. Go and test this yourself. And this is how you can know. This is how you can know that it's Flat Earth Day every day. You understand?
No, that's fair. But what about Australia? Does it get rid of, when it comes Flat Earth Day every day, does it count as a holiday or nah? Because if it does, then I'll take it.
No, it's just reality every single day. I mean, you can think of it as a holiday if you like. It's a holiday from the globe delusion.
That is true.
Can I ask you a question? Like, actually, a serious question, 100%. When did you first realize that you didn't really believe what people thought about how Earth was a globe?
Oh God, about 7-8 years ago now.
Damn. All right, that's cool. I was just curious.
Yeah, that is. What made you?
And it was from this, right? It was from this same thing. Someone pointing out to me, like, hey, they say the surface is curved, so all the bodies of water must be curving, correct? What size is the Earth? I don't actually know exactly off the top of my head. How much curvature does that necessitate over that distance? I don't actually know. So you go and look into it, and then you go and look at who's testing this. And the only people testing it, guess who are the only people testing it? Flat Earthers.
Flat Earthers.
People like they're calling, people that they then call Flat Earthers. These are just people who have gone out and tested the claim that the surface is dropping down and away from us at hundreds of feet over 20 miles. Right? And finding that it's not there. And then they're putting their hand up and saying, hey guys, there's no curvature blocking the buildings over there, or the island, or the people, or the shoreline. We can see it all.
My question
and then they're getting harassed by society and called all kinds of names.
Well, that's sadly how society goes. Generally, we're very.
It is sad, isn't it? It's sad that society is getting upset when people are pointing out observable reality. That is sad.
If people, people that don't have popular opinions gets targeted for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if you go again,
because. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. No, go ahead.
So it's interesting because this is the same complaint atheists have said for years, that they're sick of being targeted by all of society. And society was like, tough. You want to be a fringe minority group of people who say everybody's in on some conspiracy theory? Society will mock you and ridicule you until you're just non-factor anymore.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not, and I'm definitely not trying to say that you're not wrong here, boys. But I feel like in some cases, there are a couple radicals. Okay, I think that's in every topic. Generally, there's a couple radical people, and they're pretty out there with their claims or whatever it might be. And as a result, said claims could just be taken in a negative light from somebody who, if they heard not such a grandiose claim or whatever the fuck might be the case, I don't know, right? If they didn't hear it in such a grandiose fashion and instead heard it in the same regards as me and you guys talking right now, then they'd probably understand it better. But
that's exactly it. That's exactly it, Bruce. So what they're doing is, in the media and in the education system in the mainstream, when they talk about flat Earth, they're telling people that we think there's like a disk Earth flying around in space, and there's water falling off the sides and all this crazy stuff. They're not pointing out that, hey, we're just saying there's no curvature of these lakes, these shorelines, these bodies of water, which in itself demonstrates that we don't have the globe that they're telling us. But they don't, they'll misrepresent us. They'll strawman the argument to make it sound ridiculous. You're correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people... Yes, no, I'm sorry, Travis.
Oh, well, they're going to say, the mainstream will say, flat earthers believe Australia doesn't exist. Don't believe that shit. None of us think that.
We deal with people.
Like, don't get me wrong, the entire time I was hearing shit like this, I'm thinking, that's not right.
We speak to people with upside down syndrome all the time, so we know Australia exists.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's just eventually, hopefully things will get better, in terms of at least society not being a bunch of fucking spastic cunts. But it won't, all right? But it's good to have wishful and hopeful thinking, all right? That helps you.
It's not going to get better. This is a human condition, tribalistic mindset.
I know.
That's it. No one's going to change. No one's going to become an age of enlightenment. There's not going to be like a renaissance or a giant leap forward. This is what you got. This is humanity.
I mean,
regardless of what the case is in regards to society's future, I'd say what we're doing here is we're pushing forward and we're putting out what is observably and measurably true. What we're focusing on is what is true. Doesn't matter if it's popular, it's about what is true. And that's what we're interested in. What can we evidence to be true? What's the most logical position to be taking based on the evidence available? That's all we're interested in. If you're interested in seeking the truth, you might find that interesting. If you're more interested in conforming with the popular opinion, you might not like it. But that's what it is.
Then
not popular in this day and age to think for yourself. What is popular is systems of authority tell you what's so.
Yep.
And that is what has to change first. People are going to have to start questioning authority, which are scared to do. Because they can't question it, because they also get all their health care, their food, all their needs and wants are being met by these same systems of authority. So they can't question it. Because if they question it, it will start to bring into their worldview about how quickly can all these privileges be taken away without any appeal or notice.
That's right. That's why they're trying to make people as dependent as they can on the authority, so that when it comes to them dispensing worldviews, you eat them up like candy.
Which I'm glad a large majority of people aren't buying, at least generally, not in terms of flat earth stuff. Nothing's funny, but keeps what the fuck? Oh, whoops, wrong chat. Fucking. No, I think they it was the same thing with the war on drugs over in America, right? Like at least the war on terror. No, I don't. No.
Look at that. The war on drugs, that's their science. They supposedly have science, 100 years of science, showing that these drugs, these dangerous street drugs, like undermine all of society.
To be more exact,
believed it.
Well, I was gonna say I actually I know a lot of people in here. Gemzy, Cyclone, Lilaka, Crit from the 24/7 server. But this is a long time ago. I used to be Tap. I don't know if you guys remember.
Like a picture of a cat with a tie on.
With it was a picture of the tap, like the faucet, the silver tap. Oh, tap. Oh. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, tap. Yeah. I remember now.
Yeah. Tap.
I thought you said top.
No. Yeah. I was tap. Yeah. What's up?
Welcome back, dude.
It's been a while. Yeah. What's up? I don't know. I mean, 24/7 sort of died, but I don't know. I wanted that server to be like revived again. You know. I think
it was a server.
Yeah, there was 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it's like we used to all have a good time in there, like chit chatting and debating and stuff. Some conversation, many trolls, but I was there at the VC verification like channels. I used to do that a lot.
What is it not popping off anymore?
It's not as much.
No, we still do go over there. It's like it's split. Yeah, we go all around.
Yeah, there's sometimes when it's active and I get some pings and I see, but yeah, I should pop around more. There's not many people that there used to be though. I actually spoke to Dagaz again though. Him and I used to be pretty tight like back in the day. We used to talk all the time. It was great, but yeah, it's nice to be here. What's the conversation topic? Are we debating anything?
I'm just trying to familiarize myself with this flat Earth stuff. You know, I like to generally try to make myself as much of a learned man as I can. So any perspective is a good perspective.
Okay, well, what would you like to know about it? I mean, is there anything that
these guys have already been helping me so much? I'm still trying to like form the questions because I've still got to go fucking find a lake and fucking grab a mate of mine and do the whole like thing.
I have one more question. So earlier you mentioned about how some people like to make up like these false beliefs that you guys believe in, that the water's floating off the side of the earth, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Do you guys get confused a lot between flat Earth disbelief or like the people that say the Earth is flat because of religion?
Both. A lot of times, at least what I've encountered, a lot of the
no one says the Earth is yeah. Hold on, no one says the Earth is flat because of religion. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, I was going to say
a globe a lot of religion. That's what the heliocentric model is 100% contained within the Catholic Church. All that space lore, that's all Catholic Church. The going to the moon, Nixon said God picked America to win the space race. They brought a Bible to the moon. They broke communion on the moon. Even contemporary, like modern day, they pray before every launch. When they landed the Perseverance on Mars, they asked like, "Hey, who do you owe? Who made this happen?" And the like NASA communicator said, "We owe it to God of the Bible." The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, asked why did he come out of retirement. He said God told him to come out of retirement because he's an astronaut and a statesman, and God told him that he's the one who can return America back to the moon. I mean, it's just dripping with God of the Bible.
All of it is fake as well.
All over the whole
everything
thing.
Was fake.
No one here in Flat Earth is going to tell you that their supernatural sky daddy told them the Earth is flat. That doesn't exist.
I mean,
two separate things.
No.
For a flat earther, the physical natural world is adjudicated through the scientific method. The physical natural world is outside the scope of science. Meanwhile, on the globe side, they tell you God did that. And they wrote a book about it. They wrote multiple books. The Principia by Newton, God did it. The Heavenly Bodies by Copernicus, God did it. So there's no one here telling you that God made a floating space disk.
Well,
I mean, I was going based on Christianity.
Unless they're trolling.
Yes,
unless they're
Christianity.
trolling
There's
or
a
something.
Bible on the moon put there by.
I know, but that's not. But that it contradicts the Bible. And the Bible basically says that you can't go to the moon. The Earth is within a dome.
They brought a Bible on the moon.
I know that. That doesn't make the Bible true, though.
Yeah,
a lot of the times Christians contradict their own Bible.
Them said what they said. These space wizards told you God of the Bible did all these things for you. They did it for you. Show you just how great God is.
I don't think they would contradict the Bible to show how good God is.
Yeah, they did. That's what, if from your point of view, your layman's read of the Bible is so bad that they had to bring a Bible to the moon and give the glory to God.
What do you mean?
This is why atheists of the 1960s sued the Apollo program in court. They took the Apollo program to court and said, prove you're supernatural sky daddy. And NASA did. NASA said, yeah, the Apollo program is the proof of the sky daddy.
Can we get links for this, please? Because I don't want to sound like an arsehole, but you're starting to sound like a radical. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to stay grounded.
Tyson had a full speech about how atheists need to shut the fuck up about NASA.
What do I even search up?
Bruce, let me put it in sort of like
very simply
terms.
That if you go down that line of whose supernatural sky daddy is more powerful, you've got hundreds of years of state-sponsored religions pushing heliocentric. If you just go to a Catholic church, and just ask a priest, why should I be a Catholic? One of his first answers will be, they've got the skinny. They know all the science. They developed the heliocentric model. Their religion is superior to all other religions because they invented that shit. That's what they'll tell you. They'll tell you they got the largest space telescope that they've discovered. So no one here in Flat Earth is going to try to compete with a Catholic Church creation myth.
What did you just call me?
Anyone here is going to Bible thump.
Wait, no, Mickey's in the chat.
You go there's three astronauts who went to the Ark amusement park and did a full question and answer about how their journeys to space led them to young Earth creationism.
Yo, Crit. So I went and did some research about that Supreme Court case you talked about getting sued. And supposedly they got sued because they read the Bible on national television. And it got thrown out in court because the lack of jurisdiction in space. They didn't get sued because of just being religious. They got sued because they read the Bible on national televition.
Yeah, the Apollo 8. That's the Apollo 8 for Christmas.
They got sued twice?
Yeah, it's three court cases. So the first one, the early court one, they kicked it to jurisdiction issue. This is a federal thing. We have no jurisdiction here. The next time they went to court, they said that your human rights are enshrined to your body. Wherever you go, your right to free speech goes with you. So they tried again, and they said, we want you to back that claim that your sky daddy made it happen. And then that's when NASA basically said, it's self-evident. Just like the founding documents say. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable truths. And that's when, at that point, some of the scientific communicators, CIA, FBI, started going after atheists in the 1960s and 70s. They're trailing them. Atheist groups were under investigation. And finally, to get the heat off them, they met a compromise. And the compromise was that the God that gave them the right to free speech gives them the right to deny the existence of that God. And then that's how they met the compromise. And that's kind of where second wave atheism dies. And you don't see a resurgence until third wave atheist, the new atheist, which is really a controlled demolition. You brought those really cringe guys like Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Bill Bennett. And these guys were so weird and so cringe that it just imploded. There were these four horsemen of atheism. And now you've kind of got fourth and fifth wave atheism, which are functionally just like spiritualist or something like that. They just worship nature and whatnot. You got like
I really couldn't find. I only found one court case, and it was just for the Christmas.
There's three. Yeah, there's three.
Can you find them for us? Because I'm trying to look for it as well too.
I only find
just one. Keep looking. There's a bunch of stuff about it. The big one is the Apollo 8. The Apollo 8, where they read from the Bible and broadcast back down to Earth. And that Madeleine O'Hare, she wasn't going to take a jurisdiction claim, so she kept pushing the issue.
And then William O'Hare, her son, and then John O'Hare, right?
Oh, that's a different case. That's a legal case where they disappeared. So they ended up atheist crime. Some other they
called me out.
And then another guy tried to pretend stole his identity and was running around as a son, like cashing checks and writing checks. And they finally caught that dude. And then he just basically said that he had to make the world right by taking these awful people off the planet. That's another weird. That's a different court case. So that one you're looking at, where that includes like the son and then the granddaughter. That's a murder investigation, missing persons.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
It's kind of like you reap what you sow. That Madeleine O'Hare spent a whole life reaping, and then when it finally came time to sow.
Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. Maybe that might be the case, but I still couldn't catch myself saying that. I'm too nice a person, I think.
No, I'm saying it kind of shows you that if you're really that fringe and hated by society, if you turn up missing, systems of authority aren't really going to give a fuck. No one even cared and looked at them. It only became an issue once one of the accomplices was going to spill the beans for an unrelated crime. He's like, well, hey, if you let me off on this unrelated crime, I'll tell you what happened to these three degenerates, some 15 years ago. And then the police are like, yeah, sure, meet us here at this date. The guy never showed. And they're like, let's go. We got our state, we got state evidence here that could talk about closing this case. Then they find like a portion of his skull or something like that. And then it's really interesting read of history. You guys should check it out. There's documentaries, like true crime documentaries about what and it's just the beginning. That was the American Atheist Association, the ACA. Everybody who's ever been in charge of that group has said some kind of flame out, similar to that. I mean, that's probably the most well-known one. But every single person who gets in charge of ACA has some kind of criminality, some kind of flame out. They whatever. It's really just like look at the heads of anyone who's ever been in charge of American Atheists, and it's glorious, man. It is just like it's incredible that people. You wonder why people don't want to identify as atheist anymore.
Yeah, I feel like in a lot of the cases that's become. Actually, no, I feel like that might be the case. Well, like a lot of things, similar to regards of questioning what we were originally told, etc., etc. I feel like that's being becoming the norm for people who were questioning to kind of just get beaten down by society until there's not much left. Fuck. Where the fuck did I put my... Oi, you can't even see where I put my lighter, have you? I can't find it. I need to go for a smoke. I need it. Any of you boys got a spare lighter? Just pass it through the monitor, thanks.
Yeah, just go to your kitchen and use your stove.
No, because I'm going to be smoking weed and I don't want to get the house all smelly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I miss my electric. I don't miss with an electric stove, bro. The actual flame.
Yeah, you can't actually do that. No, fuck that.
Yeah.
Surely they'd let us eventually add an add-on or something for your fucking oven real quick.
I used to fucking be able to light my candles with my stovetop. Now I can't.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, actually, that is a good. I feel like you guys over in America use candles more than a majority of people around the world, don't you? I feel like a lot of
Mines are mostly scent based.
Oh.
But the benefit was like if my house did lose power, God forbid, I could still use my gas because most of the time gas stayed on, and I could light candles with that. But now I got to keep a lighter in the house. Blah.
Yeah. Fuck! I've actually proper gone and lost it. Hang on, I've got to take my headphones off. It's one less. Be right back. Gentlemen, I return. Oh. No break. A rest for the wicked, I guess. I'll be back.
Greetings, y'all. What's poppin'?
Spotify, and it's also on iTunes, right? So if you go on one of those, type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it'll come up. You'll actually, if you want to hear us talk to so-called someone that's working for Amazon's Kuiper satellite division, it's like a 2.5-hour conversation. You can listen to that, or there's other ones. We talked to all sorts of people, PhDs, freaking pilots, pseudo-intellectual nerds, you name it.
Okay. Well,
midwit.
Having me.
Dandelion got the midwit.
Yes, less than a midwit. That you're being too generous, But even midwits deserve to have a conversation about the flat Earth. Yeah, Plex, we're so glad that you stopped by. Yeah, come by anytime. Good talking to you.
Take care, everyone.
All right, peace. Now, if Hyperborea doesn't exist, the Earth is not flat.
Don't forget about the moon map.
So just a couple easy use updates. You can get the links to the respective live streams straight from the YouTube bots that are at the top of the chat. And if you do join the in-chat text, you can hyperlink straight to our live stream one channel. So pretty simple. Especially if they can read, because if you go into the one text chat, it says, welcome, read the rules, join VC check-in to get voice verified. And then it says join hashtag live stream voice text to participate in the text chat. So once you press that with your finger, any one of those, it takes you right to where you need to go. Or click it with your mouse. You know what's weird, though? I don't think people realize how problematic the boundary is for the heliocentric paradigm. The main expanding, in cosmology. Because they basically have they only have a sample size of the alleged visible universe, right? Because obviously everything beyond that can't be sensed, and so they have absolutely no idea what's out there whatsoever. So their reverse engineering of how things far away could be completely debunked by any new information that they get. So they're really making a bold claim that we know what the universe is now, when we have no idea where the boundary is and what's between us and the boundary whatsoever. It's a pretty bold claim. Not only that, but in their worldview, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. However, the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, which means that it's impossible to ever reach the extra luminal space, right? And not only that, you could never reach the boundary even if you entered that space, because the boundary would be accelerating away from you faster than you could ever possibly accelerate. So the question, where's the boundary of the universe, to them is not only unknowable now, it's unknowable ever. Period. Yet they want to come in here and demand of us that, where's the boundary of our world? Because they've been pre-programmed to think that that's a limitation of flat Earth claims, but they don't realize that they have the same limitation in their worldview.
Well, they don't question their worldview. That's just the given. That's given all deference. It's given no skepticism. It's given no interrogation.
It also kind of has this this vibe where it's so far off and so far out there and so far away that it doesn't matter. So I don't really have to think about it. I can just make claims within the world, that's local to me. And the local world to them is the observable universe. So it's like, oh, questions about the boundary, that doesn't matter. We could still make claims about what's within the boundary without knowing anything true about the boundary or the extent of the universe in which we live. Yet somehow, when they say that out loud, they're not willing to give that concession that they just gave themselves to a flat earther. All of a sudden, a flat earther's demanded to have all of these questions already answered. It's really not a fair standard.
I mean, I might start doing that survey. Just start asking every single globe I interact with. Start the conversation with, have you ever been skeptical of the globe? And if so, what exactly were you skeptical about? That would just be interesting. Because I don't think the average person questions it at all, which is very weird. Honestly, because people typically they question a lot of things just automatically, at least a little bit.
Well, part of the mainstream education and the way and the mainstream in general, the way in which they phrase the question is, here's some questions people already had, it's already been answered. And if you say that enough times, you get this illusion that all my questions have already been answered. Somebody knows, right? So I can just rest assured that no matter what skepticism I have, it's already been answered. I'm not original.
Hey, that was funny. You said it way more eloquently than I was going to say it, but that's where that phantom expert syndrome comes in. They just rely on feeling like there are people with the answers, so they don't have to question, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah, because they walk around with all the answers in their pocket all day. We all do. Those are all the answers to the world or on your phone.
Yeah, instead, I have a red wagon with an encyclopedia set. I just carry that around everywhere. If anybody asks a question, I just get the appropriate volume.
That's funny. That's the funniest joke you've heard all day. Good job.
Thank you, Creation Code.
I can hear the wagon wheels squeaking right now.
Oh, Globe? Let me get out volume G. Just a minute.
Man, I can see the film now. So I've been watching this show, Law and Order, and there's been these commercials coming up where it's the lady in the yard, and it says, "When the wind is so still, she comes to you like a chill." And obviously, it's a Halloween themed type thing. And then there's like maybe noises approaching, and it's Mary Mom with her wagon, because she's coming after you slowly but surely.
That's right. It's the Flat Earth Encyclopedia. I got Josh in my sights. No, Josh, I'm sorry. You will never know the true nature of the sun in your lifetime. Volume S, Sun.
Would Law and Order have Ice Tea? Black guy?
No, Law and Order has a bunch of different shows. I was talking about the OG original Law and Order.
Oh yeah, that's SVU. Never mind.
So Ice Cube. Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah, I was just gonna say about Josh. Like, I still can't believe how angry he got about me saying that we don't know what the sun actually its composition is. He got more mad about that than us saying that he drinks the Kool-Aid, which is crazy.
Oh, yeah, he was cheerful about the Kool-Aid, but yeah, don't you try to tell him he doesn't know what the sun's made of, Indio. It's a sacred cow. How dare you? No, he was like flustered, like, what? I don't understand. How can you not accept this? Yeah, he was mad. You're right.
You don't believe in fusion? Yeah, tell us. Yeah, like I can believe in fusion. It doesn't tell us what the sun is.
Fusion. Ha!
Would he be interested in the guy that re-examined the spectra and said that the sun's actually liquid metal?
You know, I listen. I was actually going there, AI, but I couldn't get there because he was kind of like freaking having a mental breakdown, dude. It was really weird. He was kind of like glitching. He just like went straight into science communicator mode and just started babbling. Like, it was kind of weird, to be honest. As far as like all my interactions with him, he like went into some weird autonomic freaking response.
Yes, it was really weird. He's been incredibly obnoxious to both you and a Cyclone, and subsequently myself.
You didn't like his programming, did you?
Why are people so obsessed with knowing about these things out in space, but we don't even know what's in the middle of the Earth, or if it's round, or if it's flat, or what's in the oceans? I mean, they're so obsessed with what the sun's made out of. It's like, do you even know what's underneath your feet? Like, try to start there first. Then let's work outward, maybe.
Yes, I'm right there with you, Dib. I've said that to the Globe Zealots many times. Yeah, like, how about, if we just explore more of the oceans, which are largely unexplored, new organisms being discovered, and so on, or, just learn more about the amazing natural world around us, or just, save up your money and travel to places around the world. Like, why these people are obsessed with space when for sure they haven't been to all the continents or, all the places you could possibly go on Earth. I don't know why there's such a lack of interest. It's very odd.
Like, try to go break the record and drill farther than 8 miles into the Earth, and then see what you find. See if you find some magma, like they say.
Well, their 8-mile dig didn't match predictions. So then they want us to believe all the way to the center of the Earth at thousands of miles. You guys are literally smoking drugs if they think we're that dumb, dude.
Well, they're trying to push the drugs on us.
I can't tell you what's 8 miles deep. Yeah, I can't tell you what's 8 miles deep, but I can tell you what's 3,000 miles deep. It's like, get real, bro.
They always come up with different answers. They're like, oh yeah, we can use a LiDAR or infrared. It's always a different answer how they can figure out what's below.
Well, we shoot P waves and S waves. Okay. See, that's one of the things we should do on Flat Earth Opposite Day. Well, how do you know, like, the Flat Earth is... Well, we shot P waves and S waves. See if they accept that shit. For a fact they won't. Got some new people piling in. Welcome, Drilla. Welcome, Raiden. Welcome, Zarkos. Let me unmute Zarkos. Hit him with the listening pass. We still have Nut here.
No.
And go ahead, Inland.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, maybe Nut, went to sleep on his rowboat. Those rowboats can be real soothing when they rock back and forth.
I'm still here.
Oh, he's awake! Yay!
Yes, baby, yes.
Dude, you thought you were a mermaid for a second.
He's going to sing the row your boat multilingual round at our Hyperborea campfire right after the Kumbaya you told us about.
Is he going to sing his part and finish?
Yeah, he already did. Did you miss that? I'm sorry, Indio. It was so great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you missed it. You missed it.
You're pulling my leg. He never sung that. Did he really?
Sing row your boat and finish. Come on. Indio doesn't believe me. You can do it.
Hold on. So the song. I don't remember how it goes.
All right, well, at least he started it. You heard it.
Can't remember a child's tune. Come on.
Stupid. You had more of it before. Come on, start again. At least get to the next line.
I'm finding the lyrics.
Focus.
Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
You know my favorite child song or whatever, the kids song, is "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." You know why?
It's a good one.
Because it's like, I feel like people forget that one. You know, they didn't say "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, we know exactly what you are." It goes, "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, how I wonder what you are." It doesn't say like a plasma in the sky. It says like a diamond. You know, so I don't know where these songs come from, but I think there's some truth to that one. And it's hard to make that as an argument when you're talking to Globers, like telling them you don't know what stars are. It's like, well, they have the kids song, bro. I mean, I have said it before, but I do think there's some truth in that one. Absolutely. Nobody knows what stars are. Nobody knows what the moon is. Nobody knows what the sun is. And I'll say it. I'll just stand on that one. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what any of these things are. And no, I also don't think the sun is a star. They don't even look alike. So, yeah, well, for that guy to freak out when you said, we don't know what the sun is, I would just simply turn to him and say, well, tell me what it is. What is it? And if you're just going to repeat the lore, well, that's not very helpful because we know the lore. So it's like, what can you tell me beyond that? What is your knowledge that you acquired? Oh, you don't have any? You just have the lore DLC? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, the question I asked him was, within your own paradigm, let's assume everything you think is true. Are we ever going to know what the composition of a star is? Since we'll never reach them. He was like, we know now. What do you mean? We know now. Like, how do we know? You don't believe in fusion? Dude, like, you literally, the dude, like, glitched, man. I never, like, Josh, he never did that with me, at least, dude. He totally started glitching, man. Like, his code freaking started being rewritten in real time. It's really
You know what's funny? When you say, what is the sun? They go, it's a star. It's like, okay, well, what's that?
We scooped some up. We have satellites roaming around and roaming around the sun, scooping up material.
Yeah, so check this out. Ready for this logic? You need something the size of a star to have the mass to create the effect. I know this because I identically made the effect in my lab. One more time. You need something the mass of a star to create the effect. I know this because I created the effect in my lab. Figure that one out.
Yeah, what he said was, he said a lot of things. He was kind of all over the place. Like, I've never heard him that jumbled up. It's very weird. Like, he's very on point. His rhetoric is like, he's very clear communicator. He got very. I mean, you'd have to go back and listen to it. It happened about this time last night. It was very jumbled and odd. He totally glitched, man. I mean, Dandigon can vouch for my estimation. Me and Cyclone were talking to him, and he kind of went off the rails.
Yeah, he totally did. Yeah, his mask totally slipped. That's why he was mad at me when I pointed it out. Yeah. He was being downright rude to Cyclone.
Yeah, so just a PSA for the slow globers in the back. You can't create something with the mass of a star in your lab, for goodness sakes. So you can't use that in your argument. For God's sakes, man. Come on now.
Yeah, that's what he tried to say. Like, we created fusion on Earth. And I was like, yeah, with a magnetic field, not with gravity.
All right, I'm gonna unmute the guys who I muted so that just don't interrupt if we're having a one-for-one discussion. That's gonna cause audio chaos. So everybody's gonna ask questions. You do it one at a time. Jacob, if you're done asking questions, I'm gonna let the other guys ask their questions.
Yeah, I'll let it go for now. See if anyone else has got something to jump in.
Bruce and Guns Blazing, you are unmuted.
Yeah,
you can ask
sorry
questions.
about earlier, man. I don't have any questions at the moment. I'm just enjoying listening.
Bruce, how about you?
The questions I had previously were answered. So
the most important part about our discussions in here is that we can't answer somebody if you guys interject with your questions. So we have to have control in our VC. That's the reason why you guys got muted, not because we're being, just want to dominate over your mic. Because the person who's answering and asking are not being able to be heard by your over talking. Sorry.
You haven't muted me at all, so that's fair. You've been.
And, sorry for getting hot and bothered a little bit, guys, but people come in all the time asking us for a model and asking us for maps, and chances are they don't know what they're talking about or what they're asking for. And we do. We know what they're asking for. So it requires everybody to level set and come to the same understanding of what this even is before we can progress further. And that's what I'm trying to provide. I'm trying to explain to you how the globe was created. I can go further to describe how latitude and longitude came to be from looking at the stars, and how this geometry was constructed and not actually measured.
Sorry to be a bit off topic, just answering Bloodsticker's question. No, it's not a voice changer. It's a downside from surgery.
It does, yeah.
No, he actually sounds like that. Yeah.
We're not really too concerned with that, honestly. It's your demeanor in here that we're concerned with.
Yeah, no, I don't. We don't mean to come off like, we don't. At least I don't.
Are you in a group? Are you guys in a group?
We know each other.
I'm assuming.
We're not in a group, but we do know each other.
I'm assuming that other people coming in questions have the same thought.
Yeah,
I want to
You fucked up. You fucked up. Your friend said you guys know each other, not that everybody comes in with the same questions.
We're not hiding it.
I want to make it abundantly clear that we're not here to fucking troll.
Listen, okay, so the reason why I asked you guys if you're media, because we get that coming in here. We get people coming in groups, and they write news articles about us. Like if you go to USA Today, the newspaper, go to USA Today and type Flat Earth, you're going to see like maybe 2 or 3 journalists who've written dozens of articles. Those people have been in here and have lost their fucking minds talking to us. And have left in an angry fit of rage that there's such a thing as flat earthers and have gone on to write COPE articles. So and that's not the only example. So when we get a group of people coming in and then surveying us with questions, doing the same thing like what USA Today writers have done, I mean, it's only logical that somebody like me who takes notice of this thing would just bother to ask, hey, are guys with the media?
I think what's the most important, at least from your guys' perspective, and the takeaway is that you guys don't realize that you don't know what information you think has solidified the Earth being a globe for you. And so when you're asking us questions, it's fair, right? You're curious, you want to know what we're talking about, and I want you guys to understand you don't really know the paradigm in which you believe the Earth to be a globe in the ever-expanse cosmos that you think that it is, in the solar system, anything that has to deal with something that you can't verify. So it's important for us to point that out, because right now, like, yeah, it's also important to answer your questions, however stupid they may sound, like where's the ice wall and all that. It's important for us to relay that information to you, but the curiosity overwhelms you when there's 3 or 4 of you in there. And so you start over-talking each other, and there's more questions that bombard us. We need to answer concisely to one speaker. That's important.
Yeah, no, the other two should shut the fuck up and just let me talk. I agree, but
I don't care how you do it, man. So as long as you get your answer from what we're saying, and not the other guy who really wants his question answered. So, but all right. So resetting this VC right now. Now, if you guys are being genuine with us, do you guys happen to know anything that can relate the paradigm of the Earth being a globe as far as what you know to be true? Anything. It doesn't matter what it is. I'll put it out there to you guys like that. So from if you want, I'll give you an example. Like orbits of planets, the actual planets being what they say they are. Let's see, the Earth being what they tell you it is, from it being spherical to the axial rotation. The Earth spinning on its axis, tilted on its axis. And I'm giving you guys as much as I can out there so that you can tell me what you know actually really. And if you can, or let's see, that how they drew that the Earth is an actual globe, the history, right? Who actually came up with it and discovered it and not invented it. If you're able to tell me any of the things that I said, for sure that you know how they've gotten at the history, because at least Yoder was asking Jacob, and he was honest, right? He's like, well, I don't know how the model of the Earth was derived, the solar system was derived, or how that was taken. That's important. Once you start highlighting as many things as you say that you don't know, you can't move forward with this belief system that you think that you know something, and it's a belief. You know what I mean? Those start to collide. So you either know something or you believe it. It's not.
So maybe if I concede that I believe something, I might be able to explain something else that gives you a little bit of perspective of where I'm coming from for my questions, and why Yoda's questions about my beliefs kind of aren't relevant to what I'm asking. So we have another friend who believes flat Earth, but when we've tried to talk to him about it, he hasn't been able to provide any positive arguments or like affirmative arguments as to why the Earth's flat. All he's been able to do is criticize things like NASA and say things are fake, and provide arguments against a globe rather than providing arguments for a flat Earth. I can't bring him in because he's not online. I don't know where he is right now.
So here's where you went wrong. Wait. Here's where you went wrong.
Where did I go wrong?
Here's where you went wrong. You're asking him to provide proof of flat Earth?
Not proof, argument, not proof, not something, not saying he needs to bring out some sort of thing to actually, but like literally for him, all he was able to do was like criticize the
water's always flat and level at rest. There you go. I answered for him. Now you can't debunk that.
That'd be my first answer too.
Yep, mine too.
And honestly, you guys were instantly better than he was, but I'm trying to give you a little bit of perspective of where I'm coming from.
Okay, that's great.
When I spoke to him, it was nothing. You've actually provided something positive, but like I'm not coming in trying to defend my position. I'm coming in trying to question
Jacob. So if that is the case, right? Have you actually internally critiqued anything of the globe, like what I mentioned about all those things, and as you affirmed or we affirmed that water is always flat and on its surface? And in large bodies of water, it displays no convexity, like as far as the Earth being a globe. If that statement is absolutely true, have you internally critiqued the globe in any way that you could find that it's not the nature of reality, that what you believe is true? Have you done that?
I would agree that water's flat at rest.
Yeah.
However, I would say that the explanations that I've been given have seemed sufficient enough. Although I will concede that I've not gone in like critically. So just the I mean, it's going to keep it broad, but like the things that you're taught in school, the way you're taught how everything works in school, right? You got the globe Earth, tectonic plates.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying, Jacob, is that you haven't been taught, you've been told. There's a very big difference. When you're taught something, you actually can repeat and do the thing that they taught you. When you're told, you don't know how. So I would venture to say that you've just been told that the Earth is a globe. You haven't been taught. Do you agree or disagree?
Sure. Even if I concede that, I don't see where that gets us exactly.
Well, because they've given you a worldview that you can't verify. There's no method that you can test the information that they've given you, which is what people in here would challenge you on. They would ask you, okay, how do you know what you know? You just go on to say, well, I learned it in the 3rd grade. They told me that the Earth is this and that. That's great. But what we told you was something that's very true about the nature of our reality, yours and mine. Water is always flat on its surface. It displays no convexity over large bodies. Like, if you say that that's not true, however, because of what you've been told at school, then I'd want to see the critique as to why it's not true, and the evidence, because we can show you evidence that is the true case of the nature of reality. We got a lot of positive evidence that we'll be able to show that's proof that the Earth is a horizontal plane.
I mean, I think we might be at like a good-natured impasse because without me going and like verifying any claim that you give or me doing any, like I've not done these tests, but I believe them. I've not gone and theoretically, I've been told that you can measure the curve by doing things at certain distances and blah, 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 but I've not done that myself. Of course I haven't.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, so you're taking every piece of information you've heard just on a belief that is true. And don't you think that you think for you to come in here and say, nah, it's not flat Earth, you guys are nuts. For you to have
I don't think I ever said that, to be fair.
No, I'm saying though, but like for you, the royal you, right? Anybody to say that we're crazy for saying that the Earth is a horizontal plane and it's flat because we don't have any curve like a globe. Like, why would that be so crazy? Like, why is that not the case that the Earth is a horizontal plane? Why? Like, I'm asking you because it seems like we're giving you enough reason to look into it. Why would you just stay on the belief system that the Earth still is a globe?
I mean, like you guys might have sent me down a path of having a firm position. I wouldn't say I have like a solid position, just sort of generally believe that the Earth is a globe.
Are you content with that position? I mean, you wouldn't want to investigate farther and maybe do research to see if that is the case or not? Any one of you, Bruce and Guns Blazing, like...
Well, no, that's why I came in here and I originally asked where's a good place to start, because I am interested, but I just don't know where to start because of how I was taught previously.
Right, but the starting point is the starting point is internally critiquing the things that I mentioned previously. Anything to do with the Earth being a globe, like the physics, right? If the Earth is spinning, that it's going to affect certain things, and finding out if that's true or not. Let's say the idea of gravity acting on a spherical Earth with the center of the Earth being a core, anything, it doesn't matter what it is. Internally critiquing the paradigm in which you think is true. Because here's the thing, the other side to that is that you're going to stay in blissful ignorance about any of the things about the Earth being a globe, and you're going to continue to think that flat earthers are crazy. Like, that's the other option, right? To stay in the belief system and not internally critique the Earth being a globe and just think flat earthers are nuts. We're just a bunch of kooky, meme people on the internet. We just want to be special and be in our own group. And
I got something special for you guys. Yeah, I got something special for you. If Earth is spinning, water can't be flat and level at rest.
Why not, might I ask?
Because the Earth would be moving. If you had a bowl and you were running down the street with a bowl of water, would water be flat and level?
But wouldn't that also depend on how fast you're moving?
No, 1,047 miles per hour.
All right.
See, but within the entire context of the globe, gravity holding the water to the Earth makes sense. So, like that.
How? Oh, okay. He's giving you something to internally critique that part about gravity, right?
Oh,
so now we're going to get into now we're going to get into how you can defend that position. So how is it possible that you can have what he just said, and now you're going to be able to defend it? So we're going to listen to your defense for it. Go ahead. This is how you critique it, Jacob. He's giving you an example how. So now your position is to defend that from a position that you know this is the case.
I wasn't stating that it was a position I know is the case. What I was saying is that from within the other side, within the other side against you, let's say like I'm neutral in this, their explanation is that. And so you're just saying the water would fly off, and I'm saying
no.
Why
so
would
you
it fly
can't.
off?
Yeah. You're saying we're saying one thing, but you're saying another. Here's the thing: their position doesn't have any verifiability in it. You can't test what they're saying to be true on what we're saying with physics. You can.
Yeah, you can test what I just said.
That's the most important part. He can give you that on your position. You can't. You'd have to take it
the
on
running
faith
with the bowl. I can test that. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, no, because the idea that the water's sticking to the exterior of a sphere and it has motion, like it's spinning. In any way, using the gravitational, explanation. Because then you'd have to know what gravity is. You'd have to go into like how it's described in physics and such.
And you also have to explain how the Earth pulls the water with it as it's flying 66.6 thousand miles per hour around the sun while it's spinning. So you got a couple different directions just right now until I bring up more later that you guys have to also explain why you don't have any feeling of motion.
It's like internally critiquing the paradigm of the Earth being a globe, Jacob. And you've been told this grand story, and what Professor Triangle is showing you is that I don't think you've really taken it to the place where you can find out whether it is true or not. And if you just say, here's the other side of it, if you just say, I just agree with their explanation, then you need to detail what in the explanation makes any sense in physics that it would be the case. To have a position that you can say you still believe it. Because even if you can explain it, that's going to make it sound to us like you don't really know why you believe what you believe.
No, so I've got sort of two things here. The first is that like I'm not like a debater or an apologist, so I don't have a lot of these things off the cuff on the answer that I think you expect me to. But the other thing is that some of these tests or these examples that you're giving me to like go and do would still be possible, plausible within the globe.
No, we're saying that it's not, Jacob. There's the problem. We're saying it's not, but you have to present a position where you understand that it would be the case. In other words, if we say no, it can't.
I can give you a vague understanding, but I feel like you're just going to criticize my vague understanding as the reason why. That's what an
internal critique is, Jacob. An internal critique is finding out how to criticize what you believe to be true and facing the facts that you don't know if it's true or not. That's what it is. That's what we do. Of course, that's what we're going to do. Why wouldn't you want to do that? You're going to find out whether or not...
So to go with the spinning ball... True. All right, so to go with the spinning ball with water, right? I can't test that. I can't replicate that because as objects get bigger, they have more gravitational pull. Right? The mass of the object is involved there. So I can't create a miniature example with a sphere and have like water stick to it. Like,
so no example can be presented, right? No example can be presented so that we can understand if that physics is working on the globe that you think you live on based on the explanation that they've given you. So we're now left with this imaginary, hypothetical example, and no real physics can be applied to a testable example. And on the other hand, Professor Triangle can do that. This is a problem, right, for you. Now you're basically in this belief system that's giving you an explanation without a way to test the validity of it. So this is a problem, right? At least for people believing this idea. If you can't test and verify this, what are you thinking is the truth of the nature of reality, Jacob? Are you just in a belief system? Because it sounds like it.
What I'm saying is I can't test and verify off the specific examples that like Triangle brought up. Like he's saying, run with a bowl of water and you'll see. It's like you can't spin water off a sphere, you'll see. But those examples like I understand, or I would say that yes, you can't do you can. I don't know which way around I've got that.
Yeah, I think
those things work in the globe system, right?
Yep. No.
So it's like, what are the physics tests that I can do?
No, I'm saying you're saying they can work, but we're asking how. You need to provide the how. How do they work?
If they can work, when I'm running with the bowl of water, it should be flat and level. Gravity should be pulling it down, but it's not. According to you guys, you can spin water on a ball and it stays perfectly flat and level if you don't touch it. No wind, no nothing. It's perfectly flat and level as far as you can see. Not tiny bits of curve, just flat and level. So go ahead and give me an example of that on a globe.
I feel like that question's flawed because you're asking me to give you an example, or I can give you sort of an explanation.
Oh, what's your explanation? I'm even asking for that.
I can give you an example. I don't have to give you an explanation. I can just do things and show you, but you can't do that with the globe stuff. You can only just imagine.
So Professor Triangle, now he's made a point that you can show us an example. What would you say be the explanation? Because at least you would have that. And the explanation would have the claim that it's possible, right? So how do you think it's possible? Because if you can't show us...
he was talking about flat water. So flat water...
Yeah.
I want to keep it specific so I don't get derailed. Flat water at rest, it's not disturbed if nothing acts on it. Where you've got multiple things coming into play. So you've got gravity pulling evenly all around the globe, which pulls everything down equally. And then it's not acting unless something goes on it, because that's how... I don't want to fuck up this wording. That's how energy can only be transferred. So nothing is actually moved unless it is acted upon. So when you have the still conditions for water to allow to rest, you don't have wind or whatever agitating it.
So you forgot the part where I said water is flat and level when it rests in all directions for as far as you can go. Not on a ball. I didn't say on a ball, because you can't have flat and level on a ball, can you?
I'm saying yes, you can. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna have to go take some Tylenol, I think, because it's gonna be a rough one today.
It sounds like it. All right, so
I don't know if I missed the fucking sentence in there, but
you basically, it's a paradox of what you've given us, right? You can have flat spots on the ball, on the sphere, on a no-blade spheroid, or whatever the shape of the Earth.
I would say observationally they're flat.
Observationally. So could we? So at what length of distance do you think we can test for the sphericity?
Is it going to be 21 miles?
Oh no, I'm asking you.
No, because I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, so do you think that would be pertinent to your argument to say that we locally see flat? What would be the distance at which we can understand there's a curvature that's induced? Because there would have to be, right? At some length of distance, there would be some sort of curve.
Yeah, I would agree. Yes.
That would give your argument at least some sort of.
Yes.
So, sorry. Say again.
At some point, things would disappear over the horizon. Sure.
Okay, so what distance, sir?
I said I didn't know the numbers, but I'm saying yes at some point.
Okay, so
unless you want me to quickly Google or something and state a number.
Here's the thing. What I'm pointing out is that it might be a globe based on the explanations that you've given us and gravity's acting upon the waters of the Earth, pulling them down, is what I'm hearing. Both of these things that you think are the case cannot be substantiated as evidence, because you need to put forward a methodology in which people can test and verify those very claims. So both, right? The gravitational explanation and the curvature one, which would be at what length the distance there would be that drop over that distance, which would insinuate that we're not just looking over a horizontal flat plane, but a curved one. Can you do this, guys? Bruce, guns blazing, or Jacob? I'm opening it up to you guys. Pressure doesn't have to be always on Jacob. This is the internal critique of the. This is the internal critique of the.
I'm going to be completely honest. I'm going to be completely honest, all right, mate?
Here's a breakdown.
I'm
AG,
super fucking high right now, so I'm currently lacking the ability to really do that. All I can do is nod along and agree at this point.
Okay, that's good. We're getting somewhere, right?
That's good. He's calm. He's chill.
Well, I mean, I know Jacob's a little triggered, but that's fine. It's the nature of the beast. Guns blazing. Do you have a way to explain?
I'm calm.
Oh, I'm just listening, man. I can. How do I word this?
I can care less.
I can openly admit and agree with the saying that we are told, not taught, and yeah, I can't present facts, figures, etc. That's also, in a sense, why I'm here, because I'm open-minded to other possibilities. But I can't sit here and engage in a proper debate because I can't give maths or physics behind the argument. You know what I mean? So I'm just happy to listen.
Guns blazing. I get the reason why, and I'm glad for the intellectual honesty, but this isn't a debate. It hasn't been for quite some time now. Now the reason why I'm saying that is because we're just critiquing what the globe has to offer, and you're not. None of you, not even Jacob, who feels a little bit slighted by what we're doing in here, none of you are to blame for any of this. All right? We're all in the same boat together, all of us. All right? So we all have received the same information that each one other has. So the only thing we can do is find out whether or not any of that information is true, to the extent of realizing that that's the nature of our reality. And so by critiquing it, we're going to find out together if it's true or not. So it's not us versus you guys. It's us versus the information.
Yeah, sure.
That's what it is. So we're finding out together whether or not something can be done to discover whether or not the nature of our reality is what they've always said it was. And we've always taken the position that we're happy to just go wherever the truth lies, wherever that is. We're not ones to be like, hey, we're in some special group over here of flat earthers and we just want the world to know we're hanging out over here on this niche part of the internet space. No, we want people to ask these questions, because for as long as people have been told that the earth is a globe, nobody's been able to present information that can solidify any of the points that the earth being a globe is. Like I said, whether it's on axial rotation, the spin of the earth, it doesn't, none of it.
My question, and curiously, right, how would, if you hypothetically had the ability to prove it, how would you, prove it? Aside from, obviously, in the regards of, yes, when water's still, it's flat.
Okay.
I understand that. So but I mean, if you had billions of dollars and you had the ability to actually go into space, et cetera, or anything like that.
Okay, so
you build a swimming pool, you dummy. You don't go into space. Swimming pools.
Yeah, okay, so there's a paradigm in which you believe that Earth, and I'm just saying it this way so you understand, the cosmology aspect of what you've been told, right now in your mind, if you were to close your eyes, what kind of world do you believe in? You live in? You believe you live in like a blue marble with water spinning in the vacuum of space, in a solar system? Do you think that's the case, right? If you close your eyes, you imagine yourself that way, right?
I'd imagine that mainly because that's what I've been told, but I have nothing to actually prove it because I haven't seen it myself. I haven't had the ability to go up there and say, oh yeah, the pictures, etc., that I have seen and what I've been presented as knowledge in school is proof, because I don't have the capability or ability to do that, aside from observations in my real world, i.e. noticing that, water is flat, in a swimming pool, as old mate said earlier, and in a glass of water, etc., etc.
All right, and if it truly is a globe, I'm going to leave the other stuff out that you can't verify outside, like the paradigm in which you're in the solar system, but just down here on the Earth, what do you think you can test as far as the Earth being a globe? If you were to be just someone who's like, okay, I just want to know if the Earth is actually curving. What do you think we would do?
My current one is, at least, I would roll the fucking marble along the ground. I feel like if it were curved, it would keep fucking going, wouldn't it?
No, okay. I'm
trying here. I'm really trying.
Honest, listen, if you're being honest, then it's too. Any glober would say it's too small of a scale. So what people want to know, what they want to know, is if the Earth over distance has any adherence to the geometric shape that they say that you're standing on. So if they say over distance, and then Jacob was saying that locally the water looks flat, So you need to actually go a lot farther than just the local area. So you'd have to actually see where there's an actual, drop over a distance, or something that would show that the Earth is an actual globe with a curvature. So we would want to know, how can you test for that? What do you think can be done? And saying things like we'll use a ball of yarn or use a big ruler, that doesn't work. Or tape measure, that all those are just memes that in your mind you just think that those are quick answers to say to flat earthers. No, I'm talking about something that can actually be done with all the modern technology that we have.
Lasers is the big one.
That's a good
laser
answer.
Point to point.
That's a good answer. All right. So, do you think that we have tested with lasers over distance to see if there's any drop over that distance from point of origin to target?
I'd imagine that there has been tests, yes.
That's correct. So in our server, before I get into, there's many tests have been done, but in our server, right, 24/7 Flat Earth, there is a bunch of information of PDFs and also the videos that have been shown, laser tests that can be provided to you in our text channel right now that you can look into. And now, so the idea that point of origin from the laser, where they're setting it up, to the target distance, if it hits its target over a specific distance, then we actually have a case for the Earth not being what they're telling us that it is in the specifics, right? Like there has to be an adherence to the 8-inch per mile squared parabola that the obstruction of the Earth's surface would cause from point of origin to target distance.
I'd agree, yep.
Okay, there's some being provided for you right now. There's this PDF. Thank you, Flat Lloyd. If you look at the text channel, there will be some things in there, some content material you can peruse at your own leisure. However,
thank you very much.
There's much more that we'd have to offer in the way of like giving a methodology, something that you can test, right? So lasers are one. There's something called a mirror flash, in which you'd need a line of sight to actually do. Let's say you and a friend are on opposite sides of a, let's say, a pretty decent sized lake or something. I don't know, a large body of water would probably be preferable because you don't have any topography to get in the way. You'd be able to test and verify that there's line of sight, point of origin to target distance on any light that's being shined over a distance. And then you could see that if a mirror flash, you could see that mirror from the angle of the light hitting that mirror to the target distance. You'd say, well, the only way I could see that without the Earth getting in the way is if the Earth is not curving in the manner in which they say it is. Otherwise, that mirror wouldn't be seen, that flash wouldn't be seen by the person receiving that light at the other end. So a mirror flash is another one. Let's see. Does anybody else here want to chime in with any more tests, any more videos for these gentlemen, if they're curious to know? I think right now is the time. It's a prime time to put in all the information you can with videos and such. But
yeah, load it up in the text chat.
Yeah, I'm relaying information to you guys that these things have been done. So you can, I mean,
where is Lake Beloton? Right.
So, and yeah, like I said,
hungry. Okay.
Okay, so coming from a perspective that you may not know how the Earth is a globe, looking into this, you might have, and I would say this right now, you might be a bit triggered and have confirmation bias to say that, no, we know the Earth's a globe. But if you don't realize that you didn't answer how you know it's a globe in this conversation, it leaves you at least a bit open-minded. Shall I put it that way? Like Guns Blazing said, at least I'm open-minded. I'm here to listen. At least if we're presenting something that you can actually see that's been tested, then you can go with that test.
What was that laser test, mirror flash test? Were there any others? I mean, like we said before, we know each other, and you're kind of making me want to test some of these myself.
Sure.
There's also... we actually can. We have 2 or 3 people we can do these tests. So laser test, mirror flash test.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know.
Do we know a good lake? That we can test that, by the way.
One test you can do is shining a laser into a glass of water, and you'll find that the light bends.
What? Who said that?
So don't use air. Don't use air like you would normally shoot a laser, right? You put a big laser inside water. Put laser down in water.
All right, what am I looking for there? Because the laser test and the mirror flash test, I understand the point of that. What am I looking for?
No, don't listen to that guy. That guy is
okay,
not what we're doing.
He hasn't been here the whole time, so I'm not sure if I really should or not.
He's a pretender.
He's on the globe side, you guys.
He's a fake.
We'll tell you right away.
Industry plant.
They do this, right? Every time somebody's curious about what you can do to test, we get like these guys throwing their bodies into the gears because they don't want you guys to know.
Yeah, Matthew should be appearing soon. We'll just test that theory.
Okay, let's put it this way. They're listening on the YouTube live stream. So once we start getting to this point of the conversation that it's at right now, they're going to come in and say things that are like just crazy. You'll see. Yeah, you'll see. It happens every time. Every time we get to this part.
I believe you. I think I'm not so easily convinced. I don't think they have to worry about anything, but I'm sort of.
That's good. That's good. At least
you are.
That, right?
You already admitted water's flat and level in all directions when it rests. It's not curving.
See, but you say that, but within my own, look, whether you want to say it was told or taught, within the own system I have in my head, that works, and there's no.
You weren't taught that. You just imagined it.
Told. Fuck me, dude.
No. Right. You weren't told that either. You just imagined it because somebody put a globe on a desk and spun it around. Yeah, you just imagined it. You made that up.
Well, I've got a genuine question. AV, do you not see how that kind of behavior comes across as like negative to your side when someone who's genuinely curious and you've got Professor Triangle doing that kind of shit?
Agreed.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. What he's elucidating, and I'm saying because I've always been on the defense of the flat Earth, right? And I'm only saying this, Jacob, so you realize the position we're in right now. What you think has been told to you, it's not something that someone explained how things work. They're just showing you something and told you how to imagine it works. So he's actually elucidating that fact. So he's making it very apparent to you that when they say that they even told you that the Earth is a globe and water sticks to it and stuff, they did exactly what he said they would do. They'll plop one of the classroom globes on there, and they're showing you, hey, look, they spin it around with their hand. This is how the Earth actually works. And then all of us, everyone in here, we're told this information. It's like they just indoctrinated us with this, and they hadn't given us a methodology by which we could verify this is true. So it's
that might be the case. Sorry to cut you off, but that might be the case. But you can still answer it in a less demeaning or less aggressive way.
Yeah,
we are trying our best. Like
this has been the kind of.
I have a feelings problem. I have a feelings problem where I don't care if I hurt people's feelings with the truth. So that might be my problem. I don't care if it hurts your feelings.
Well, that's
look, even though I kind of respect that, I'm not talking about feelings. I'm talking about like it's been the whole thing. AV mentioned before that I'm triggered, and I apologize if I've said anything that makes me sound like that. I promise I haven't been. And fucking,
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jacob.
And AG said before, like he's like, oh, here comes the crash out or whatever. Like that's not what happened. We've been way more like good faith than you think we have been.
Take it. Let's reset. Let's take it from the place where you're being inquisitive on what to do. And I think going from that position will give the validity, at least, to you questioning more. Because I'm not going to say it's going to give you the position to say, like, oh, we did a mirror flash there at this flat. Like, no, it's going to give you an indication that it's not what you've been told, and you need to do more research. Because each and every one of us, we don't just, like, some people, it might have taken months to say that the Earth is flat. Like, and so others, they got it, like, in a week. So everybody, it takes a very different amount of time based on the type of belief that you've had. Like perhaps there's some people that believe that there's space out there and there's more planets. It might take those people a really, really long time for them to come to grips that that's not the paradigm. Because we didn't even get into how that's not even true. Like when you think about Earth being embedded in a space versus it is the space that everything's embedded in. Because there's two cosmological paradigms in which we talk about, like the Earth we live on, we would say it's just the floor of all of known reality. It's the floor of the universe, per se. If you're going to talk about the Earth in a very specific way, right? It's not embedded in a space like a floating planet in a vacuum of space, but rather it is the entire realm of all of existence. And there's nothing else outside of that except for what you see, the twinkly lights. But there's nothing you can do to verify there's anything outside of the space that you're in, like, outer space. So in your minds right now, you think we are embedded in a space. The cosmological paradigm in which we are like a globe inside of a vacuum, all that stuff. There's nothing nobody can do to verify that's actually the case, except for more belief on like what astronauts do when they go up into the vacuum of space and low Earth orbit on the ISS.
That's not to believe, bro. That's a fact. Well, okay. Yeah.
So the opposite would say that if you say that is true, in what way have you verified that to be the case? And it's not just like, I'm posing it to you guys, it's not just like being indoctrinated by videos and testimony of astronauts or anything like that. I want you guys to realize what position you have right now. It's either knowledge or belief. And so you could say that you've seen it, but it's only been like through a camera from like a rocket or something. But if you think that's actually true, then follow that all the way to the end to where you say, I know that there is a vacuum of space up there and the physics works in such a way that, rockets can travel in a vacuum. There's a lot of stuff attached to that paradigm. But what I'm telling you guys is that it's based on belief, because if we were to follow the logic train on any one of those things as how you think that Earth is a planet embedded in a space, then I would say, how do you know that? Because there's so much that you really do not know, that you've been living you've been living a lie for this whole time, believing this information. And the reality is there isn't other planets, there isn't other galaxies, there isn't like any of the cosmological consequence of the Earth being embedded in the space. Nothing like that. We exist in this realm, and this realm that we exist in, there's nothing more than all of this. There's no more outside of this place. There's only being here and talking about what's happening here. This is like one of the hardest things for somebody who believes they're living on a globe in the vacuum of space, because they try to tell us, well, the Earth is flat, like it's a flat disk embedded in like outer space and stuff. No, it's not that. We don't lay a claim to shape. So that means that we're not telling you the shape of the Earth in like it's a flying pizza disk in the vacuum of space, because it's not embedded in a space. Do you guys realize what I'm saying? Like, it's not embedded in space, like an object in a vacuum. It's not that. So our position is that it is the realm. It in and of itself is the floor of all known reality. The floor that you're standing on. You can't, there's no underside to it. There's no like getting around it. It's just all what we know. We've only been on the surface.
Weirdly enough, that's a better answer to the question that I asked ages ago with what kind of description or like a model. Like, I'm okay with it being vague or esoteric like that. Like you're saying, it's the ground of reality. Like, that's the kind of answer I was looking for earlier.
Yeah, I think a lot of times we don't get to this part because we're dealing with the minutia of the argument, which would be the minor points. Getting people to realize that the specific, this paradigm is such a mind job that to unravel each particular of it, we would be here for ages. And not only that, on the other side is that you have this belief system that's kind of like bolstering your idea that you live on this Earth that's a globe. So it would be like we're arguing about like the little parts about like what make the Earth being a globe what it is, but the overall worldview of like the what do you think about cosmology, I think is always going to be the overarching paradigm that's going to be kind of keeping you to that. Because so long as you still think that you're a floating planet in a giant galaxy, like everything else within that little part of the Earth, like as long as we're talking about things in there, you could still imagine it being whatever. Fine if you were just a flat Earth in the expanse of the cosmos. But what if that story can't be validated? And that's all been just kind of like people giving you an idea of what, because I'll put it to you this way, a long time ago, people would look up at the sky and just imagine what's up there and give all sorts, and you guys may know, if you know anything about history, They'll give you religious ideas about like these mythological beings and all kinds of stuff that's happening up there. But none of that was something that they could verify to be true, and a lot of people believed it. Well, there's no difference for this particular idea of the Earth being a globe and a ball planets floating around, and they got gravitational orbits and such. All that stuff is kind of like a long time ago, people believing these mythological stories of gods like up there, you know, roaming around. But you just believe it in a little different way. It's masquerading as science. And you guys don't realize that. We're bringing that to you so you can realize and confront from your own selves, like how you know something to be true. Because if anything that they said of the Earth being a globe and the ever-expanding cosmos is true, something would hold true in any of that. But if in any of that you just think it's a belief or you don't know how to explain, then all of that you should be like, dude, I'm in a freaking cultish belief system. I actually believe that the Earth's a ball planet spinning around, and I can't prove it. So whoever told me, I must be following them for whatever reason without any questioning. Because you would do that to anybody that's like in a cultish idea. You'd be like, dude, you just follow these people because you're just believing whatever they say. Well, you haven't looked in the mirror, pal, because you're doing the same. You get me? It's the same thing. So all we're doing in this channel is kind of elucidating that fact that we are all been believing since the time that we've been told that the Earth is a globe, that we are embedded in a space, we're, you know, this little traveling speck of dust, and we're, you know, in an infinite expanding cosmos. But we can't validate any of that, man. Like, that's the position we're taking. Not to mention the Earth being what it is. We can't validate anything on the Earth being what they say it is. So it's all been this grandiose story that we just accepted as fact. I hope this makes some sense to you to challenge the paradigm, because if you, at some point, something's going to tug at your brain to say, you just ask them what it is about, like, black holes or something. Like you go right back into this whole idea that, you think that space is real and, like, up there. Who's actually verified, tested, and then given you a falsifiable way to, see all the cosmos in a particular way that you can say for sure that we're crazy? Anybody who's proposing what I'm saying to you, if I'm nuts, right, then you could debunk me in a nanosecond. You could say, yeah, you're wrong, because let me show you how you're wrong. This is the way cosmos really is, and I'm going to tell you how I know. Nobody can do that, bro. It's a fantastic story that you and everybody have been hoodwinked to believe, because all of us, since we were children, have been told this story. So if you can challenge me on that, I'd love to hear it, because there's nothing that I know over the 10 years I've been doing this that I've talked to everybody from PhDs to the layman. No one can tell me how they know that the cosmos is what it is and that Earth is embedded in that space. Guaranteed. I'm going to bet the farm on it, dude, because all it's going to end up being is someone saying, well, they got a different perspective of how they believe all that stuff is based on an idea. That's it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't think we've got anything else. So you'll probably see again either in hostility or friendship.
I've been trying to wrap my head around it. I've got a bit of a headache now trying to think on it. But you're right.
It's not easy, bro. But we're all susceptible to this because we love, as humans, right? We love a good story, don't we? We love it. Like, it's the nature of who we are. But at the same time, things that about the nature of our reality, if we can't validate, test, or know them with empirical evidence, then they're regulated to just stories, fantasies, sci-fi. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it can't be the reality of the nature outside.
Then can I ask a mildly personal question for you? Then, sure. When did you start questioning it?
Well, my journey began in 2015. I was on the internet and I was just doing research on the Mandela effect, and just conspiracy stuff. I was real interested in that kind of stuff. And back then, the algorithm was a bit more pleasant. It wasn't like as regulated to these things being conspiratorial and stuff. So as I was doing that, a video popped up in my recommendations and said Bruce Lee proves the Earth is flat, and it had like a thumbnail of Bruce Lee's face and a glass of water and a pizza disc Earth that I'm pretty sure you guys have seen for flat Earth. And I was like, this must be a pretty stupid video, so it'd be a good time to waste. So I clicked on it, and it was Eric DeBay's 200 Proofs, I believe it was. And throughout the video, it was starting to make some sense to me about water. Because it said water is horizontal on its surface locally, it's what we can see. But as you scale up and, the physics of water, that to me stuck. The physics of water is detailing to us that you can't have no curvature on the surface. And I think, not really sure on the verbatim on how the video was saying, but it was describing the nature of water. So I was like, that's something I can sink my teeth into, right? So I was like, there was many more points from the 200 proofs. It didn't give all 200, but it was going through a lot of them. And so that one stuck out to me. So I was like, okay, I put the video aside. I'm like, that's kind of interesting that they're saying water's flat locally, and as it scales up, there's no convexity. So I was thinking in my head, well, that's kind of weird because we have the oceans, and I mean, there has to be some curvature in between point A and point B, if we're saying over distance. So I was like, let me go see if I can verify any information in science or in some sort of physics that I can detail that water is actually curving on its surface at distances. So I went to, as far as finding out, I went to some sources in academia to actually go, because that's where I go. I don't mess around with internet bobbleheads saying what they are saying. I'm going for the people who study the nature of our reality, right? That's what I think anybody should do. So I went to a source in LibreText. LibreText, I don't know if you know what that is. It's a great place for information. If you want to.
No.
Anyway, I went there.
What was it called, sorry?
Say again?
What was it called, sorry?
LibreText.
LibreText. Thanks.
Yeah, and I went there for a source for study the hydrostatic equilibrium. That's what I was looking for, because I want to see water at rest and how it performs, to say that, okay, we got water when it's still and there's no force acted upon the surface. What does it display? And I came up with nothing but flat. And I was like, okay, yeah. I get it, right? But what if you expand out into further distance? There has to be some other force that's going to act upon it that will give the curvature of the Earth validity and the gravitational pull. But everything that I came up with in that was showing that there's no way to test over distance that gravity will be pulling and acting on the waters in the manner in which it would conform to the exterior of a sphere. And it was frustrating for me. I was like, that's stupid. Well, how would I be able to test it using physics if physics are describing locally, and the way it would be tested is only displaying a horizontal surface? There must be a way, right? So I kept searching, and I'm telling you, the search continued from that point to about maybe 2 weeks, dude. I came up with every article that I could possibly think of, and it came to a point where physics ended and pseudoscience began. And it was like there was a limitation to knowledge in which people can actually research and be able to detail at certain distances. And then at farther past that distance that they would describe locally, then you can't know if the gravitational force of the Earth, being a globe, would act on waters in the manner that they say that it would, to, like the way Jacob was explaining, to pull the waters into a curved surface. So I was frustrated and upset. So at that point, I was like, you know what? I can't believe I was believing that Earth was a globe. The Earth is flat. Based on that, my knowledge was based on water. It wasn't based on going into the minutia of lights and all that. I wasn't concerned with that. My only concern was how academia, after all these years, was detailing to us that the Earth is a globe. That's it. My only concern. I don't care about what you and everybody else has to say. I only care about what academia has proven with applied sciences, right? That to me was my only concern. And I couldn't, for the life of me, and you guys can do it if you want, challenge me on this, to see if there's anything in physics that can describe how Earth is an actual globe with water, over distance, that it will show to be conforming to the exterior of a sphere. Now, if you guys can produce this information, and I think you are going to be dude, I'm telling you, there isn't anything out there. Nothing, zero, zilch. Everybody who's in here who says they're a flat earther in 24/7 had the same type of response, if not worse, dude. Some people that are in our group were actively against us for a while until they realized they're like, dude, I can't prove that the earth is a globe. There's nothing I can do locally, or, you know, I have to just either believe it or discard it. So some chose to discard it. It's not easy, dude. But what I would say is try not to be suckered into all the memes on the internet. Go straight to academia. Go straight to academia. That's where you should be trying to challenge how you know if the earth is a globe or not.
But then my question comes down to, how would I know if something that I read in terms of, let's say, with other flat earthers, how would I know that that's not a meme and it's just, or you know what I mean?
Well, coming into it brand new, and I hate to put it this way, but coming in brand new, come here. Don't listen to what there's. I'm telling you.
Come to me.
Well, I'm saying come here to this place.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
We've curated this platform so that people can engage on a very basic level, but at the same time, when you get to the advanced level, we're here for that as well. So we want there to be a location where people. That's 24/7 has always been like that's been our. We're in the back chats, bro. And we're going over our arguments. We're talking about like why we said what we said. But the most important thing, that the takeaway, why we come here day in and day out, why we're always here, is because we strive for excellence. We strive for it, dude. Every single day, we don't want people to walk away just like with this meme-ish idea of flat Earth, like they get from every other place on the internet.
So I'd kind of like to take this in a slightly, like still on topic of flat Earth, but not so much on the proofs, if I can put it that way. I more so want the opinion of you or anyone else in this chat on the why. So I know it's like a classic question that gets asked to people who believe in flat Earth, but it's
definitely answer it.
Yeah, but it's like, so why the lie? That's the question.
Well, I mean, it kind of answers itself, but I will tell you that it's not so much the perpetrators behind the lie, but rather the information that holds you to it. So let's say we've been knowing that the earth is a globe based on information is relayed from other people, right? So, you know, you hear it from your teacher, you hear it from your friends, your mom, dad, or whatever. They're not maliciously telling you that the earth is a globe. You will agree with me on that, right?
Correct, yes.
So they're relaying the information to you as if it were the case, based on a traditional way of thinking. So it's a tradition that's been handed down. Whether or not the origin of this particular information was nefarious is like beside the point. The way you're getting the information now from the individuals who give it to you is relayed as a tradition, and it's told to you that way. It's the same thing. It's akin to Santa Claus and all of the trappings of Christmas. So it's the same thing. It's a tradition you've been handed down, and you just believe it like they did. So the why would then be, okay, so if I'm asking why, then I want to know who's the perpetrator behind it, right? Because why would they lie?
Yeah, that's which is what that's how it's like, what is the purpose of the lie? You know what I mean?
Well, think about it like this. The narrative, the information controls your way of thinking, right? So I'll put it this way. If you believe Santa Claus is true, then you think there's a jolly round guy who comes and drops presents to you every Christmas, right?
Yeah, you're going to set your tree up in hopes that you get gifts. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
There you go. You're getting it. So okay, conversely, with the Earth being a globe, and you think you're living on a spinning water ball, you're going to think that there's killer asteroids. I'm going to give you some examples, okay? You think that there's killer asteroids going to destroy the Earth. You think that there's space aliens. You think that there's limited resources on this ball planet. You think that there's overpopulation because we're killing our planet with too many people. There's a lot of propaganda that's attached to the very foundation that you believe this the story of the Earth being a globe. So with it comes along climate change. Just the many different things that you would believe to be true based on this narrative. And then, so the narrative is what's holding you. It holds your mind hostage. It's kind of like you're imprisoned in that paradigm. So if I was to say that climate change isn't true or anything like that, you would be like, dude, come on. We've known that the planet's been going in this direction for quite some time. and you could give me some, quote unquote facts about climate change and stuff like that, but you couldn't take it to the degree of like actually knowing if that's true or not. You would say, well, I'm just going based on peer-reviewed, agreed-upon, information, based on some higher intellects being able to parse this out. But I myself don't know that, but I just believe it. So it always falls back to belief. So everything that holds your mind, it's the narrative. It's not so much the perpetrator behind the narrative; it's the narrative itself. Okay, so you don't have to accept that. It's a conscious choice you make to accept that narrative. So if somebody tells you that, that's because you think the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, that you think there's climate change and overpopulation and all these other things, and we got to get off this rock. We got to go live on Mars. Okay, this planet is dying. In about 12 years, we're not going to have whatever ozone layer, what have you.
Alarmist bullshit. Yeah.
So you would say that it's almost like used in a way of control through fear or propaganda in a sense?
Yes, dude. So wherever the mind goes, the body follows. You agree with that statement?
Sure. Yeah.
So if you think that you don't have enough resources and Joe Schmo military guys like, dude, here's this gun. We need you to go fight this war because we need to get our resources from those guys. Those guys, we're running out. All right. So those guys got a lockdown on the. If your mind was free, and you knew that the Earth replenishes itself on everything that's natural, you wouldn't go and do everything that would control your mind to do those things. You wouldn't. Sure. You would resist. You'd be like, no. How would I? No. I'm not gonna go. I know that oil is not something that just runs out, dude. We've been tapping into these things, and that's just one instance, right? And the mythos of like dinosaurs' bones being like the reason why we have fossil fuels, that's a huge mythos. But if you look into any specific narrative, you'll find out that that's not true, what they've been telling you. But because you believe the Earth is a giant spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space, it gives it credence. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
So yeah, it's the narrative that controls you. It's not so much, like I said, it could have had nefarious beginnings. But what we're telling you now with the state of affairs is the only reason why you're trusting that information is because you think you live on a ball. And all of this is true based on that information. So it's like a foundation. And everything else is fear-mongering, controlling your mind. And then of course, like this politics server is rooms full of people that believe these narratives. And every single narrative that they believe to be true, you can affirm this as well, controls their actions. They want to go and fight for the good fight, right? Whatever side they believe they think they are, because the narrative is controlling their mind, and wherever their mind is, their body will go. They'll take a sign and go protest in front of a highway, no matter the impending danger of cars coming. Like, I'm telling you, if you can convince somebody,
it's like I think what you're trying to say is like they like the globalists or this cabal, whatever Davos is, it convinced us of a world of lack of resources, and how inherently as a Western society we over consume what we're entitled to. However, in reality, it's just a fair amount of resources that.
Yep. If you can convince somebody of a lie, you can get them to commit all kinds of crazy stuff, man. You can get them to do all kinds of things. So yeah, it's used as a method of control. Why wouldn't they want that method of control? If a government body says, "Hey, we gotta watch out because we're overpopulating the planet, guys. You can't have that many kids." You will say, "That's true. I can't have that many kids. I gotta watch out. I gotta take care of my ball planet." But what information do you have to say that that's true? Like, you can't verify what they just said. You're believing it, So I can attach almost every narrative to the fact that it will link back to the Earth being a globe. Something about the Earth being a globe you'll be like, yeah, of course, because the Earth is a globe. Duh, I got to take care of my planet. And to some effect, yeah, you don't be like a trashy person, but at the same time, the Earth is not what they've been telling you it is. It's
how does that?
It's plentiful. Go ahead.
How does that connect to a flat Earth, though?
All right. So let's just say that the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's a flat Earth. Then everything of the Earth being a globe and all the little octopus tentacles that are attached to every other narrative is not true. Everything, all those tentacles just die out. So that means that climate change, overpopulation, all this other stuff, that's all not true. All of it. You could just lump it all in one giant, mainstream control mechanism. That's
okay. So explain this to me. So say there's climate change going on, and it's climatic. It's because of the Earth's volcanoes and tectonic crusts. That's where the climate problem is. How would that be any different if the climate's changing if it's a flat Earth or a globe?
Well, they say that the Earth's spin, the Coriolis, or the actual spin of the Earth, has an effect to how many, or the frequency of the eruptions or the seismic activity that's occurring. So because of that, there's a narrative that's being told to you, and I'm pretty sure everybody's heard it, that because either the Earth is spinning either faster or slower, and we don't want it to be, right, according to what they're saying, that we'll have the frequency of those will change, like either more, and it'll cause more havoc. So we need to do something about, there's a lot of stuff that's attached to it. So in effect, the Earth being a globe has its relative effects to what you see in the frequency of these things. So it's fear mongering, dude. Like you are trying to figure out the best way to. Go ahead.
I studied liberal arts in college, geography, to be exact. We don't have science, have arts, but who's saying that the Earth spinning creates a frequency that elevates magnetism or the Earth's heat?
Well, look at the. I would point you to the information online. Just type in, does the Earth's rotational axial rotation cause effects to the frequency of eruptions or seismic activity? Just type that in.
Do you know if the Earth stops spinning, everybody